The story begins with a guy who found himself in another world and was standing alone with a beauty, and she was calling him to her and was ready to please the guest. But just when he thought he was in heaven, someone hit him, and he told the scoundrel that their family doesn't need such a son-in-law and that he's a disgrace to everyone there. It turned out that the owner of the body in which he was reborn was Shu Wuhou, and on his wedding day, Shu brazenly climbed into another lady's room. Shu Wuhou didn't know what to do, and he found himself in a difficult situation, and the past idiot disgraced him. But fate threw a gift to Wuhou. The sage told Shu Wuhou to remember that the cup of Samsara can give him strength. But for this, he must feed it with metals, and this is his condition. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and now he will correct the situation and no one will call him an idiot, and how the previous Shu Wuhou made all the mistakes. The beautiful ladies invited Shu Wuhou to their place and asked Mr. Wuhou if he wanted to have some fun, and they would immediately arrange an unforgettable evening for him. Shu Wuhou thought that an incredible future awaited him, but then she appeared and Shu Wuhou asked the lady if she was his wife, and this was strange. Shu Wuhou repented, and it seems like the previous owner has no brains if he went to another lady when he has an incredible wife and she pisses him off. Having met the lady who turned out to be Shu Wuhou's wife, he immediately decided to win her over at any cost and become the best son-in-law. The story continued in the city of Lingang, and Shu Wuhou did not understand what was going on, and how he ended up in this place and needed to find answers to the questions. Shu Wuhou looked at the lady and she called him to her and told him not to be afraid and she would not bite or harm the handsome Shu Wuhou, and he was so cool. The lady congratulated Shu Wuhou, and he hit the jackpot today, and no one has ever been so lucky because she is in a great mood and will please her friend. Shu Wuhou is in complete shock and doesn't understand how this happened and why he was alone with this lady, and it seems he managed to cause so many problems. But suddenly at that moment the bride's brother entered the room and asked Shu Wuhou how his son-in-law could cheat on his wife, and the idiot lost his shame. Shu Wuhou looked at his sister's brother in bewilderment and told his brother that he had been alone for many years and did not remember anything when he got married. The sister's brother told Shu Wuhou that on the night of his wedding he brazenly went to another lady, and how will he explain his behavior, and he is making everyone nervous. The brother kicked Shu Wuhou with all his might, and their family does not need such a son-in-law. But he wanted to explain to the bride's brother that he misunderstood and he was mistaken. Shu Wuhou fell with a crash. And why no one will explain what happened, and why his brother started beating him, and why he brazenly went to another lady. People surrounded Shu Wuhou, and why is the idiot lying on the ground and who beat him? And it looks like he has serious problems and they want to find out everything. People were looking at Shu Wuhou and asking who he was. Shu wanted to know how to get out of this situation, but first he had to get away from the passers-by. People said this to Shu Wuhou and he went to another lady, and he is an idiot and he has no skills and he is worthless in the Tao and the scum of society. Yu Wuhou doesn't know what to do and why people think he's so worthless, and he wants to prove people wrong and talk nonsense. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou came up with a plan and knew a way to immediately find out the information. And it seems like a radical change has taken place. Shu Wuhou has a really bad headache and he doesn't understand anything and his thoughts are confused. But he will fix everything with his mind. Shu Wuhou started screaming and information entered his brain, and how this happened because he only thought about it and how to save himself from pain. After some time, Shu Wuhou began to wake up and he lost consciousness and does not know what kind of mysticism, and his brain received information. And these are the facts. Shu Wuhou realized that he still had a headache, and could anyone in this city explain and answer his important questions, and this was a shock. Shu Wuhou looked around and realized that he was already in a completely different place and who was involved in this, and today, everything was strange for him. Shu Wuhou is in complete shock and doesn't know where he is, what this huge bowl is, what this parallel reality is, and who instantly moved him. Shu Wuhou turned around and realized there was someone behind him, and he would find out information from the stranger and why someone brought him to a strange place. Behind Shu Wuhou stood a huge sage, and he told the idiot Wuhou that he was far from knowing the truth and why he was annoying the guru. The giant sage held the bowl with his hand and wanted to discuss something with Shu Wuhou, and it was not in vain that he brought him to this place and let him not be afraid of him. Shu Wuhou froze in shock and didn't know who this stranger was, whether he was dangerous or not, and why he already had so many questions but no answers. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou started screaming, and there was a giant in front of him, and how he caught him by surprise, and there is definitely no one more terrible than a stranger. Shu Wuhou asked the stranger not to eat him, and he hasn't washed himself for a month and has never washed his butt, and he has an allergy and is already contagious. The stranger is furious, and he tried on this cup to be reborn, but he had been planning this for 1,000 years and let Shu Wuhou know how lucky he is. Shu Wuhou told the stranger not to approach, and he is very dangerous when someone corners him and he uses the champion's fist technique in combat. The stranger ordered Shu Wuhou not to talk nonsense, and his ghostly soul is already disappearing, and he is obliged to understand the truth and not contradict the sage. But when Shu Wuhou did not expect this, The stranger kicked the bastard in the head with all his might and told him to listen to him and not distract him. Firstly, the cup of rebirth can be destroyed at any moment, but as long as Shu Wuhou gives it food, it will already begin to recover. Secondly, the liquid energy will flow back during reincarnation and Shu Wuhou must remember his words, otherwise he will greatly regret it. Thirdly, the liquid energy feedback is ideal for his training and he is bound to develop all his skills and become much stronger. The stranger's foot stinks a lot, and the fourfold rebirth cup can already nourish the soul. But Shu must give it impregnation all the time. Fifthly, the bowl of Samsara will help you learn Tao and master all the secrets of martial arts, and Shu Wuhou will become a champion and fight back against the villains. Sixth, Shu Wuhou hit the stranger and told him to remove his foot and whether he knew how his foot stinks and why he put his foot on Shu Wuhou's face. The sage told Shu Wuhou that he teaches him a lot, and how dare he treat him like this, and he is a disgrace to the family, and mocks the master and beats him. Shu Wuhou asked his grandfather when he became his disciple, and it seems his grandfather is jumping to conclusions, and the idiot thinks he is worthy of becoming his master. The master was angry and asked the brat Shu Wuhou what he was doing, and that the old man knew what he was saying and that he shouldn't argue with him, otherwise he would punish the student. And then the master realized the time had come, and he could not explain all the information to Shu Wuhou, and in vain he argued with him and thought that the master was lying to him. The master began to disappear, and Shu Wuhou is not simple, and he will educate him. And in the future, the idiot will become a master of martial arts and immediately learn Tao. Shu Wuhou looks at the master and doesn't know what's going on and why his teacher started disappearing, because he didn't even answer important questions. The master gave Shu Wuhou a scroll, and this is a silent sword and advice on yin and yang medicine, and it will soon disappear, but he hopes for the student. Shu Wuhou learned about the silent sword and yin and yang medicine tips, and it sounds powerful, and the strange master interested him in an instant. But at that very second, Shu Wuhou felt the smell of the master's feet, and no longer understands where the smell comes from because the master has disappeared, and it's so strange. Shu Wuhou realized that the stench was terrible, and how long the master had not washed his feet, and he had never seen how dirty the master was in his life. The master asks Shu Wuhou to forgive him for this, and he put the scrolls in his feet and used them as souls, and let Shu not be indignant at the master. Shu Wuhou realized that the master was definitely poisonous, and that the smell of his feet could make one lose consciousness in a couple of seconds. And it seemed that this was a secret technique of a genius. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he had already returned to his reality and where the dirty master had disappeared to, and this was a collapse. Shu Wuhou looked around and wondered if it was just a dream. But he would forever remember the smell of the master's feet, and it was clearly not an illusion. And then Shu Wuhou realized all the information and scrolls in his head, and this was not a dream or a hallucination, and the master really gave 2 important scrolls. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and people looked down on the main character. But he will take revenge on everyone and become the strongest and teach people a lesson. All the people listen to Shu Wuhou's words and don't know what's going on with Wuhou, and it looks like he seriously fell headfirst on the asphalt and is delirious, and he's funny. People said Shu Wuhou is definitely crazy and he is a disgrace to the city of Lingang, and mom and dad asked the child not to play with Shu Wuhou, and he went crazy there. People have decided to ignore Shu Wuhou and don't want to stand next to him. And he is a disgrace to all the residents of Lingang City, and he is ruining people's reputations. Shu Wuhou realized it seemed like the character of the former Shu Wuhou had hit rock bottom and people didn't respect him at all, and how he had ruined his image in the city. And then Shu Wuhou heard his stomach rumbling, and he hadn't eaten anything, and had already missed lunch and was busy with the master and learning about the new world with him. Shu Wuhou is an optimist, and doesn't care about his reputation, so he must first have a proper dinner there, and then take revenge on those who harm him. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou noticed something important, and was distracted by it. And he came to the right place and was obliged to find out interesting data as soon as possible. Shu Wuhou wondered if this was the Emperor's Hall and who ruled in this city of Lingang, or if it was just a bar and he wanted to go in and find out for himself. Shu Wuhou read the name of the Eel Imperial Hall, and he is pleased and believes that he will find happiness in this place and is obliged to come and visit everyone. But suddenly someone opened the door, and Shu Wuhou realized that people recognized that he was standing at the door and decided to kindly come out to him, and this makes him happy. The ladies appeared in front of Shu Wuhou and asked the owner if he wanted to have some fun, and they would have a great time and he would not regret anything. The ladies told Mr. Shu Wuhou that he hadn't been there for a long time, and his friends missed him so much and were glad that he had returned, and they would accept him, and that he was a master. Shu Wuhou stood there, and the ladies heard that Mr. was getting married tonight, and why shouldn't he come to them after the wedding, and they were waiting. Shu Wuhou is in complete shock, and didn't know that the previous Shu Wuhou was a bastard, and he brazenly lied to his wife and went to different establishments and he walked with women. The Eel Emperor's Hall is the home of all the beautiful ladies who want to play, and the ladies don't care that Mr. Shu is getting married, and it's so weird. And then a woman came up to Shu Wuhou and told Mr. Shu Wuhou that he had not been to their house for so long, but the ladies never forgot about their brother. The lady grabbed Shu Wuhou's hand tightly and asked him to quickly go inside with her, and surprises awaited him, and he would be pleased with the service and guaranteed. People said that the ladies took Shu Wuhou hand and foot and immediately carried him into the house. But Shu Wuhou told the ladies to let him go and that he was busy. The ladies began to bring Mr. Shu Wuhou the most delicious dishes, and they remember how their regular customer delighted them and will not forget his generosity. The ladies set the table for Shu Wuhou and hoped the gentleman would be pleased and that he deserved the most delicious dishes and that he shouldn't think about anything with them. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and he just wanted to have lunch, and the ladies are kind and set the table right away, and the service is amazing and he is happy to see his friends. Shu Wuhou doesn't care, and first he will have lunch and then get down to business. And he can't think clearly when he is hungry. And this is a fact, and he remembers. The lady asks Mr. Shu Wuhou not to overeat and play with her, and they have long dreamed of his arrival and will not let him go anywhere. And he is their friend. The lady pressed herself against Mr. Shu Wuhou, and someone recently invented a new trick, and does Mr. Shu want to try different techniques? Shu Wuhou didn't come there to waste his time on nonsense if the ladies knew that he didn't need anything and would definitely not repeat the mistake. But when no one expected this, someone broke down the door and told the idiot Shu Wuhou to get out of there and not to make him nervous. Otherwise, he would punish him. People were asking who was making a noise again, and they noticed Shu Wuhou in the Imperial Hall, and whether he really goes to this place on the wedding day. The ladies left and asked Mr. Shu Wuhou to help. And they were so scared, and who dared to break down the door, and why would anyone break the furniture in the hall? The man took out a knife and told the bastard Shu Wuhou that he was making him nervous, and that he would never go away, and that he was doomed to failure and would experience all the pain for his sins. The man is angry and he will not calm down until Shu Wuhou suffers, and he is a scoundrel and will regret that he came to this place and played with the ladies there. The man yelled at Shu Wuhou, and who did he think he was, and thought no one would beat him up? But he was wrong and let him accept his fate, and it was his fault. Shu Wuhou remembered about Yang Weilin and why he called him number one clingy. And it seems he is not in control of the situation and has forgotten everything. People said Shu Wuhou was shameless, and if his father-in-law hadn't protected him, he would have died long ago, and Yang Weilin doesn't want to become the killer of a scoundrel. Yang Weilin rushed towards Shu Wuhou and wanted to send him to the next world and not forget his sins and let the scoundrel learn a lesson for the rest of his life. Shu Wuhou told Yang Weilin that he is so ruthless and they just met and he already wants to kill him, and what did he do to anger his brother so much? But at that very moment, Yang Weilin cut the table in half, and he doesn't want to listen to Shu Wuhou's excuses and let him not argue with him brazenly. Shu Wuhou is terrified, and he doesn't know what's going on and why Yang Weilin doesn't want to leave and follows him everywhere, and how to escape in a difficult situation. Shu Wuhou realized it was close and Yang Weilin almost got injured, and he miraculously managed to defend himself from the opponent's blow, and the sword frightened him so much. Shu Wuhou asked the good man Yang Weilin if they should discuss everything peacefully without any nerves, and he didn't want to harm brother Yang. But Shu Wuhou closed his eyes, and Yang Weilin swung his sword, and Wuhou realized he had no chance to survive. And was this really the end? And was brother Yang terrible? Yang Weilin told Shu Wuhou that he would kill him, and Lin Qingxi would definitely be his lady. And the scoundrel would not interfere with their relationship, and he was not a problem. But suddenly Shu Wuhou grabbed Yang Weilin's sword and thought that no one could harm him unless he wanted to, and threats were useless. Shu Wuhou started to glow, and Yang Weilin can't hurt the idiot, and how he grabbed his sword because he hit with all his might, and how did he manage to do that? Yang Weilin is very surprised, and it seems like he is hallucinating, and how Shu Wuhou intercepted the blade of the sword, and he cannot comprehend what is happening. Yang Weilin fell to the floor, and it seems he underestimated Shu Wuhou. And he is not so easy to deal with, and he was forced to call his friends to punish the idiot. Yang Weilin is confused where his sword is and why Shu Wuhou is acting strangely, and his character is frightening, and how the villain has changed so abruptly. Shu Wuhou continued to use the technique and wondered if he had awakened his qi there, and that he had very strong chakra, and that Yang Weilin was not his enemy. Shu Wuhou realized that the immortal master did not lie to him, and he can absorb metal to improve, and he will know all the information at once. Yang Weilin grabbed Shu Wuhou by the scruff of the neck and asked the scoundrel where he put his sword and how he defended himself from the blow, and took the sword. And this is stupid. Shu Wuhou told Yang Weilin to go to the devil and ask him in hell where the sword is, and his brother won't find out anything from him if he is such an idiot. Yang Weilin is shocked, and what does Shu Wuhou mean, and he reads his mind and scares him, and he will not pity him, and will take revenge on the bastard for all his actions. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou powerfully slapped Yang Weilin's face, and he would not allow his foolish brother to harm him and let Yang Wei learn a lesson. Yang Weilin broke through the wall, and Shu Wuzhou's blow was very strong and caused injuries to Yang's brother, and he remembered his blow forever, and these are the facts. Yang Weilin flew back a couple of meters and he miscalculated his strength, and without thinking, he got into a fight with Shu Wuzhou and didn't know that he was in danger there. Shu Wuzhou told Yang Weilin that he attacked the wrong opponent and how dare he bully him, and his face will soon be different from the blow. Shu Wuzhou told Yang Weilin that he was attacking him because he and Lin Qingxi teamed up to frame him, and what they were thinking. Shu Wuzhou hit Yang Weilin again, and this is because he is ugly and definitely deserved a serious blow to the face because he dared to attack, and another blow to the stomach of Yang Weilin in the stomach from Shu Wuzhou for his screams, and they irritate him, and he does not want to tolerate his brother's character. Yang Weilin fell to the ground with a crash and broke the asphalt, and Shu Wuzhou's attacks were very powerful, and he did not leave him a chance to succeed, and he is unique. Yang Weilin did not expect this at all, and Shu Wuzhou used a hidden attack, and he abruptly stopped his sword strike and was able to strike in their fight. Shu Wuzhou stepped on Yang Weilin's face and will not spare the bastard and let him not get impudent. Otherwise, next time he will not leave his brother alive. Shu Wuzhou said Lu Xun once said that the world is ruled by a king, but the whole process of becoming a king does not concern anyone, and these are the best quotes. Shu Wuzhou is furious with Yang Weilin's behavior, and he asked the idiot who Lu Xun is, and he has never heard of such a sage in his life. And at that very moment, Shu Wuzhou again hit Yang Weilin in the face with all his might, and the impudent man wanted to ruin his plans, but it won't work, and he's a corpse. Yang Weilin lost consciousness lying on the ground, and he will not forget the attacks and blows of Shu Wuzhou, and does not know how a weakling became such a strong fighter. People are confused since when Shu Wuzhou became so strong, and he is incredibly cool and was able to defeat his opponent without getting hurt, and he is a fighter. Yang Weilin smiled, and he was happy that Yang Weilin was defeated, and he did not want to tolerate his impudent behavior, and therefore the enemy there was knocked out. Yang Weilin is happy, and even though he defeated Yang Weilin with the help of Qi, he finally struck back and took revenge on the scoundrel, and he became more powerful. And at that very moment, someone called Shu Wuzhou and wants his friend to pay attention to him and spend some time and wants to know the data. Shu Wuzhou recognized the voice that called him, but he doesn't know why this person came to him, and it seems he is unhappy with his behavior there. Shu Wuzhou turned around and realized that his father-in-law was standing behind him, and it seemed that he was not happy and wanted to seriously discuss and heard about the conflict with Yang Weilin. Shu Wuzhou told his father-in-law that he would explain all the important information and did not want his father-in-law to be nervous, and there was no reason for worry and fear. The man asked Shu Wuzhou if he still remembered that he was his father-in-law, and he thought that Shu Wuzhou had long forgotten and he was surprising his father-in-law. People said Shu Wuzhou is doomed, and the Ching family is one of the 3 most influential families in Lingang City, and why the family got involved with Wuzhou. People feel sorry for Shu Wuzhou and the impudent man who went to a brothel on his wedding day, and the Ling family really made a mistake in choosing a son-in-law, and these are the facts. Shu Wuzhou asked his father-in-law if he would believe him if he said that he came to this place only for food, and he was so hungry and went in to have lunch. The bride's brother was furious and asked Shu Wuzhou if his son-in-law had come to dine at a brothel and thought his father-in-law didn't know what kind of place it was. My father-in-law told Shu Wuzhou that he had been to such places and knew about everything. And then he thought about it and realized that it seemed like he had said it by accident and was already mistaken. Shu Wuzhou was intrigued by his father-in-law's words and asked his brother what he told him and let him repeat it again. He was so interested to know about everything. Shu Wuzhou's father-in-law slapped him in the face and told him not to talk nonsense, and that because of his character and actions, the Ling family would lose their reputation in the city. The father-in-law is furious, and it seems that the scoundrel Shu Wuzhou wants to reveal all his old weaknesses, and he will not know that he often visited the ladies there. Shu Wuzhou fell to the ground and decided not to conflict with the bride's brother, and his skills are on another level, and he is able to defeat everyone. People laugh, and it turns out the patriarch of the Ching family also went to the ladies. And before, my brother had the nickname Stern Brother, and all the ladies knew him. The father-in-law is embarrassed and how people found out all the information about him, and how all the secrets were revealed and no one knew that his brother went to the ladies. And at that very second, people turned around and froze in place seeing the lady, and she amazes with her beauty. And it is an honor for them to see her, and she is an angel and a muse. People ask others to step aside and let the lady pass, and she wants to approach Shu Wuzhou, and seems to be serious, and everyone is interested. Shu Wuzhou couldn't take his eyes off the lady, and realized who she was and why the previous Shu Wuzhou didn't appreciate such a lady and went to different ladies. Shu Wuzhou is surprised and remembered who came to him. And it is not for nothing that all the people are shocked by her arrival, and she is a dream for many, and will not forget the image of the lady. Shu Wuzhou saw a beauty, and it was Chingmo, and she was his wife, and her appearance and beauty were incredible, and it seemed like she wanted to settle the conflict right away. Shu Wuhou started to get hysterical, and what's wrong with him and Ching Chingmo is so beautiful, and the idiot chose to go to another lady instead of Ching Chingmo. People say today they will see the show, and this time Shu Wuhou will definitely not have to lie. And Ching Chingmo realized about his actions, and he is a scoundrel. People say that this time Shu Wuhou and Ching Chingmo will definitely get married, and she will forgive his visits to other women, and it seems like everything has been decided long ago. Ching Chingmo approached Shu Wuhou and wants to know his condition, and she does not want her husband to be in pain, and he has suffered a lot these days. Ching Chingmo asked Shu Wuhou if he was in pain, and she was worried and concerned about his condition, and it looked like someone had hit her husband in the face. People asked how this was possible and why Ching Chingmo asked Shu Wuhou if he was in pain, and it seemed like she was tenderly taking care of her husband. Shu Wuhou thought that Ching Chingmo was too good for him, and he was definitely not worthy of becoming her husband, and Ching would suffer if they got married. Ching Chingmo was surprised and asked Shu Wuhou why he was silent and did not answer her questions, because she only wanted to help him with his injury. Shu Wuhou stroked Ching Chingmo's hand and said that at first it was very painful for him, but it became easier when he saw his beautiful wife and she was an angel. Shu Wuhou turned away sharply and said to Shu Wuhou, "If everything is okay with him, let them go home and discuss everything there without nerves and hysterics." People said that Ching Chingmo forgave Shu Wuhou, but on his wedding night, he went to other ladies, but Ching is kind and forgave the bastard. But at this moment, someone stopped Ching Chingmo and Shu Wuhou and wants to ask them something and let the lady answer, and he cares about them. Ching Chingmo asked Zuangping what he was doing, and Shu Wuhou found out that this fool's name was Zuangping, and why the bastard stopped them on the way. Zuangping told the people that he came there to find Shu Wuhou. And isn't it shameful for the scoundrel Shu Wuhou to hide behind his wife's skirt, and that he is weak? But Shu Wuhou came close to Zuangping and said that the fool would not tolerate Zuangping's impudent behavior and that he was digging a hole for himself and was doomed. Shu Wuhou pushed Zuangping's hat and told the idiot to look at himself from the outside, and it was obvious to people that he really wanted his wife Ching Chingmo. Shu Wuhou asked Zuangping if the bald fool had nothing to say to him, and Guangping immediately realized that Shu Wuhou had a difficult character. Shu Wuhou started threatening Zuangping and asked the bastard if he seemed to have guessed his thoughts without any problems, and didn't he have anything to say? And that was strange. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou not to try to get him to talk. In a month, there will be a competition to see if the idiot dares to accept the challenge. Zuangping smiled and told Shu Wuhou that he had a condition, and it was very interesting and he could not refuse the competition because of excitement. Zuangping pointed his finger at Ching Chingmo and told Shu Wuhou that if he loses, he will have to divorce her, and that he loves Chingmo more. Shu Wuhou guarantees that he will never bet on his wife Ching Chingmo again, and she is incredible and he will not take any risks. But Shu Wuhou told Zuangping that this time he would accept his challenge for one reason. Anyone who covets his wife must die forever. Ching Chingmo called Shu Wuhou and does not want her husband to take risks because of the scoundrel Zuangping, but she is glad that her husband stood up for her, and he is cool. Shu Wuhou stroked Ching Chingmo's hand, and he will not let anyone harm his wife, and her husband will protect her from all sorts of Zuangping who want to harm her happiness. Shu Wuhou suggested that Ching Chingmo leave and not waste time on all sorts of idiots, and Zuangping would regret that he brazenly got involved with him. Zuangping can't understand why that idiot Shu Wuhou started talking so loudly and threatening others, and thinks no one will take revenge. Zuangping gritted his teeth and he was angry at Shu Wuhou's character, and he did not give him peace and took away Ching Chingmo. But he will return her, and she is a man's dream. Zuangping decided that as soon as he killed Shu Wuhou, he would please Chingmo, and she would be delighted, and no one would interfere with their happiness, and this was his goal. People told one of the colleagues to fulfill the terms of the bet, and he promised that he would eat all sorts of things if anyone interfered with the wedding of Wuju and Chingmo. After all the events, Shu Wuhou returned to the Ching family home with Chingmo and knows the family has claims against him, and he is ready to answer questions. The father-in-law slammed his hand on the table and asked Shu Wuhou why he was acting like an animal, and people in Lingang City were discussing his character. Shu Wuzhou's father-in-law told him that his actions would reflect on the Ching family's reputation and no one would respect them, and that he should always remember his family. Shu Wuhou asks his father-in-law not to worry, and he will work hard to win the respect of the Ching family, and the family will be proud of their son-in-law. Shu Wuhou knows he now has special skills, and after he trains his skills a little, the Ching family will be amazed by his strength and power in battles. The father-in-law was furious and started yelling at his son-in-law Shu Wuhou, and why the bastard was making him so nervous, and he wanted to personally kill his son-in-law for his behavior. 2 months ago, Shu Wuhou told his father-in-law that he wanted to train in martial arts and ordered a sword for 2,000, but he sold it. A month ago, Shu Wuhou said he wanted to cultivate, and he bought him books for 3,000 taels, but he wiped his butt with the books. The father-in-law asked Shu Wuhou if he was really training hard and why he was blatantly lying to the Ching family and why his sister Ching Chingmo had already fallen in love. Mama Ching Chingmo told Shu Wuhou that he is to blame for everything and why did they marry their daughter to him, and he will not give her anything and will harm her. The father-in-law asked the Ching family, who knew that Shu Wuhou would disappoint them so much and they would solve his problems, and he is a walking problem for the Ching family. But then Ching Chingmo entered the room and asked the family to forget about everything, and that she and Shu Wuhou were already married and would be better off talking about the important matter. Ching Chingmo said that human life is at stake and this is clearly not a joke, and we need to solve this problem and not argue over trifles there. Shu Wuhou is shocked by the action of his wife Ching Chingmo, and she amazes him, and he is glad and lucky that she loves him and protects him from the attacks of their family. Shu Wuhou grabbed Ching Chingmo's hand and asked his wife that she seemed to care for him and would remember her care and never offend him. Ching Chingmo left Shu Wuhou, and her father-in-law told her son-in-law to solve the troubles and problems himself, and he himself created a mess, and no one will help his son-in-law. Shu Wuhou asks Ching Chingmo to stand, and he wants to say something to his wife, and it is not in vain that she supports him, and he will not disappoint her and is always with her. But the father-in-law is serious and told Shu Wuhou to wait for a minute, and he wants to discuss important details with him and resolve all their issues. Shu Wuhou asked his father-in-law what he wanted to talk about, and he was ready to discuss everything with him there and answer his questions, and he respected him very much. Father-in-law told Shu Wuhou that today he is punished and will sleep in the barn and will not enter Ching Chingmo's room until he allows him to sleep in the house. The father-in-law is very angry with Shu Wuhou, and the son-in-law told his father-in-law that he understood him and will not contradict or argue with him, and that he is 100% right in everything. Shu Wuhou moved to a safe distance from his father-in-law and said that he was leaving already and there was no need to worry about him, and that he would not anger their family. The father-in-law realized that the Mao family and the Li family had hired a swordsman, and this was not a simple problem, and Shu Wuhou was doomed and decided his fate in an instant. Shu Wuhou won't survive and they need to find a way to defend themselves. And Ching Chingmo's mother didn't know that the families hired a swordsman for the task. Shu Wuhou listened to the Ching family's conversation, and his father-in-law did not find out all the information about the swordsman and does not know whether the family can survive the attack. Shu Wuhou didn't understand what swords were being talked about, but it seemed like the Ching family was worried, and he was obliged to help them in a critical and important situation. Shu Wuhou realized the old man had kept silent about this during their dialogue, and he was not 100% sure that he could help the Ching family, and he was weak. Shu Wuhou looked at the conflict between the Ching family and other families, and they told the man that he could not enter without the permission of the Ching family. And at that very moment, the Ching family suddenly pushed the man out of the house, and they told the scoundrel to get out of there and not come back there with threats. People are discussing that it seems like the Mao and Li families are provoking the Ching family and they want to buy weapons from them. But all the conditions are not pleasing to the Ching family. The father-in-law is nervous and asked the people who dared to break through their gates of the Ching family and let them quickly answer the question, otherwise he will offend them. Mao Chen told Mr. Ching that they both came there to discuss the merger of the Ching family's arms business with the Mao and Li family, and that this is the goal. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Wanfeng, stood nearby and he apologized to Mr. Ching for the inconvenience, and he did not want to bother the Ching family there. The father-in-law asked Li Wanfeng and Mao Zhen if they really thought that if they had weapons they could destroy the Ching family, and he would not allow it. Mao Zhen said 70% of the people in Lingang City have already invested in their 2 stores, and do their families still have doubts? Li Wanfeng asked Mr. Ching if their Ching family also had a lot of weapons, and therefore they were not nervous and not afraid of attacks from families. Mr. Ching told Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng that of course his Ching family has weapons, and they are ready to fight back against any family and defeat their enemies. Li Wanfeng and Mao Zhen want to look at the Ching family's weapons and see if he is lying to them, and their family's reputation is at risk, and they are losing their grip. Mao Zhen pointed at the people and told Mr. Ching that this would become a witness so that no one would slander the reputation of the cool Ching family. People said that the market was captured by the Mao and Li families, and the Ching family was no match for them, and it looked like they were doomed to fail and would not be able to defeat them. Mr. Ching realized that their family only has swords, but he doesn't know, and this worries him whether their swords can compare with the swords of the Mao and Li families. Qing Ye ordered Qing San to bring the forged places, and he wants to surprise Mao and Li, and they hope in vain that they will not be able to surprise both families with anything. Qing San told Mr. Qing Ye that their swords were no better than Mao and Li's swords, but Qing Ye told his friend to do what he asked, and that it was so important. Qing Ye believes that their swords will be no worse than the swords of the Mao and Li families, and they are not ready to compete with the hegemons, and they are much richer than the family. Shu Wuhou realized that it was so noisy there, and he was a shadow man who had to try his best to restore his reputation, and he would fix the situation. Shu Wuhou is still thinking about how to help his father-in-law, and let him not doubt his skills, and he has changed a lot and strengthened his skills. Shu Wuhou went into the barn and found the place where the swords are kept and wants to know if he can stop Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng, and they are annoying them. Shu Wuhou found a sword, and this sword is of good quality, and he will be able to punish the vile Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng for threatening their family. And at that moment the sword began to glow, and Shu Wuhou realized that he had clearly found a treasure, and that his father-in-law should not worry, and he would immediately correct the situation. Shu Wuhou continued to look at the glow of the sword, and he didn't care about the power and strength of the Mao and Li families, and this did not give them the right to threaten others. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and it looks like his father-in-law will find this sword useful, and he has a feeling as if he was born for this sword, and this is his destiny. Shu Wuhou studied other swords and realized that he was very lucky, and found the perfect place to improve his skills, and he did not forget anything. Shu Wuhou found out that all these swords are made of metal, and thinks he can take a few, and no one will notice as he took a couple of swords for himself. But when Shu Wuhou did not expect this, Ching-san entered the barn and was surprised by Shu Wuhou's behavior and asked what he was doing in the barn. Ching-san said the Ching family is in a critical situation, and Shu Wuhou is thinking about how to steal a pair of swords, and he began to search for the meaning. Shu Wuhou told Ching-san that he didn't want to steal the swords from them and wanted to take them back and show everyone that the Ching family also had good weapons. Shu Wuhou picked up the box with swords and realized everything was fine, and his friend Ching-san almost caught him off guard, but luckily he had already found a way. Shu Wuhou told Ching-san to quickly raise his swords and why he was standing aside and doing nothing, and let him carry out the order, and this was so important. Mr. Ching told Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng that they could check the quality of their swords there and make sure that he was not lying and was telling the truth. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are delighted, and the swords of the Ching family look very bad, and they want to see the humiliation of the Ching family, and this makes their friends happy. Mr. Ching is tense, and he will protect the family at any cost, and no one from the Mao and Li family can harm them and let them try their luck. And then Mao Zhen swung his sword, and he absolutely does not believe that the Ching has a worthy weapon, and they want to brazenly deceive, and he will prove it to them. Mao Zhen struck with all his might at the swords of the Ching family, and they will definitely not withstand his blow. And Mr. Ching will beg for mercy from their enemies. Shu Wuhou knows that if the swords break, the Ching family's reputation will be ruined, and people should prepare to see the expressions of idiots. And at that very second, suddenly Mao Zhen's sword broke from the blow, and he could not imagine that his sword could break, and it seems he is still sleeping. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng froze in shock, and their friends believed that the Ching family was lying, and their swords would not withstand the blows of other swords, but they were wrong. Mao Zhen can't comprehend how this is possible, and are the swords of the Ching family so strong that they can withstand the blow from his sword? And this is strange. Li Wanfeng and Mr. Ching are at a loss, and maybe they are hallucinating, and there is not a scratch on the Ching family swords, and Mao Zhen was disgraced in front of everyone. Mr. Ching is shocked, and is his sword stronger than Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng's? And he is delighted, and they are lucky, and he loves his Ching family. People said that they were wrong to doubt the quality of the Ching family swords, and it was not for nothing that they had been producing swords for a long time and were still the best in the business. Mao Zhen told his friend that this shouldn't have happened, and that it was nonsense. But Li Wanfeng realized that he and Mao had underestimated the Ching family and made a mistake. Mr. Ching said, Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are standing in the courtyard of the Ching family, and let them remember the rule of the family and leave before he gets angry. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng told Mr. Ching that they had underestimated them and it was time for them to go home, and they hoped he was not offended by them, and it was very important. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng wanted to leave the Ching family's plot as soon as possible, but Shu Wuhou told both friends to wait a minute and have a talk. Shu Wuhou told Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng that they broke down their door and questioned the quality of their swords, and now they both want to just leave. Mao Zhen asked Shu Wuhou what he was really like and why he and his friend couldn't just leave home, and if they had any complaints against them. Mr. Ching wondered if Shu Wuhou was dragging him into trouble there again and causing conflict with Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng, and he was completely stupid. Shu Wuhou told Li Wanfeng and Mao Zhen that his family would do nothing to either of them if they gave 10,000 taels in compensation for the damage. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are completely shocked by Shu Wuhou's conditions, and he wants to ruin them. And why is he so cruel? Because they are friends of their family? Shu Wuhou said the family's door was made from ancient Tungus wood from the Hanshan Mountains in 1907. Shu Wuhou said he was accused of naming a huge sum, but everyone knows that he trades honestly and never lies to his friends. Shu Wuhou says the Tungus tree is worth the money and 10,000 for the door is not that much, and he felt sorry for his friends and he respects them. Mr. Ching would never have thought that Shu Wuhou is still kind to their Ching family, and he protects them and wants to punish their enemies for their insolence. Mao Jun was angry and pointed his finger at Shu Wuhou. And he is a dog and an idiot who is superfluous in the Ching family. And what does he even know, and he pisses everyone off? Mr. Ching told Mr. Mao Jun to watch his language and not to threaten or insult his friend and son-in-law Shu Wuhou, and warned. Mr. Ching told Mao Jun that Shu Wuhou was his son-in-law, and he would not allow anyone to offend him and would guarantee to ruin the life of anyone who offended the family's son-in-law. Mao Jun is shocked by Mr. Ching Seely's words, and it seems he respects Shu Wuhou and his son-in-law under the protection of the Ching family, and they will not be able to beat him. Li Wanfeng told Mao Jun that the crowd was not on their side, and they would both rather pay 5,000 taels than lose the reputation of their two families. Li Wanfeng handed over to Mr. Ching Seely, and this is compensation for the door, and can they go? And they have no complaints, and they do not want conflicts. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and it seems that these two friends don't mind spending 10,000 taels, and he could get used to taking money from their friends. Shu Wuhou said Mao Jun and Li Wanfeng seem to have misunderstood him, and each of them must pay 10,000 taels to them. Mao Jun and Li Wanfeng are surprised, and why Shu Wuhou is becoming impudent, and he brazenly raised the price for compensation, and he wants to leave them without money. Mr. Ching Seely asked Li Wanfeng and Mao Jun if there was something wrong and they could settle the matter in another way if they didn't pay them. Mr. Ching Seely showed the guards of the Ching family, and they will easily punish Mao Jun and Li Wanfeng in a couple of minutes and teach them manners there. Shu Wuhou and Li Wanfeng are in complete shock, and he didn't think that his father-in-law still had such beauty, and it's better not to take risks with them. Mao Jun and Li Wanfeng gave the money, and Shu Wuhou is so happy when both sides agree and the enemies understand they won't survive Billy's attack. Shu Wuhou asks his friends to come to the Ching family's house more often, and they have a flower vase and it costs only 5,000 taels and it's a discount. Li Wanfeng and Mao Jun asked Mr. Shu Wuhou not to joke like that, and they won't be able to buy the vase. And they don't have any money left anyway, and these are facts. Shu Wuhou told his friends that the dog next to them was Wang Chai, and it was not that expensive. Only 52,000 taels, and they could buy Wang Chai. Mao Jun and Li Wanfeng quickly escaped from there, and Shu Wuhou wishes his friends good luck, and the Ching family has a weapon that will destroy them all. Shu Wuhou is glowing with happiness, and he took 20,000 taels from the enemies, and they gave the money themselves and were afraid to argue. And it's so cool. People said the Li and Mao families overestimated their power and wanted to simply destroy the Ching family, but ruined their reputation in the house. Mr. Ching Seely said that even if Shu Wuhou taught his enemies a lesson, he could go to the ladies and calm his nerves from the stress of business. And at that very moment, Mr. Ching Seely stopped talking and realized he had almost gotten caught again. And it was good that he hadn't said anything about the ladies and that it was dangerous. Shu Wuhou is still thinking about 20,000 taels and how powerful he will become if he buys metal with this money, and he wants to know. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou did not notice the 20,000 in his hands, and who dared to steal his money, and he will teach the manners of a thief immediately. Mr. Ching Seely asked Shu Wuhou if it was time for him to go to the warehouse, and his son-in-law asked his father-in-law if he could return his money, and that he deserved everything. But Mr. Ching Seely kicked Shu Wuhou, and 20,000 taels are needed to fix the door, and let the son-in-law take care of the matter. And this is so important. Shu Wuhou didn't think that Mr. Ching Seely would be more impudent than him, and without thinking twice, he took 20,000 taels. And why is he so cruel? Mr. Ching Seely knows Shu Wuhou is a good person, and he definitely has potential and talent, and he must understand the essence of their family's business. Mr. Ching Seely hopes that when Shu Wuhou becomes more serious, he will be able to bear the burden of the Ching family. And this is not an easy job for Shu's son-in-law. Afterwards, Mr. Ching Seely entered the Ching family hall and wanted to ask Ching-san something, and let his colleague answer his questions and be interesting. Mr. Ching Seely told Ching-san that he checked the swords and they were empty, and whether anyone touched the swords, and the sword was picked up by San and Shu Wuhou. Mr. Ching Seely wondered if the swords had become stronger because of Shu Wuhou's son-in-law, and whether he was involved in the Ching family's success, or if it was a friend's guess. Mr. Ching Seely realized this was impossible. Is Shu Wuhou capable of such a thing? Is Shu Wuhou's father really Shu's brother? Is this what intrigues the family? At this time, Shu Wuhou came to the warehouse and thought that Mr. Ching Seely didn't even say thank you, although he saved the reputation of the Ching family with swords. Shu Wuhou finally finished everything, and he completed all the work on time and cannot worry. And these are Mr. Ching Seely's problems, and he is their boss. Shu Wuhou is very upset, and he is sitting without money locked in a warehouse. And why can't Mr. Ching Seely forgive all the actions of their son-in-law? Shu Wuhou doesn't know where to find metal, and he has to develop skills. And the master said that he should always soak the bowl with metal. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou came up with a brilliant plan. And it's not for nothing that he is a gifted talent, and no one can stop the flow of his thoughts, and he is a genius. Shu Wuhou noticed many swords of the Ching family in the barn in front of him, and he was incredibly lucky and why he was nervous then, and simply did not know. Shu Wuhou saw a lot of metal in the barn, and fortunately Mr. Chingchi locked him up and no one would interfere with his development of skills, and he deserved it. Shu Wuhou is so happy and wants to go to the restroom, and it seems that the master was not lying when he meant that he could become stronger, and this is true. Shu Wuhou realized that there were so many useless weapons there and no one would blame him if he took them, because he had helped the Ching family in the dispute. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and the barn is his paradise, and there is so much metal there and his strength will increase if he invests metal in skills, and he is no longer nervous. Shu Wuhou finally decided that he had put everything together, and Mr. Chingchi would not scold him, and he had completed everything 100%. And this was his masterclass. Shu Wuhou put all the swords in one pile and thought that it was perfect, and if someone said that he was wrong, he would rearrange the swords and it would not matter. Shu Wuhou still looks at the huge tower of swords, and his wife Qingqingmo will soon respect him and he will protect her from any enemies. Shu Wuhou decided that the time had come for special training, and in this life he would correct the shortcomings and not repeat past mistakes, and this was his goal. A bowl appeared in front of Shu Wuhou and he will fill it with metal, and it will be interesting to see how much he will improve the skills that the guru spoke about. Shu Wuhou began to fill the bowl with metal, and has no doubt that he brilliantly decided to invest in his strength, and the Ching family will not know everything. Shu Wuhou's body began to fill with energy, and he felt a surge of strength and energy. And it was not in vain that he waited for the moment to put the metal into himself. Shu Wuhou realized that if he trained at this pace, very soon no one would be able to compare to him and he would defeat all his enemies. Shu Wuhou realized this was the 9th meridian, and he had not felt it in his body before. But the master showed the true path and the student's potential. Shu Wuhou instantly opened the 9th meridian, and immediately reached the peak of the blood realm, and what awaits him in the future. And he is going towards his dream and is so happy. At this time, the ladies are working in the Imperial Eel Hall, and 2 people have come to visit them, and they want to find out all the information. Shile picked his teeth and realized they were close to the goal, but Shu Wuhou was able to hide from them. But he shouldn't hope for success and they will catch him. The lady asks Shile and Shisen to come visit more often, and they are waiting for them and will arrange the best games and will not let the dear guests get bored in the bar. Shisen said Shu Wuhou is not there and there is no one to have fun with, but Shile is not nervous, and he will see Shu Wuhou tomorrow, and he is at the Ching family's house. Shisen and Shile wanted to leave, but someone called them and wanted to tell them something important and asked them to listen, and they would take action together immediately. Shile asked the stranger who he was and why he stopped them. But Shisen's friend recognized the stranger but did not know why his brother approached both of them. Shisen said to Shile, Zuangping is standing in front of them, and he is popular in Lingang City, and it seems he has a task for them and they are interested. Zuangping threw down the bag of money and asked Shile and Shisen to help him kill someone and gave 100 taels in advance and believed in their talents. Shisen and Shile are delighted, and Zuangping gave 100 gold taels, and he is so generous, but they do not understand who needs to be killed, and it seems like the matter is important. Shisen and Shile are serious and they will kill anyone, and both want to hear the name of the scoundrel, and for the task both will receive thousands of taels. Zuangping ordered Shile and Shisen to kill Shu Wuhou for him, and he doesn't want to leave and always interferes with his plans, and he wants to teach the bastard a lesson. Shisen and Shile were completely shocked and asked Zuangping if he didn't know that Shu Wuhou was their best friend and that they wouldn't harm Shu's brother. Zuangping asked Shile and Shisen if they didn't care about Shu Wuhou, if they got paid, and why were they worried about their friend and he was an idiot. Shisen and Shile told Zuangping that although Shu Wuhou is not their blood brother, their hearts and souls are life and death, and they are always together with Shu. Zuangping asked Shisen and Shile what they had decided and let them report the verdict and be ready to take the life of Shu Wuhou's best friend. Shisen and Shile decided and are ready to kill Shu Wuhou. But Zuangping is not a poor man and is obliged to pay extra, and the friends will no longer have any problems. Zuangping is happy, and he has no doubt that for money, friends are ready to betray each other, and Shile and Shisen will punish Shu Wuhou when the bastard is vulnerable. Zuangping told Shisen and Shile that as soon as they complete the task, he will give 500 taels to both of them, and the friends are immediately ready to complete the mission. Every time the blood key meridian opens, it will increase its strength, and an ordinary person, having reached the key stage, will become as strong as a bull. Due to the fact that the black bowl is filled with liquid pure energy, it increases the level of strength threefold, and Shu Wuhou felt the power. Shu Wuhou thought, if the meridian increases strength threefold, then one level is considered 3, and therefore it seems he is at the 9th level. Shu Wuhou wondered if he was level 27, and he urgently needed to find a place where he could test his strength, and that was interesting. Shu Wuhou realized the warehouse was too small, and if an explosion occurred already on the 27th level, he would be immediately identified, and the warehouse was not an option. And at that very moment, two people suddenly burst into the warehouse with a roar. And Shilei and Shisen want to severely punish Shu Wuhou for Zuangping. Shisen and Shilei told Shu Wuhou that they came to take his life and he has nowhere to hide and is trapped and will not get out of the warehouse. Shu Wuhou was surprised to see Shilei and Shisen and why they wanted to fight him there and take his life and how he had harmed both friends. Shu Wuhou said to Shisen and Shilei that it seems like they both didn't come today to drink with him and that they definitely have a different task. Shilei told his friend Shu Wuhou, of course they won't drink with him, and Shisen told his brother Shu, someone paid them for his death and he is doomed. Shu Wuhou asked Shisen and Shilei why they wanted him dead, and whether he remembered how they called each other brothers, or whether they had forgotten everything. Shisen and Shilei asked the idiot Shu Wuhou if he thought they were his brothers, and that they were just drinking at the expense of another idiot and cheating Wuhou. Shu Wuhou told Shisen and Shilei to quickly report who sent them on the mission, and he remembers their friendship and does not want to kill and will forgive both of them. Shisen told Shu Wuhou that he and Shilei also remember everything and let their friend complete the task himself, so that the brothers don't get their hands dirty, and that's the goal. Shu Wuhou asked Shisen and Shilei if they both thought they could kill him, and it seemed they weren't afraid to die and he would teach them a lesson. Shisen and Shilei think Shu Wuhou is funny, and he brazenly got involved with the Taoist masters and clearly can't harm them even if he wanted to. And then Shilei took out a knife and told Shu Wuhou that he would give him a knife and wanted to know if he could kill a friend, and he would make him hit his friend. Shilei's cultivation level is at the 6th level of Qi, and Shu Wuhou is still too young to know his strength, and he won't be able to defeat Brother Lei. Shisen asks Shilei not to torment Shu Wuhou, saying he is their friend and has not forgotten about the past games with him, and let him give him a chance to succeed. But suddenly at that moment Shisen froze in place from shock, and he clearly did not expect this from Shu Wuhou, and it seems their friend has changed a lot. Shu Wuhou swung a knife and wounded Shilei and does not tolerate bullying, and will punish everyone for bullying and wanting to harm a friend, and this is a mistake. Shu Wuhou is serious, and he gives Shilei and Shisen one last chance and they must repent for their sins. Otherwise he will take revenge for everything. Shisen was surprised and asked Shu Wuhou if he was hiding his strength, and Shilei was at the 6th level, but Brother Shir had no chance in a fight with him. Shu Wuhou told Shisen it was not his fault, and he and Shilei came for his life and provoked him because he warned them about the threat. Shu Wuhou brought a knife to Shisen's forehead and ordered him to tell who hired them and who assigned the task, and he would not leave his friend alone until he said it. Shu Wuhou asked Shisen if he was sent by Ling Qingxi or Zuangping, and let his friend tell the whole truth, otherwise he would get injured immediately. Shisen told Shu Wuhou that he is 100% right, and that Zuangping sent him and he wants to kill him, and he asks his friend to pity him for his sins. Shu Wuhou asked Shisen if he really wanted his friend to forgive him, and if he wasn't the one who said that they were no longer friends and called him an idiot. And at that very moment Shu Wuhou hit Shisen in the face with all his might, and he doesn't want to forgive the bastards and let him learn his lesson forever, and he was so wrong. Shisen flew back a couple of meters and fell to the floor with a crash, and he regretted that he took on the task and wanted to kill his friend Shu Wuhou, and he is so strong. Shu Wuhou realized the power of 27 bulls is powerful, and he easily and without problems knocked out Shisen, and no one was his opponent anymore. But Shu Wuhou doesn't know what to do with Shilei and Shisen, and he found a problem and has to get rid of them while Mr. Ching Seely is not looking. But at that very second, Shu Wuhou turned around and heard sounds behind him, and he wants to check who came and he doesn't want any other problems today. The lady told Shu Wuhou that she was very interested and she saw how Wuhou defeated Shisen and Shilei, and she didn't know that his fighting skills were developed. The lady told Shu Wuhou that she wanted to discuss something with him and why he was connected with the Ching family, and it was not for nothing that Ching Shili appreciated Shu Wuhou's talent. The lady asked who would have thought that the pathetic son-in-law of the Ching family would eventually turn out to be a martial arts master and he would defeat all the enemies. Shu Wuhou saw a lady, and this is Dentention, and she is a special master from the Ching residence. And what is she doing? And it seems she has a goal, and this is a fact. Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that he had ruined his reputation in Lingang in vain, and asked her son-in-law if he was afraid of pain and wanted to know. Dentention wants to touch Shu Wuhou and tell her son-in-law all the information about the techniques, and he has potential, and she believes her friend. Shu Wuhou froze in place in surprise, and it was not for nothing that Dentention came there, and she has a serious plan and it seems she wants to help him. And at that very moment Shu Wuhou noticed the yin and yang medical scrolls, and the master was not lying, and soon he would learn the secret techniques, and he was strong. Dentention asked the young master why he was silent, and maybe she should repeat the question, and she was waiting for her son-in-law Shu to answer the words. Shu Wuhou told Dentention not to worry about his health, and he knows how to avoid making mistakes in such a situation, and does not worry. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that she couldn't cure the disease if she didn't know anything about her illness. and it looked like she didn't have much time left. Dentention was completely shocked and asked Shu Wuhou how he found out about this, and she never told anyone about the disease, but her son-in-law found out. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he sees the disease in her eyes, and it is not for nothing that he has potential and is clearly a professional in these matters. Shu Wuhou can't believe that the master just left the yin and yang medical scrolls and that he got a beautiful patient and is already taking a risk. Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that he is so kind to her and is ready to help immediately, and she appreciates the care and will help with any problem of a friend. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he is also very strong like Naruto or Luffy, and Tension can have no doubt about his friend's strength and skills. Dentention knows the news of her injury must not reach the Chu family, and it looks like she will have to take Shu Wuhou's life, and he is a clear threat. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he wasn't 100% sure, but he would diagnose the problem as a professional, and he immediately understood what the problem was. Shu Wuhou pointed his finger and said to Dentention, "It seems like there is a trauma in her heart, and he knows how to help, and her friend should trust the master." Dentention asked Master Shu Wuhou if he could cure her, and she absolutely believes their young master Shu Wuhou is capable of many things. Shu Wuhou checked Dentention's pulse, and he had never been so happy and easily got used to the work of a doctor, and Shu is a professional. Shu Wuhou is in complete shock, and he has never seen such a beauty as Dentention, and she is ideal for any man, but he has already changed. Shu Wuhou asks Dentention not to misunderstand him, but the master is only interested in money and not beautiful women, and these are the principles of the doctor. Dentention asked Master Shu Wuhou how much her friend wanted for the treatment, and she was ready to give money but wanted to hear the amount from the doctor. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he would give her a discount and would definitely not take less, and she need not worry, and he promised not to let her down. Dentention thought that healing her illness for 300,000 taels was very cheap, and Shu Wuhou offered a favorable price, and she was so happy. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that she must first pay him 300 taels and does not want to bargain, and hopes she will understand the situation. Dentention asked Shu Wuhou if he was really asking for only 300 taels and not 300,000, and Shu Wuhou doesn't understand money and he is stupid. Shu Wuhou asked Dentention what she was thinking, and if this price was too high, let them wait until she died, and he was dissatisfied. Dentention asks Shu Wuhou not to worry about the payment and let him show the result, and the master wants to find a secluded place for treatment. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and with the skills of yin and yang, he can cure any disease, and for 300 taels he can buy a lot of steel and become cool. Dentention said a huge thank you to brother Shu Wuhou, and she will forever remember his help and will never forget the master's care. Dentention and Shu Wuhou decided to deceive each other, and it seems they did not understand each other's main goal and consider each other idiots. And it's funny. Shu Wuhou asks Dentention to go to the warehouse and he will help her and she will not get sick, and he guarantees the result and asks her not to be afraid. Shu Wuhou asks Dentention to lie down and lower her dress a little, and the dog doesn't understand whether people really have such games, and he's very interested. Dentention asked Master Shu Wuhou if she could lie down like this, and she would follow his instructions, and he was a professional, and she trusted the master. Dentention saw Master Shu Wuhou's reaction, and she asked her friend if he was okay, and Shu said he was okay, and the master was in the mood. Wanchai is amazed by Shu Wuhou's actions and what he is doing to Dentention, and he wants her not to move, and he will do everything himself, and this is important. Wanchai quickly walked towards Dentention, and Shu Wuhou asked what Wanchai was doing there and why he was so happy, and Tension was a beauty. Wanchai is happy and looks at Dentention's legs, and she is incredible, and no one can compare to her in beauty, and let Shu Wuhou leave from there. Dentention is furious and the dog is annoying her. And why is Wanchai pestering her there, and she is distracted from the main matter and interferes with her with Shu Wuhou. Shu Wuhou is jealous of Wanchai's dog, and he can pester women without anyone scolding him, and how Dentention tolerates Wanchai's games. The dog Wanchai thought about the incredible taste of Dentention's feet, and he doesn't want to leave her and hopes she doesn't mind, and the dog is so kind to the lady. But at that very second, Dentention kicked Wanchai's dog and told the demon to leave there and broke through the wall, and Wanchai irritates her and pesters her. Dentention learned that the dog Wanchai looks like his master, and that Master Shu Wuhou loves women very much, and how Ching Mo tolerates the actions of her husband Shu. The dog Vankai lost consciousness, but he is happy, and Dentention is a kind and sweet lady, and how can you be angry with an angel? He remembered the smell of her feet. Shu Wuhou told the dog Wanchai that he had done a great thing that he had not dared to do. Wanchai's deeds would be praised by people all over the world. Dentention is angry and asks Shu Wuhou to stop this, and if he can cure her and let him cure her, otherwise she will leave, and he is making the lady nervous. Shu Wuhou said Dentention would certainly cure her and asked the lady to turn her back and that he needed an acupuncture point on the back of his girlfriend. Dentention turned her back and she believes in Shu Wuhou's skills, and he guarantees 100% that he can cure her illness there. Shu Wuhou admires Dentention's beauty and her clear skin, and he wants to know everything, but his skills are not given for this and remembers the goal. Dentention asks Master Shu Wuhou to be gentle, and she is afraid that it will hurt her, and hopes that the master has experience in treating people. Shu Wuhou asks Dentention not to worry, and she can no longer think about anything and trust him, and the master has a practiced hand in treatment. Shu Wuhou is serious, and he took the needle in his hands and applied the power of acupuncture, and Dentention will soon get rid of the disease, and this is a fact. Shu Wuhou brought the needle to Dentention's back, and it will not harm the lady, and Master Shu Wuhou will perform the treatment without any problems and promises the lady. Dentention screamed in pain, and Shu Wuhou deceived her, and she was in pain. But the master promised that he had a trained hand and was a professional doctor. Shu Wuhou continued to use acupuncture techniques and knows the human body and the points responsible for the functioning of the organs and will no longer touch them. Dentention decided that if Shu Wuhou could cure her, there would be no problem. But if he deceived her, she would immediately destroy the entire Ching family. Shu Wuhou is confident that his needle technique can cure Dentention's ailments, but she is obliged to believe and not doubt the master. Dentention is in a lot of pain, but she endures it, and Shu Wuhou knows what he's doing, and his treatment methods are amazing, and he gave hope, and he's a genius. Dentention was shocked, and did Shu Wuhou really use the technique of thousands of pricks in 1 second, and she didn't expect that Master Shu was so good. Dentention knows that the best doctors use this acupuncture technique, and where Shu Wuhou learned such techniques and amazed the lady. Shu Wuhou asks Dentention to wait, and there is still one place left for the injection, and Dentention is strong and she will endure all the suffering. And at that very second, Shu Wuhou stuck a needle into Dentention's body, and it surprised him, and not every person is able to not scream during treatment. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he had finished the treatment and asked the lady to quickly cover herself so that no one would see and misunderstand there. Dark Qi began to leave Dentention's body, and Shu Wuhou's methods helped her, although at first she did not believe in the success of the treatment. Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that the Dark Qi had already left her body, and she felt much better, and thanked Master for everything. Shu Wuhou said that his shoulder was a little tired, and Dentention already understood that Lingen is the most incredible city and good people live there. Dentention realized that Shu Wuhou had been hiding his strength for so long, and he was afraid that his plan would be exposed, which is why he was acting so strangely. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he saw how she looked at him, and judging by her reaction, it looks like he will get his money and he is waiting for a reward. Dentention didn't think that Shu Wuhou was so good at medicine, and he told her not to try to lower the price and she should already give 300 taels. Dentention told Shu Wuhou why he didn't offer her a lower price for the treatment, and 300 taels are cheap, and she appreciates his concern. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that, having appreciated her respect for him, he immediately offered her a small discount and did not want to lose an important client. Dentention said a huge thank you to Master Shu Wuhou and gave 299 taels for the treatment and seems to really appreciate it. Shu Wuhou thought that the treatment only cost 100 taels, and for her it's a small amount, but for him it's a huge amount of money, and he will invest the money in developing his skills. Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that if she doesn't want to take money from her, she's willing to offer something else and play with Master. But Shu Wuhou started to get angry and asked Dentention if she really wanted to harm his body, and he would take the money, and he was a normal guru. Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that it seems his life in the Ching family is unenviable, and how about an agreement and she can help Mastery? Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that someone had been poisoned, and he was obliged to help with detoxification and would receive 100 taels for treating his friend. Shu Wuhou said Dentention is offending him, and one consultation with the master will cost 500 taels, and he does not bargain with her, and this is a fact. Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that she would give the doctor a maximum of 300 taels for the treatment, and it was his right to agree or not, and the principal, Shu Wuhou, started to pull Dentention's hand and asked what they were doing with her, and he agreed to 300 taels, and there was no need to waste time like that. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and he continues to drag Dentention there behind him and hopes that he will help the patient sooner and get the money. Shu Wuhou, anticipating Dentention would bargain, deliberately raised the price, and this time he would get a lot of money, and he is cool. Dentention thought about it, and it seems like Shu Wuhou is really stupid and she doesn't understand. And did she really overestimate the master and always surprise her? Dentention asked Shu Wuhou if he hadn't said that it wouldn't hurt, but his acupuncture wasn't perfect and the master was distracted. Dentention is furious and wants to beat Master Shu Wuhou for his insolence, and why the master stared at her body during acupuncture. Shu Wuhou started to run away from Dentention. And it is not his fault that the lady is so beautiful, and he could not take his eyes off her body, and he is a good genius. After some time, Dentention brought Shu Wuhou to the territory where the patient is located, and she accidentally found a solution to her friend's problem. Dentention asks Master Shu Wuhou to wait a little while, and she will investigate the situation and report all the information to Master Shu Wuhou. Shu Wuhou thought Dentention was so mysterious, and she intrigued him, and he wanted to know her opinion about his profession as a doctor and his skills. Dentention entered the building and wants to report about Master Wuhou, and the patient should not be afraid of the master, and he will improve her friend's health. Dentention approached Yufong, and it was important to know about his health. And she cared, and she promised to bring a doctor, and he would help his friend. Yufong woke up and looked around, and it seemed like someone had already entered the building, but he fell asleep and didn't notice how Lady Dentention had crept up. And at that very second, Yufeng suddenly started screaming, and he was hysterical and couldn't calm down, and why Dentention came to him at night. Yufeng pressed himself against the wall and asked Dentention what she wanted to do with him there, and ordered her not to approach him, otherwise she would scream. Dentention asks Yufeng to be obedient and she will not harm him, and he has nothing to worry about and there is no danger, and she guarantees her friend. Dentention was injured and worried that Yufeng would tell about everything, so she tied him up and wanted to let him go, and he was not a threat to her. Dentention told Yufeng that she would help remove the poison from his body, and he doesn't understand why the witch became kind and what Tension is planning. Dentention asked Yufeng if something was wrong, and it seemed like Feng didn't want to leave and had gotten used to Sister Tension and let him explain his actions. But suddenly Yufeng grabbed Dentention's leg and begged his sister not to torture him again, and he was scared when she acted mysteriously. Dentention told Yufeng that he was truly free, and that she wasn't lying, and that he had to trust her because his sister never lied and respected her brother. And at that very moment, Dentention freed Yufeng from the shackles, and she no longer wanted to keep him captive and only wanted to help cure the disease. Yufeng couldn't believe his luck and asked Dentention if she was really letting him go and why she made such a decision, and surprised him. Dentention told Yufeng that he could go, but he had to promise her something later, and she would help remove the poison from his friend's body. Yufeng told Dentention that this poison was his father's handiwork, and he had already consulted all the famous doctors and they were unable to cure him. Dentention remembers how Shu Wuhou helped her get rid of her illness, and she is 100% sure that the master will help Yufeng, and he is a genius. Yufeng grabbed Dentention's leg again, and she is a gift of fate, and he is eternally grateful to her, and his sister does not know why her brother falls at her feet. Yufeng told Dentention that she is so kind, and she is like a mother to him, and he will not forget her good deeds. But Sister Dai is tired of her friend's hysterics. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that she finally returned and asked her friend who was next to her and whether he was seeing this person for the first time and who he was. Dentention threw Yufeng in front of Shu Wuhou and told Master Shu to quickly cure this guy, and she hopes that the master will fix him. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he would easily cure Yufeng and there would be no problems, and that she should not be nervous and watch Shu's skills. But when no one expected this, Shu Wuhou asked Dentention if her friend Yufeng had speed, and it seems the result is not a lie, and it is true. Yufeng gets angry and told Shu Wuhou it's not AIDS, and the master remembers one rule, and the client is always right and he doesn't want to argue with the patient there. Yufeng said all this because of his idiot father, who created a stupid illusion so that the ladies would avoid him, and he did not communicate with them for 3 days. Shu Wuhou was angry and asked Yufeng if it was really only 3 days, and he hadn't interacted with the ladies for only 3 days, but was acting like he had been there for an eternity. Shu Wuhou should be calm and he came to help, and still, Yufeng's problems and his thoughts are stupid, but these are the patient's character traits. Shu Wuhou asks Yufeng not to be nervous and that this is not a complicated illness, and that he will cure his friend with acupuncture and let his friend start undressing already. Yufeng immediately threw his clothes aside and told Master Shu Wuhou that he understood his order and believed Master Wuhou would cure him with acupuncture. Yufeng asks Master Shu Wuhou to come closer to him, and that his friend is not contagious and the master is obliged to conduct an analysis and find out his problem. Shu Wuhou is completely shocked, and did Yufeng really undress so quickly? And he is a very strange person, and in vain did the master get involved with Dentention. Yufeng told Master Shu Wuhou thank you for the compliment, and he usually undresses faster. But Shu thinks that Yufeng is an idiot, and he irritates him. Dentention knows Yufeng has no conscience and she wants to punish him for everything. But she feels sorry for beating up an idiot and let the master teach the bastard a lesson. After some time, Shu Wuhou helped Yufeng and realized that Yufeng's problem was in his head, and it seemed like he needed a psychologist and he didn't understand the idiot's logic. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng that everything was ready and he got rid of the disease. But a friend is obliged to monitor his health and take measures in time. And this is a fact. Shu Wuhou told Dentention to give him 300 taels and he would count all the coins, and she agreed because the master helped her with Yufeng's problem. Shu Wuhou is happy, and this time he got a lot more money, and 300 taels will help him upgrade important skills before the tournament starts. Yufong listened to Shu Wuhou's words and wondered if the master had only taken 300 taels for the treatment, and why was it so cheap? And maybe there was a catch in the treatment. Yufeng asked Dentention if Shu Wuhou really charges 300 taels for treatment, and that was all the money he had, and she invited a liar. Dentention asked Yufeng. It seems he regrets the arrival of Guru and Master Shu Wuhou, and he can bring back the disease, and this is important. Yufeng wondered why he was angry and that this was a private transaction, and Master Shu Wuhou helped and cured him of his illness, and 300 taels was not expensive. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng that since he was healed, the master would leave, and he finally had money, and Dentention found a client, and he was glad to meet them. Yufeng thought Shu Wuhou was amazing, and he wanted to befriend him and make a lot of money, and wanted to know a lot of information about Shu. But suddenly at that very second, Dentention grabbed Yufeng by the shoulder and said, "Master Shu Wuhou is her ideal, and she will not give her friend to anyone." Dentention told Yufeng not to even think about it, and she knows how he looked at Master Dentention and was able to read her friend's thoughts. The next morning, Shu Wuhou had breakfast with Dentention and Yufeng and wants to find out important information about the tournament if his friends know. Dentention told her brother Shu Wuhou that he was so funny and they were so lucky that she saw him yesterday and he didn't ignore her wishes. Dentention told Shu Wuhou that the tournament would start soon and whether the master wanted to participate in the tournament, and it seemed that Wuhou was already serious. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that if he came to Lingang it would be too easy and he wanted to impress people and convince everyone. Shu Wuhou knows that if he arrives in Lingang too early, the people there will want to finish him off quickly with such a reputation, and he knows the risks. Shu Wuhou and Yufeng told Dentention that they would arrive at the tournament at the last minute, and that they were both noble and talented participants. After a while, the participants began to enter the ring, and each raised their flag and supported their favorite fighters and believed in their success. Pingcheng kicked his opponent in the face, and he will not spare the enemy and wants to impress the public and prove that the Z family is the strongest there. Pingcheng defeated his opponent without a chance and was cautious, but hit his opponent with a furious technique, and no one will stop the Z family in battles. Pingcheng told people that the Z family has won again, and who doubts the potential of the Z family and that they are the most talented and successful people. Pingcheng told people that the Z family is invincible, and whoever dares to challenge them will be punished by the fighter who wants to fight. Mr. Chingchi realized that he had lost 5 fights in a row to the Z family, and it was no wonder that Pingcheng behaved so brazenly in the ring, and he had defeated all his enemies. According to the rules of family games, the loser already gives up part of the business, and if they lose, the Ching family will immediately fly out of the city. The daughter asked her father why she didn't fight the enemy, but Mr. Chingchi told his daughter that her chi power was not enough to win, and it was dangerous. And then, Zuangping turned to Mr. Ching, and last year he made a bet with Shu Wuhou, and his son-in-law made a promise, and his friend would remind him of everything. Zuangping said last year that he and Shu Wuhou promised that if he didn't take first place, he would pay him with everything their family had. Zuangping grinned evilly and told Mr. Ching that Shu Wuhou's son-in-law didn't even show up for the tournament and should hand over the family's property. Mr. Ching thought Shu Wuhou was an idiot, and why did he always drag him into trouble and didn't even show up for the tournament and let his family down? But suddenly, Shu Wuhou told Zuangping not to rush to take the prize. And maybe he has problems in his personal life and he is in a hurry to see a doctor. All the people were shocked to see Shu Wuhou, and they didn't think that the coward Shu would have the strength and character to come to the tournament. But he is not afraid of Zuangping. Zuangping asked Shu Wuhou how he decided to come to the tournament, and it seems he is tired of life and the idiot Shu makes strange decisions. Shu Wuhou told Zuangping that he not only decided to come to the tournament today, but also prepared a good gift and would please his friend right away. And at that very moment, people with a coffin came onto the stage and started dancing. And Shu Wuhou wanted to impress Zuangping and let the bastard remember the show. One of the artists smiled at Zuangping, and Mr. Shu Wuhou asked them to put on a show for their best friend and that they would not let him down at the tournament. Shu Wuhou put on his glasses and said to Zuangping, "Life and death are bordering and so unpredictable, and we must cherish every moment in life." Shu Wuhou told Zuangping that when his coffin was lifted, the Ching family funeral team would send their friend on his final journey to eternal life. Zuangping's blood pressure rose and he began to lose consciousness right in the tournament due to Shu Wuhou's actions, and Pingcheng is worried about his friend. Chingmo thought this was a funny show, and where Shu Wuhou found such funny performers amazed Zuangping and caught the enemy off guard with the show. People are happy with Shu Wuhou's show, and Zuangping will be furious. But it's time for them to stop Shu Wuhou's attacks on Zuangping, and this is important. Mr. Chingchi is angry, and Shu Wuhou is making him nervous, and why he finds adventures everywhere and changes the atmosphere and attracted everyone's attention. And at that moment, Mr. Ching jumped towards Shu Wuhou, and the son-in-law was not mistaken, and realized that his father-in-law was coming to him, and he was serious, and this was a disaster. Mr. Ching hit Shu Wuhou on the head and asked his son-in-law what he was doing there, and didn't he tell him to lock himself in the shed and sit in it all night? Shu Wuhou told his father-in-law that he came to the tournament to help the Ching family and that he cares about them and that a lot depends on the success of the Ching family. Mr. Ching told Shu Wuhou that knowing that the Z family wanted him dead, he still came to the tournament, and the son-in-law immediately noticed his father-in-law's agitation. Shu Wuhou grabbed Mr. Ching Seely's hand and asked his father-in-law not to be nervous, and that he knew how to get out of the situation, and that he would take action. Shu Wuhou jumped into the ring and told Mr. Ching Seely that his son-in-law is 100% ready and will show a masterclass to all families and surprise his enemies. Shu Wuhou stands in the ring and he is not afraid of anyone. And it is not in vain that he has been training for a long time these days and can fight back against opponents. And this is the goal of his son-in-law. Shu Wuhou told people today that he will already win the tournament and become popular in Lingang City and let all people remember him. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou that he was a corpse and should prepare for death. And Pingcheng asked Mr. Zuangping if the boss was okay after the shock. Mo asked Shu Wuhou why he was always arrogant, and she was worried about her husband and that he could get seriously injured there. Shu Wuhou asked his enemies to come into the ring and those who didn't like him, and they have a chance to teach him a lesson and teach him manners, and he is waiting for everyone. Shu Wuhou asks the enemies to come out quickly and they will finish the tournament, and he is so tired and wants to go home and go to bed and gain strength and energy. All the spectators silently looked at Shu Wuhou, and they had never seen such an impudent participant on stage, and Wuhou attracted everyone's attention. People are outraged by Shu Wuhou's behavior, and he is an impudent and vile guy, and how dare he enter the ring and not be afraid that people will beat up the idiot. Shu Wuhou said so many people hate him, why don't they all go to the arena together and punish him for his impudent behavior there? People silently looked at Shu Wuhou, and no one dared to go out into the ring and fight with Shu Wuhou. And they know that the bastard is dangerous in fights. Zuangping said that these are a bunch of people who only know how to fool around all day and have no compassion, and he feels sorry for such people. Zuangping told Pingcheng to get into the ring and teach Shu Wuhou how to be a man, and teach him a lesson that the scoundrel would remember forever. Zuangping told Pingcheng that he had a chance to kill Shu Wuhou, and no one was against it, and people would support him if he accidentally killed Shu. Pingcheng asks Mr. Zuangping not to worry, and understood everything, and Shu Wuhou was wrong to enter the ring, and he will not remain alive. And these are the facts. Shu Wuhou asked Pingcheng why, whenever he gets involved with bald people, they always yell and demand attention, and it's funny. Shu Wuhou told Pingcheng that he didn't understand anything and asked the enemy not to rush and wait a minute. And the friend had to clarify one detail. Shu Wuhou wants to make a bet, and if he loses, the Ching family will be left with nothing, and he guarantees that he will give all the property to the enemy. But if Shu Wuhou defeats Pingcheng, he must do something that he will say a little later and let the opponent be ready for his condition. Pingcheng asked Shu Wuhou if he really thought he could defeat him, and that he wouldn't be able to withstand even the 10 one-armed men's technique in their fight. Shu Wuhou told Pingcheng that it doesn't matter whether he has a chance of success or not. It's all about fairness and achieving justice in the tournament. Shu Wuhou asked Pingcheng. It seems that he and Zuangping really want to intimidate him with the power of the Zhe family and think he will beg them for mercy. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou that if he is fearless, his friend will give him thousands of taels for winning the battle. And Pingcheng is surprised by the boss's generosity and he is cool. Shu Wuhou agrees with Zuangping's condition and asks that he not regret the dispute later and not demand the 1,000 taels back, and that this is their dispute. Shu Wuhou is delighted and he will get thousands of taels without doing anything, and Zuangping is such a good friend and he will never forget his generosity. People said that some thousands of taels made Shu Wuhou happy, and he really deserves his title and reputation as a scumbag, and he is pathetic. People were arguing whether Shu Wuhou really has no money and wants to get thousands of taels from Zuangping at any cost, and this is absurd. People said the greedy young fighter Shu Wuhou deserves 1,000 taels for his head, and it seems he has lost control and is no longer thinking. And at that moment, Mr. Ching Seely appeared behind the people and told them to stop bullying Shu Wuhou's son-in-law, otherwise there would be trouble. Pingcheng took a fighting stance and asked his opponent Shu Wuhou not to lose consciousness from his blows and let him feel the full power of his attacks. Shu Wuhou asks Pingcheng to stop talking nonsense, and he is absolutely confident in himself, and his opponent will not knock him out, and Z will not have enough strength. Shu Wuhou told Pingcheng that it was all completely unimportant, but at the same moment he noticed his opponent's fist in front of his face, and he was in a dangerous situation. And at this moment, Pingcheng hit Shu Wuhou with all his might and wants to slowly injure his opponent and punish him in front of the people. And this is their goal. Mr. Ching Seely is worried about Shu Wuhou, and his son-in-law took a very strong blow in the fight and hopes Shu did not lose consciousness from Zi's attack. Zuangping told the head of the Ching family that the elders have no right and should not interfere in the fights of the younger ones and let him believe in the success of his son-in-law Shu. People are outraged by Shu Wuhou, and he didn't even move from the spot, and it seems he is so scared, and Pingcheng's strength is amazing and the fighter will become a champion. Chingmo hopes that her husband Shu Wuhou was not seriously injured by Pingcheng's attacks, and that he always prepared a surprise for his opponents in battles. But when no one expected this, Shu Wuhou managed to grab the enemy's hand and thought that Pingcheng was stronger and the opponent did not live up to all expectations. Pingcheng froze in shock and wondered if Shu Wuhou had actually stopped his strike with one hand, and where did the idiot get so much energy and strength in his hands? Shu Wuhou decided to add some drama to this fight, and if he wants to get more money, and thousands will help him develop his fighting skills. King Yun said he was not mistaken, and Shu Wuhou blocked the enemy's attack. And Chingmo realized her husband's strength was incredible for the first stage of Kyo. Mr. Ching was extremely pleased and said to Zuangping that it seemed his fighter couldn't believe his eyes and was becoming useless in battle. And Shu Wuhou was surprised. Zuangping was furious and told the scoundrel Shu Wuhou that he was annoying Mr. Pingcheng and ordered him to defeat the opponent there and teach the Ching family a lesson. But Shu Wuhou easily pushed Pingcheng aside, and his strength was not enough to injure him. And the opponent realized that Wuhou was very strong. Pingcheng flew back a couple of meters from his opponent's blow and told Shu Wuhou that he was a scoundrel and wouldn't be able to defeat him anyway, and that he shouldn't believe him. Pingcheng was very angry and asked Shu Wuhou how he dared to underestimate him in battle, and he did not show all the techniques and surprise the scoundrel with an attack. Pingcheng screams, and the audience is delighted with the show, and they believe in the strength and experience of the master, and he will teach a lesson to the impudent Shu Wuhou, who is not so strong. Pingcheng rushed towards Shu Wuhou and told his opponent that he would die today, and that he was in vain trying to protect the honor of the Ching family, and that no one would save him. There was a roar in the arena, and Pingcheng believes in his potential, and Shu Wuhou will not be able to defend himself from his attacks for long, and the scoundrel will lose. After half an hour, people realized that Shu Wuhou was fighting on equal terms with Pingcheng, and that he was really strong for his age and was able to surprise everyone. People are horrified, and they remembered how they teased Shu Wuhou for his weakness, and hope he will not take revenge for this, and forgot that he is their good friend. Pingcheng swung and wanted to hit Shu Wuhou and let him die, and Shu irritates him more than anyone else, and the fighter will avenge the boss Zuangping. But Shu Wuhou is ready to attack his opponent, and it's time to let the enemy get closer to finish the fight, and he has already dragged it out and he put on a show. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou and Pingcheng's fists collided, and neither one wants to lose and will fight until they lose consciousness in battle. Shu Wuhou stood still after the blow, while Pingcheng was far away from finishing, and he could not withstand the blow of his opponent's fist and underestimated the enemy's skills. Pingcheng continued to fly away from Shu Wuhou, and the opponent's blow was very powerful and he was unable to defend himself and regrets that he fought there. Pingcheng almost fell on the spectators and stood on the edge of the ring, and he wants to continue the fight, and if he falls he will lose and he will not make a mistake. Pingcheng kept his balance and was lucky that he didn't fall down and Shu Wuhou was caught off guard, and he definitely needs to be careful with the enemy. Pingcheng stares at Shu Wuhou and wonders why he can't hurt his opponent. And what is it about Shu Wuhou that he doesn't understand? Shu Wuhou stood in front of Pingcheng and smirked at his opponent, saying he was happy with how the fight was going and everything was under control, and he would punish him. Shu Wuhou told Pingcheng it was time for him to go down, and he had a great fight with him, and he could praise himself, and he had worked out all the punches there. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou lightly pushed Pingcheng, and the opponent did not take into account the fact that he was facing a dangerous enemy, and he defeated the scoundrel Z. Pingcheng began to fall on the audience, and it looks like Shu Wuhou is the champion, and he couldn't do anything in the fight, and how did Shu's enemy become so strong? And at that very moment, Pingcheng fell with a crash onto the spectators, and the fighter realized that he was wrong, and that there were much stronger and more powerful fighters in the tournament. People said Pingcheng and Shu Wuhou were equal in strength, and Wuhou was lucky. And is this an indicator of strength? And he clearly did not impress people. Zuangping told Pingcheng that he was an idiot, and how he lost to the foolish Shu Wuhou, and that they were worth each other, and that he was wrong to believe in his friend's success in battle. Shu Wuhou said thank you to Zuangping for the thousands of taels, and Mr. Zelda told the people to give the thousands of taels to Shu Wuhou, and he didn't care anymore. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou to take the money, but did he really hide his strength for so long and act like a scum of society and surprise people? Xie Guangping said Shu Wuhou hid his strength to fight weak opponents, and that the idiot was very lucky in the Lingang tournament. Shu Wuhou was counting money and asked Xie Guangping what he was talking about, and he just didn't hear his words and could repeat the phrases. Shu Wuhou is just pretending to be equal in strength to Xie Pingcheng, so that Xie Guangping will lose to him in the final, and will he have the courage to fight him? Xie Guangping will destroy Shu Wuhou in the ring, and he offered the champion another deal and let Shu Wuhou fight the boss in a fair fight. Xie Guangping told Shu Wuhou that if he wins, he will give the Ji family's market in Xinjiang and 2 silver taels, but he does not demand anything in return. Xie Guangping asked Shu Wuhou what he would say to his conditions, and if he was not a coward, let him fight him. And the boss wanted to test the skills of a newbie. Shu Wuhou realized that Xie Guangping is an idiot, and his facial expressions give him away. And this gentleman is a big spender, and it looks like he is ready to give away all the money. Mr. Ching asks Shu Wuhou not to listen to Xie Guangping and come back quickly, and he is a good guy and fought well with Xie Pingcheng and punished. Xie Guangping asks Shu Wuhou to hide under Chingmo's wife's skirt for the rest of his life. And does the worm really not want to fight him, and this is important? Shu Wuhou smiled, and Xie Guangping called the guy a coward, and he was clearly unworthy of fighting with the master, and he should not contradict and obey the boss. Shu Wuhou asked Xie Guangping if he really wanted to provoke him into an interesting fight with him, and he agreed and let him enter the ring. Chingmo is very worried about her husband's health, and asks Shu Wuhou to be careful, and Xie Guangping uses a special technique in battles. Shu Wuhou turned to the Ching family and wants everyone to be honest, and they look down on him simply because he is the son-in-law and he is right. Chingmo wanted to tell her husband that she never thought that way, and she always defended Shu Wuhou in front of the family, and it seems her husband has forgotten everything. Shu Wuhou told the Ching family that today he would tell the whole truth and no longer want to endure the bullying from the family and would express his opinion. Shu Wuhou is a proud and unyielding man who is definitely no longer offended by other people's words, and he has become accustomed to and learned to channel anger into strength. Mr. Ching told his son-in-law Shu Wuhou that he was very sorry and that they were wrong, and that he was a great son-in-law and always made his daughter Chingmo happy. Shu Wuhou tried on the role of the main character and impressed his wife and earned money, and he came up with a plan in advance, and Wuhou is unique. Xie Guangping asks Xie Shen to go into the arena and teach Shu Wuhou a lesson, and he thinks that he has already become the champion of the tournament and no one will punish him for his words. Xie Guangping is serious and ordered Zishan to defeat his opponent in battle with his best technique, and Shu Wuhou has never seen his strength. Zisheng asks Mr. Xie Guangping not to worry, and he will not make mistakes, and Shu Wuhou will go to hell and suffer for a very long time. Brother Ching said Xie Guangping has no conscience and Zishan is at the 3rd level of Hutian. So why doesn't he go into the ring and fight himself? Xie Guangping said that if Shu Wuhou defeats the champion Xishang, he will already become popular, and he, on the contrary, helps his brother Shu and appreciates his care. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xie Guangping that he knows his character well, but there is one thing, and it is important for his friend to understand his attitude, and the fighter is not joking. Shu Wuhou told Xie Guangping that he would receive his gratitude, and that the Ji family had angered him, and that he would never forget the dirty trick, and that they would be held accountable. Zisheng asked the foolish Shu Wuhou if he really thought his enemy was in arrears and let him appreciate his blow, and he wanted to beat the enemy to death. And at that very moment, an explosion thundered in the ring, and people were amazed by the strength and power of Zishan. But Shu Wuhou has not yet reached his level, and he is a weak type. People said Shu Wuhou wouldn't be able to withstand the punch of a 3rd-level Haotian fighter, and it looks like the fighter is unlucky this time and won't make it through the round. People are happy, and Shu Wuhou has always been a weakling and will die weak, and they cannot be afraid of his revenge, and he is doomed to failure, and Xieshan is the best. People say Shu Wuhou is an idiot and will die in battle for 1,000 taels, and it was in vain that he was impudent and challenged the fighter Hutian to a fight, and this is a lesson for others. But suddenly at this moment the kid asks people to look at the ring, and he believed that Shu Wuhou's brother was alive, and he was able to immediately surprise the critics. Xishan continued to chase Shu Wuhou, and his opponent is clever and he can't catch him, and how to catch the bastard off guard, and he will take revenge on Shu. Zishan has incredible physical strength, but Shu Wuhou still manages to deftly change his trajectory and confuse his opponent in the fight. Shu Wuhou said Zishan's attack was weak, and he pretended to assess Zishan's strength, but it seems he overestimated him and thought he was much stronger. People said Zishan was almost knocked out, and he must answer the impudent Shu Wuhou for his vile blow, and the champion will punish the upstart. Xishang said Shu Wuhou reacted well in a dangerous situation and attacked him faster than him, and it looks like he is bullying him in battle. Yishang told Shu Wuhou that he had nowhere to go and he would punish him, but suddenly the fighter fell to the ground and lost consciousness and was not breathing. Shu Wuhou is in complete shock and what happened, and did Zishan really fight and just die, and why doesn't he understand anything, and this is absurd and ridiculous. Shu Wuhou asked people who else wants to go against him in battle, and he is waiting for anyone and let them defeat him, and he will evaluate the potential and talent. Mr. Ching doesn't know how Shu Wuhou defeated Zishan with one blow, because he is a third-level Hutian fighter and Shu's cultivation is cool. Mr. Ching realized that his brother Shu Wuhou's passing was not in vain, and he gave Shu Wuhou strength, and now his brother's soul can rest in peace. People say Shu Wuhou has been hiding his true strength for so long, and it seems they shouldn't provoke him and Wuhou will cause trouble in the future. Zuangping realized that Zishan was sent to his ancestors with one blow, and Zishan was the strongest botsop among the elite of his family, and this is true. Zuangping won't understand what kind of power Shu Wuhou has been hiding all this time, and he's a monster. And with one blow, he knocked out the champion and struck people. Shu Wuhou told Zuangping that he liked what he was thinking, and it was clear that the bald man was thinking about him and didn't understand how he had defeated his champion. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou to take his hands off, and he has lush hair. But Shu is worried about his friend's hairstyle and let him not forget about the thousand tails. Zuangping asked Shu Wuhou to take the money back, and it won't even be enough for a hair transplant. But Shu Wuhou told Zuangping he's not bald. Shu Wuhou asked Zuangping how he could not thank his friend for his good deeds and whether he had really forgotten while Wuhou remembered everything. Zuangping listened to Shu Wuhou's words and told the bastard that he understood why he hid his strength from everyone and didn't want to fight and pretended to be weak. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou that he wants to marry a bride and he needs money from her, and this is a low act and how shameful Shu Wuhou is. Shu Wuhou turned around and asked Zuangping if he was an idiot, and he was amazed by his wild imagination and wondered how much he had thought about it. Zuangping ordered Shu Wuhou not to appear on his way, and his strength would no longer be enough to defeat him, and he would die in agony, and he guaranteed. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou that he bought a cage for his wife Qingmo, and that he should not touch it and leave it for him, and he would always play with it. Shu Wuhou abruptly removed Zuangping's hand from his shoulder and asked Z not to talk nonsense. And it was tiring, and he talked more than he fought, and he was so tired. Shu Wuhou told Zuangping that when the idiot is ready, he should come to him to show him a masterclass, and he is waiting for a friend and wants to discuss. Zuangping realized that he couldn't attack Shu Wuhou while Mr. Ching was there, and he would protect his son-in-law from his attacks and punish him in return for everything. Zuangping will not forget the actions of the impudent Shu Wuhou, and one day he will definitely destroy him, and even Mr. Ching will not save him, and he guarantees. Zuangping will use the technique next time in the fight with Shu Wuhou, and he will definitely not dodge, and over these days the impudent guy has ruined so many plans. Brother Ching asked Sister Qingmo if she thought there was anyone stronger than Shu Wuhou among the young people, and knew there were no more than 10 people. Brother Ching told Sister Qingmo. Then he is dead, and he hit him a couple of days ago when he went to dinner, and how to atone for his guilt. Qingmo told her brother that he would have to ask her for help, and the brother was terrified and begged his sister to save him, and Shu Wuhou would punish him for his sins. And at that very second, Shu Wuhou suddenly appeared behind Qingyun, and he wants to know how his brother is doing, and Qingyun is screaming in fear, and he is scared. Qingyun asks his sister to save him, and Shu Wuhou wants to finish him off, but his brother-in-law told his brother that he just wants to give him some advice on technique. Shu Wuhou asks Brother Qingyun not to be afraid, and he wants to play with him there and will not cause harm. And why did he think that he would harm his brother? And at that very moment, Qingxi's father-in-law hit Shu Wuhou on the head and wanted his son-in-law to accept congratulations and show a masterclass in combat. Mr. Qingxi had no doubt that Shu Wuhou would defeat the fighters from the Ji family. But his son-in-law told his father-in-law that this was not congratulations, but the son-in-law's torment. Mr. Qingxi asked Shu Wuhou what he was mumbling, and it seemed he was obliged to congratulate him again, and the son-in-law did not understand him the first time. But Shu Wuhou grabbed Mr. Qingxi's hand and everything was fine, and he wasn't the best son-in-law before, but now he wants to improve and help. Shu Wuhou told his father-in-law Qingxi that he wanted to become a good person and would not repeat the mistakes of the past and bring shame on the Ching family everywhere. Mr. Qingxi told Shu Wuhou to take over the Ching family market in Shenzhen, which he had just won from Zuangping, and he amazed them. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Qingxi that he had one request and his father-in-law should help him. And Qingxi asked his son-in-law what he wanted from him. Shu Wuhou almost destroyed his Shu family but wants to fix everything, and maybe Mr. Qingxi will return 10,000 taels for good. Mr. Qingxi guessed that Shu Wuhou would ruin the Shu family business and sold everything and saved 10,000 taels for his son-in-law and is not lying. Mr. Qingxi told Shu Wuhou that now that he has become an adult, it is time to give him 10,000 and let him spend the money wisely. Shu Wuhou can't believe his luck, and Mr. Qingxi asks his son-in-law to take money seriously so as not to do bad things again. Shu Wuhou thought he got 10,000, and with that he has 12,000 tells, and how many levels of strength will he raise now? And then a lady came to the Ching family and called Shu Wuhou. And this is important, and she wants to discuss something with him, and will answer all the important questions. Ching Xingmo turned around and realized that Chingchi had come to them, and that she needed something, and it seemed that she had business with Shu Wuhou, and she would give her son-in-law advice on strength. Chingchi told Ching Xingmo that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she was still just as beautiful and irresistible and capable of impressing any man in the world. Chingchi asked Qingmo if she could talk to Shu Wuhou alone, and she had a serious matter in which he could give an explanation right away. Qingmo wondered why Chingchi wanted to communicate with Shu Wuhou alone, and she didn't know that her husband had changed dramatically, and it was a shock. Mr. Ching Seely told Shu Wuhou to apologize to Chingchi as soon as possible, and he remembers all his stupid actions, and he set her up. Shu Wuhou began to leave with Chingchi, and Qingmo realized that her husband would have to overcome himself to find a compromise with Chingchi. Chingchi thought Shu Wuhou couldn't disobey Ching Seely's orders, and the master would give any task, and Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law would carry out the task. Chingchi asked Shu Wuhou if he liked her and wanted to personally evaluate the condition of her body, and she was not against it, and he could not hold back. Shu Wuhou told Chingchi that her veins were pulsating so strongly, and it was clearly not anxiety but varicose veins, and he would help her and prescribe treatment for the lady. Chingchi is furious with Shu Wuzhou's words and why he doesn't cheat on Qingmo, and she remembers how he used to be a mean husband and always harassed Ching. Shu Wuhou told Chingchi to stop playing tricks, and he remembers that night, and it was she who dragged him into her room and wanted to set him up, and she is evil. But Chingchi asked Shu Wuhou who would believe his words, and family and friends only remember how he had fun with her, and she remembers the details. Shu Wuhou asked Chingchi if she seemed to be provoking him, and Chingchi asked her son-in-law if he wasn't interested in knowing why, and if there was a reason. Chingchi thought it seemed like the time had come to confess everything to Shu Wuhou there, and she couldn't hide her feelings, and he had to give her an answer. But Shu Wuhou is serious and told Chingchi that she is disgusting to him, and he does not want to see her and let her get lost and not interfere with their family. Chingchi was completely shocked and asked Shu Wuhou if she was disgusting to him and why he said nasty things to her, and didn't remember how they played together. Chingchi told Shu Wuhou that she would scream and her son-in-law would regret everything, and Shu Wuhou asked Chingchi that it seemed like that was all the witch was capable of. Chingchi told Shu Wuhou that she was actually a third-level Hutian, and if he didn't apologize to her right away, she would beat him up and punish the idiot. But when Chingchi did not expect this, Shu Wuhou grabbed the vile lady by the throat and began to strangle her and teach good manners to the witch Qi. Shu Wuhou pinned Chingchi to a tree and let him know his limits, and he will no longer tolerate provocations, and Chingchi's sister will already have problems. Shu Wuhou told Chingchi that he had just killed a fighter named Xie Shan, and Zi's cultivation level was similar to hers, and did Chingchi want to tempt fate? Shu Wuhou asked Chingchi if this information was enough to discourage her from fighting him, or if Ching did not understand her son-in-law's threat. Chingchi wondered if this was really the same Shu Wuhou she knew, and he had changed dramatically, and his character frightened her, and he was evil. Shu Wuhou warned Chingchi one last time, and if the fool interferes with him again, he guarantees that he will punish Ching for all her actions at once. But Shu Wuhou told Chingchi that her hips were still good, and it was not for nothing that she so persistently asked him to evaluate her body, but he had principles and laws. Shu Wuhou told Chingchi that, as a sign of friendship, he would spare her, but next time she shouldn't expect mercy from him, and Wuhou was a monster in the flesh. Shu Wuhou started to leave and told Chingchi that everything depends on her, and if she is not tired of living, let her not provoke him, and there will be no problems. Chingchi is obsessed with Shu Wuhou and let him not think that she will leave him alone so easily, and she will clearly come up with a way to lure her son-in-law into a trap. And then Yufong came up to Shu Wuhou, and he heard about his brother's victory in battle and wanted to congratulate him, and Shu asked Yufong what he was doing there today. Yufong told his brother Shu Wuhou, of course came to celebrate his victory and will take him to one place and his brother will not regret it, and he guarantees. After a while, people started setting the table and bringing delicious food. And Yufeng was right to bring his brother to this place, and he will not forget his brother's kindness. Yufeng told his brother Shu Wuhou that he was treating him today, and wished his brother bon appetit, and that he could eat whatever he wanted at his friend's expense. The ladies surrounded Shu Wuhou from all sides and asked him to cuddle up to them, and they would give the young master an unforgettable experience and promise. Yufeng asks his brother Shu Wuhou not to remain silent, and why he didn't say a word and what he was thinking about, and let his brother take a break from his worries and have lunch. Shu Wuhou feels sorry for him, and the local gifts are not at all like those in their house, and they do not attract him, and it would be better for him to just have lunch with Yufeng. Shu Wuhou wanted to have lunch, but someone started calling Shu Wuhou loudly, and the son-in-law forever remembered the voice of the mister, and it seems he has problems. Shu Wuhou turned around and realized that he was 100% right. But he doesn't understand why Mr. Ching Seely came for him and why his father-in-law is scaring his son-in-law. Mr. Ching Seely is very angry and wants to discuss something with Shu Wuhou and why his son-in-law hasn't changed at all and seems to have misunderstood his threats. Shu Wuhou asked Mr. Ching Seely if he said that he came to this place only for chicken thighs, would his father-in-law and son-in-law believe him? But when Shu Wuhou did not expect the attack, Mr. Ching Seely slapped his son-in-law in the face and said that he did not believe him and why Shu always lies to them. Mr. Ching Seely hit Shu Wuhou on the head and jaw, and he no longer knows how to correct the womanizer and why Shu's son-in-law goes to such places. Mr. Ching Seely continued to beat his son-in-law Shu Wuhou, and Ching Mo is so worried about her husband, and her husband is having fun with other women everywhere. Mr. Ching Seely attacked with both hands and wanted to convey to his son-in-law that he shouldn't offend Mo and that she would support him in any situation. Yufong froze in shock, and did Shu Wuhou's brother have such an evil and stern father-in-law, and he without hesitation began to punish his son-in-law there. Mr. Ching Seely was dragging Shu Wuhou by the leg, and he hoped that his son-in-law had changed and wanted to give him 10,000 taels, but he would punish his son-in-law again. Shu Wuhou grabbed the table with all his strength and thought that Yufong was to blame for everything, and that he owed him 12,000 taels and set him up. Mr. Ching Seely threw Shu Wuhou into the warehouse, and his son-in-law knows that no one should touch his wife Ching Mo, but he is always locked in the warehouse. Shu Wuhou knows that he must forget about the little things and concentrate on increasing his strength and energy, and he has time to train them. Shu Wuhou realized after winning 2 battles that he still had the strength to break through to the top of the Houtian level, and he would not miss the opportunity. And at that very second, Shu Wuhou found himself in another dimension, and Wuhou noticed the bowl and decided to start training, and no one would stop his son-in-law. Shu Wuhou is determined to succeed, and his Xie Pingcheng and Xie Shang helped him improve his skills in battles and conducted sparring, and did not even injure him in battles. Shu Wuhou firmly decided that he would reach the peak of the Houtian level, and that he was unique and able to remember the most difficult techniques from the master. But Shu Wuhou can't think straight, and he's very hungry, and his father-in-law didn't figure out the situation and he didn't have time to have lunch with Yufeng, and he's not happy. Shu Wuhou regrets that he didn't eat enough with Yufeng, and Mr. Ching Seely started beating him at the wrong time, and how can he train on an empty stomach? But at that moment someone started to open the warehouse door, and Shu Wuhou was surprised because Mr. Ching Seely doesn't come so early, and someone came. Shu Wuhou saw his wife in front of him and did not understand why Ching Mo came to visit her husband, and her father forbade her to see him in the warehouse. Ching Mo told her husband Shu Wuhou that she had prepared some food and didn't know whether her husband would like it or not. But he had to have a hearty dinner. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and his wife cooked dinner, and her dish is probably very tasty, and he is more likely to appreciate the taste of his wife's dishes, and she pleases her husband. Shu Wuhou quickly ate all of Ching Mo's dishes, and how delicious it was, and he always wants to live like this, and Ching Mo will never contradict her husband in an argument. Ching Mo told her husband Shu Wuhou that she wanted to tell him something, and that she didn't just come and hoped her husband would listen and answer the question. Ching Mo told Shu Wuhou that she was going to a literary meeting with the Shir family tomorrow, and her husband could accompany her and go together. Shu Wuhou was surprised and asked Ching Mo if she was really joking, and if she was asking her husband to go with her and how long he had been waiting for this. Shu Wuhou is very happy and agreed to go with his wife and will never leave her alone. And Ching Mo said it was great, and her husband helped her. Shu Wuhou said that the wife's hopes are what the husband must always and everywhere strive for, and the husband will become stronger and protect his wife from all enemies. Ching Mo listened to her husband's words and told Shu Wuhou not to take everything seriously and that it was just a literary meeting of families. Ching Mo came out of the warehouse and she is happy, and Shu Wuhou is already 100% ready to help her. And he has changed a lot, and his wife notices. Ching Mo realized that Shu Wuhou is so easy to please, and it's a pity that her husband can't improve his relationship with her family, and they are already in conflict. Shu Wuhou realized that his wife invited her husband to meet with friends, and he is not a nobody for Ching Mo, and will not let her down and will be perfect. Shu Wuhou is happy and has Ching Mo really started to accept him, and she doesn't reject her husband and even wants her husband to go with her. At this time, Zuangping threw the cup with all his might and broke it, and he can't calm down after the events at the tournament with Shu Wuhou. Zuangping doesn't understand how Shu Wuhou has increased his strength so much, and he needs to be killed as soon as possible, as he's interfering with everyone's plans and is making them nervous. And then the assistant came up to the boss and asked Mr. Zuangping not to be nervous and take care of himself because he had so many important things to do and he was good. Zuangping said that tomorrow, the Shu family will arrange a meeting and let Lin Shiqing take Ching Mo away, and Shu Wuhou will definitely rush after Lin. Zuangping ordered his assistant to have two elders intercept Shu Wuhou halfway, and he would take revenge on the scoundrel for all his intrigues and affairs. The assistant asked Mr. Zuangping when Shu Wuhou becomes useless. Would it be a blow to the guy, and Zisan wants to know? Zuangping asked Zisan's assistant how dare he doubt him. And it seems he forgot what his boss is capable of, and he angered the boss. Zisan fell to his knees and asked Mr. Zuangping to forgive the fool for his impudence, and he would report everything to Lin Ching, and they would complete the work. After a while, there was a commotion on the street, and people were shouting at the idiot and asking him to watch where he was running. And he hit people and where the idiot was rushing to. People turned around and found out who was causing the noise in the street and why this person was annoying all the passersby. And it looked like he had obvious problems. Shu Wuhou ran after the thief and told the passersby to get out of the way. And why didn't Chingmo ask him to come first so he could save her? Shu Wuhou dealt with Shulei and Shisun and doesn't know if that bastard Zuangping said anything to the Shir family, and if the family finds out, Chingmo is in danger. And then Shu Wuhou stopped running and realized that something was wrong and that he should first think about the plan and then continue running after him. Shu Wuhou noticed and didn't understand why the street was so empty and all the people had disappeared somewhere. And it seemed like the family's enemy had planned everything in advance. Yesterday, Chingmo told Shu Wuhou that she would take him with her, but he doesn't know why he is alone. And maybe it's some kind of conspiracy and plan of the enemies. The enemy began to laugh and Shu Wuhou fell into his trap and would not be able to hide from him, and he would complete Zuangping's task and take revenge immediately. The enemy ran towards Shu Wuhou and said that he was very smart, and it was not for nothing that Zuangping could not defeat him alone and asked for help from his friends. Shu Wuhou froze in place and the enemy is sorry that Shu realized everything too late, and he does not have time to hide and fight back, and Shu is doomed. The enemy told Shu Wuhou that he would die and swung his sword. And the son-in-law immediately realized this was not a good sign, and he had to take action otherwise the enemy would kill him. There was a rumble in the street and people don't know what's going on and it looks like hooligans are involved, and they are brazenly harassing ordinary people. Shu Wuhou miraculously managed to retreat to a safe distance and was not wounded by the enemy's attack, but the enemy was close and almost took his life with an attack. Shu Wuhou realized that the enemy had incredible destructive power, and Master Hutian, and only such masters were capable of inflicting serious blows. The enemies asked how the weakling Shu Wuhou was able to dodge their attack, and they underestimated him, and he is not that weak, and the fighter has skills. Guangkong and Guangmeng told Shu Wuhou that he seemed to be a serious opponent for them, and it was not for nothing that they were entrusted with an interesting task. Shu Wuhou said, Guangping cares about him so much and even sent two Haotian masters for him to train, and he values their friendship. Guangkong and Guangmeng asked Shu Wuhou if the enemy knew that they were from the Ji family, and Shu defeated them, and they thought that Wuhou was a fool. Guangkong and Guangmeng quickly went towards Shu Wuhou, and he is not an obstacle for them and will not be able to defend against all attacks, and he is doomed. Guangkong and Guangmeng jumped and wanted to attack Wuhou, and the son-in-law asked the enemies if they wanted to kill him or just play. Shu Wuhou stood in front of the enemies and saw Guangkong and Guangming, and the villains would not be able to escape, and they had decided their fate, and this was a mistake. Guangkong and Guangmeng swung their swords, and even though Shu Wuhou suffered greatly from their attacks, he had no chance of success, and it was in vain that he fought there. But Shu Wuhou reacted instantly and swung his sword, and he will teach Guangkong and Guangmeng a lesson. They attacked the monster. Shu Wuhou struck Guangkong and Guangmeng's weapons with his sword, and they recognized each other's potential, and everyone should not lose control in battle. Shu Wuhou grabbed the sword tightly and said to Guangkong and Guangmeng, they are in serious trouble, and he will not spare the mercenaries and hates them. Shu Wuhou delivered a powerful sword strike to Guangkong and Guangmeng, and the enemies are shocked by the opponent's power and how he fights on equal terms with the two. Guangkong and Guangmeng have retreated to a safe distance, and both do not want to tempt fate and risk their lives, and Shu Wuhou scares them. Guangkong and Guangmeng are at a loss as to where Shu Wuhou's hidden power comes from, and he doesn't get tired and continues to defend and attack them in battle. Shu Wuhou told his opponents he had hidden power, but he asked again, and it seems they still want to kill him and will not abandon their mission. Shu Wuhou told Guangkong and Guangmeng that he had the strength of 30 oxen, so no Huqian master could compare to him in strength. Guangkong uses a special technique, and he will show his opponent Shu Wuhou all his fighting skills, and he will gain experience and let Shu not be impudent. Shu Wuhou wondered what kind of strange technique his opponent had, and when darkness filled his blade, he felt a threat, and it was getting stronger. Guangkong jumped and told Shu Wuhou that he would send him to hell, and that he had hoped in vain with his skills and the fighter had completely forgotten about defense. Shu Wuhou misunderstood the matter, and he had to dodge and defend himself from the strange fighting technique. Guangkong and Zuangping sent masters. At this time, Yufeng and Dentension were standing at a distance and watching the fight between Zuangping and Shu Wuhou and noticed an explosion in that area. Yufeng said Zuangping combined 9 first-level techniques and was able to increase his strength 9-fold, and Shu Wuhou had already lost the battle. Zuangping uses a special technique called Blood Slice, and the opponent will not dodge the attack and his sword will destroy any obstacles in their path. Shu Wuhou stood in front of the enemy, and Zuangping knows many techniques and he must be careful, and the enemies are able to catch him off guard in battle. Shu Wuhou can't move, and Zuangping has lured the enemy into a trap, and he is so shocked that he can't dodge and how to escape from the attack. But Shu Wuhou has an unyielding character, and he shouted to Zuangping that he would not give up and let the enemy continue to beat him, and he did not care about the attacks. The shockwave of Zuangping and Shu Wuhou's swords engulfed the area. Unfortunately, there are no people in the area, and they will not come to the dangerous place. Zuangping and Shu Wuhou smashed the asphalt in the battlefield, and Zuangping jumped to the side and asked his brother how he was feeling. Eufong is shocked. And is Shu Wuhou really that strong? And he only relies on strength when fighting a martial arts master, and he is strong. Dentension asked Eufong if this was the sword of determination, and she didn't know about it, and always thought that Shu Wuhou's friend had an ordinary sword. Dentension asked Eufong if he noticed how the sword was charged with determination before, but Eufong didn't notice anything and wasn't as cool. Shu Wuhou and Zuangping immediately distanced themselves from each other, neither wanting to risk their lives, and the fighters respected the enemy's skills. Shu Wuhou realized that the master's professional skills were impressive, and Zuangping did not want to let him go, and the enemy was striking furiously everywhere. Zuangping asked his brother Zuangping if he was okay, and his brother immediately said that he was fine, but something was bothering him, and he would not forget. Zuangping can't understand how Shu Wuhou was able to dodge the master's blow, and he couldn't injure his opponent. And he is a nimble and sharp fighter. Zuangping told his brother Zuangping that they should attack Shu Wuhou together and kill him, so that the enemy would not have a chance to defend himself. Shu Wuhou understood the intentions of Zuangping and Zuangping, and why they think that they are allowed to do anything and can ruin other people's lives. Shu Wuhou is serious, and he told Zuangping and Zuangping that they will fight to the death and should not ask for mercy from the enemy. Zuangping and Zuangping continue to change the trajectory of their attacks, and they will exhaust Shu Wuhou, and the enemy will have no strength and energy left to fight. Zuangping and Shu Wuhou stand face to face, and the three want to take the life of their opponent. But who has more strength and who has already struck the first blow? Shu Wuhou managed to step aside, and Zuangping is a strong opponent, and he does not give a chance for success, and successfully defended himself from all attacks and tricks. Shu Wuhou was injured by Zuangping's serious blows, and why he attacks his opponents in a primitive manner, and must find a way to defeat him. Shu Wuhou doesn't know how this is even possible, and Zuangping and Zuangping's enemies are not simple, and they need to be fought intellectually. Zuangping and Zuangping still want to destroy the opponent there, and Shu Wuhou realized that he will die there, and no one will save him from his enemies. Shu Wuhou said goodbye to Ching, and he hopes to be a good husband in the next life and wants his wife to smile forever. Shu Wuhou is 100% sure that if he does nothing, he will definitely die and must rely only on his own strength, strategy, and tactics. Shu Wuhou is at a loss as to how he got into this bowl and what is going on, and he remembers how Zuangping and Zuangping wanted to avenge the boss. The master said that Shu Wuhou has a cup of reincarnation and a sword of Nirvana, but he is surprised by this, and it seems that his student is delirious or very lazy. The master asked Shu Wuhou if he had forgotten his master and wanted to punish the student for such behavior and how he could forget the genius. Shu Wuhou was in complete shock and asked the master if he hadn't died, and he remembered how the master had disappeared last time and the guru had given him useful advice. Shu Wuhou began to run away from the revived corpse in panic, and the master immediately said that his soul would soon disappear and let the disciple listen to him there. Master told Shu Wuhou that practice is the most important thing and they will help the student, but these two enemies do not have access to practice, and this is true. The master told Shu Wuhou that he was afraid of Zuangping and Zuangping, and did not suspect that he had every chance to defeat the enemies with techniques. Shu Wuhou began to strangle the master and let him not communicate frivolously and just tell him how to defeat the enemies. But the master is angry with the student. Master told Shu Wuhou that he had already taught him to fight with the Nirvana sword and that he could kill enemies with one blow, and it seemed like he had taught the idiot in vain. Master pushed Shu Wuhou aside, and he really is an idiot. And this Nirvana sword is in his head, and he has to rack his brains at least once in his life. And then Shu Wuhou felt the scroll about the sword of Nirvana. And the master was not lying, and he was able to find the sword in a couple of seconds and had to strain his brain a little. The information about the Nirvana sword entered Shu Wuhou's brain, And the student understood the truth and thanked the master for the advice, and he saved his life today. Yufeng said Shu Wuhou was in danger, and he was helping him. And even if he broke the agreement with Kyushu, he would still save Shu Wuhou and would not abandon him. But Dentension asked Yufeng to wait a little, but his friend said that Shu Wuhou will die, and Tension doesn't care about the fate of other people. Dentension looked at Yufeng with a menacing gaze, and why did her friend disobey the order, and she told him not to help Shu Wuhou in the battle. Dentension asked Yufeng if he said something, and she didn't hear anything, and maybe a friend could repeat the words and she would take action if necessary. Yufeng immediately went to his place and told Dentension that he absolutely agreed with her and that he would wait a little because Shu Wuhou was a strong fighter. And at that moment, a huge sword suddenly fell from the sky to the ground, and Shu Wuhou realized that everything was going according to plan, and he no longer had anything to worry about in the battle. Yufeng was surprised and asked Dentension if this was really a mental sword, and if this was a sword made of qi, and he had heard stories, but this was the first time he saw it in real life. But Dentension told Yufeng that this is not a qi sword, and she can easily explain all the information if her friend wants to know about the qi sword so much. Dentension told Yufeng, this is the path of development, and Shu Wuhou was not lying, and he really began to cultivate, and it was not in vain that they waited for the end of their battle. Shu Wuhou took the sword in his hands and stopped being afraid of Xie Guangkong and Xie Guangmeng, and they were nothing compared to the master, and he learned his lesson forever. Shu Wuhou correctly accepted the instructions of the master, and the main thing is to always believe in yourself, and then a person is able to defeat any enemy, and he became better. Shu Wuhou is angry at the behavior of Xie Guangkong and Xie Guangmeng, and they both wanted to kill him, and he will never forgive this and will take revenge for all the blows. Xie Guangkong and Xie Guangmeng are horrified by Shu Wuhou's mood, and his strength is amazing, and the friends want to get away from there as soon as possible. But Xie Guangkong said to Xie Guangmeng it seems they won't be able to leave, and Shu Wuhou is very close and he won't let them go. And that's why all the suffering and pain. Shu Wuhou dealt an incredibly powerful blow to his opponents and destroyed everything in the area and hopes no one was harmed by the attacks. Yufeng didn't understand anything and asked Dentension how it was possible and how Shu Wuhou entered the path of cultivation and his energy was so strong. Dentension told Yufeng that this sword is a mixture of elements and a person can easily strike with the sword of elements when in the cultivation realm. Dentension asked Yufeng if he knew anyone else who could strike with the elemental sword like Shu Wuhou and enter their path of cultivation. Yufeng was confused and asked Dentension what she meant, and he didn't know that his sister was so powerful and that she was hiding from her friend Yu. Yufeng asked Dentension what she was doing and noticed her technique, and many swords appeared around her, and what kind of surprises were these from her sister. Yufeng asked Dentension if she thought Shu Wuhou could match Chen Jinghong's sword and what potential her brother had. Dentension stood next to Yufeng and told her friend that he was right and Shu Wuhou was not simple, and he had a gift, and that was why he simply defeated the enemies. Dentension said that the city of Lingang is so interesting and worthy of its people, and it is not for nothing that there is an agreement and no one has the right to seize the city. Dentension told Yufeng that everything became more and more interesting there, and it was not in vain that they came there, and Shu Wuhou is unique, and she believes in his strength. Xie Guangkong and Xie Guangmeng lost consciousness from Shu Wuhou's attack and their souls left their bodies. And why did they want to avenge Zuangping? Shu Wuhou exhaled and stopped straining himself, and the enemies were defeated, and he found a solution to defend against the attacks of the enemies and defeated both of them in their battle. Shu Wuhou thought he had finally finished the fight and had spent so much energy and strength, but fortunately the enemies had no defense against the special sword. Shu Wuhou spent too much blood on this trick and could even die, and he needs to train more often and soon he will gain control. And then someone told Shu Wuhou that he wanted to ask something and the student should not contradict the master, and he was obliged to listen to the teacher's demands. Master told Shu Wuhou that he had forgotten that his cultivation level was still too low, and he might not be able to withstand the power of the sword, and the trick was dangerous. Shu Wuhou is furious at the master's words, and it seems he wants to kill him, and the master has no conscience, and why didn't he warn him about the danger of the sword? The master told Shu Wuhou that with his cup of reincarnation the disciple would not die, and told him to pump up his body and train, and that this is very important. Shu Wuhou asked the master if he really had the nerve to say such things to his face, and if the student was unlucky with the master and he was annoying him. But the master began to disappear, and Shu Wuhou stopped fighting with the teacher and was obliged to listen to the master's advice before he disappeared from the dimension. The master told Shu Wuhou that he can no longer stay there, and Shu must remember that the sword of Nirvana is hidden deep in his soul, and this is a fact. The master asks Shu Wuhou to remember his words, and he will always help the student in a difficult situation, and Wuhou can count on the master. Shu Wuhou wondered if the master was really destroyed, and why he disappeared again, and he wants to find out all the information about the cup and swords. The cup transforms gold and silver into a liquid to rehabilitate qi and blood, and Shu Wuhou has already absorbed 300 silver taels. After some time, Shu Wuhou regained his strength and energy, and it took 100 taels, and he will continue to treat people and invest money in development. Shu Wuhou quickly left there, and he needed to quickly go to his wife, and Chingmo could be in danger, but her husband guaranteed her protection everywhere. Yufeng was at a loss, and it seemed that Shu Wuhou had regained his strength and stood up as if nothing had happened and walked away after the fight with the two masters. Dentention told Yufeng that the city of Lingang was intriguing her, and her friend Feng asked what the lady was thinking about. And Dentention had another cunning plan. And at that very moment, Dentention came close to Yufeng and asked her friend whether he really wanted to know all the information or whether he was in a hurry. Yufeng told Dentention that he didn't want to know anything and was just in euphoria from Shu Wuhou's fight with Xie Guangkong and Xie Guangming and was delirious there. But Dentention said that Shu Wuhou is a genius who knows medicine and has entered the path of martial arts, and she has nothing to do for now. Yufeng realized that Dentention was thinking about Shu Wuhou, and he felt sorry for his friend, and he would not recommend a friend like Dentention to anyone, and she was evil. Yufeng told Dentention that she thinks slowly, and he has things to do and he will go, but his friend can contact him at any time, and he is glad to see her. Yufeng remembered and told Dentention that last time he met two disciples from the heavenly sect in Yufeng's house and wanted to report everything. Dentention asked Yufeng if Jun Tianjiao had any ideas about their city of Lingang, and she was so curious to know Yu's friend's opinion on the events. Yufeng can't take care of two things at the same time, but Dentention's friend is too bold and Lingang is dangerous. So let him remember that. Dentention told Yufeng that Shu Wuhou was a true genius, and it was not for nothing that they saw his fight with Xie Guangkong and Xie Guangmeng and learned a lot. Dentention looks at Yufeng and asks his friend to help him find out information about the two disciples of the heavenly sect, and Yufeng agrees and will help his friend. But Yufeng told Dentention that he would not participate in their dispute between good and evil, and wanted his friend to remember everything forever. Yufeng told Dentention that he had an important day today, and she had no choice because Yufeng was not familiar with the city of Lingang and was useless in the matter. Yufeng heard that there is a literary meeting in Lingang today, and there should be a lot of ladies there, and he wants to flirt with each of the ladies. Yufeng is free tonight and needs to find a lady for the night to help brighten up his sleepless nights, and that's his #1 goal. Dentention is shocked by Yufeng's thoughts, and she is speechless and does not know how a fool lives in the city of Lingang, and Yufeng only has ladies on his mind. At this time, a lot of people have gathered in the stone house and they want to make new acquaintances today, and there will be a lot of people at the holiday. People didn't understand who this guy was and why he came to the literary meeting of the Jixia Academy in such a state, and it seemed like no one taught him. People said the literary meeting is held annually and this guy is behaving too provocatively, and what a disgrace for the city of Lingang. Shu Wuhou doesn't understand what's wrong with this, but he has already memorized 300 Tang poems and the Jixia Academy must kneel before the guru. And then someone put a fan on Shu Wuhou's shoulder and said that he never expected to meet a genius from the city of Lingang and that this was Shu Wuhou, and he was cool. Jingwen asked Shu Wuhou who he thought he was and why he froze and seemed to be thinking about how stupid he was and how Shu was a funny fool. People started laughing at Jingwei and Shu Wuhou's words. He surprised everyone again, and the fool was not ashamed to come to the meeting dressed like that. Shu Wuhou grabbed Jingwei's fan and asked the worthless people who they thought they were and thought they could insult a person without causing any problems. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou broke Jingwei's fan and asked people not to forget who he was. Otherwise their lives would be short, and promised. Jingwen laughed and asked Shu Wuhou how he had the nerve to call all people idiots and couldn't stop laughing there. Jingwen asks all people to come to him and find out who is the real trash in Lingang City, and no one respects Shu Wuhou and he is disgracing them. People say Brother Jingwei said everything correctly, and Shu Wuhou looks down on everyone and he cheated on his wife on their wedding day, and Shu is an animal. Shu Wuhou told people they are all ladies and gentlemen, and he believes a real man should have a reserved character, and this is etiquette. Jingwen told Shu Wuhou that he has a very reserved character since he still hasn't punished the loser. And who does Shu Wuhou think he is there? But when no one expected it, Shu Wuhou hit Jingwen on the head with a chair, and if he is a gentleman, he will not be offended if his friends beat him up. Shu Wuhou continued to hit Jingwen with a chair and wants to make his friend soft and handsome and teach him manners and make Jing a gentleman. Jingwen suffered serious injuries and said Shu Wuhou understood all the rules of a gentleman and would no longer bully Shu Wuhou. People pointed their fingers at Shu Wuhou and said he was crazy, and Wuhou didn't deserve to live in Lingang City and let him go, and everyone would be happy. Shu Wuhou told the people that they were right, and that although he was not a genius, he could beat her up completely, and grabbed Jingwen by the leg, and had one plan. Jingwen started screaming and why Shu Wuhou picked him up, and the monster didn't want to leave him alone, and he suffered greatly from Wuzhou's blows. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou threw Jingwen at other people, and they irritate him, and he will teach the impudent people a lesson and conduct a masterclass and let them remember. Jingwen dropped all the people like pins, and Shu Wuhou is happy, and no one will dare to mock, and he took into account past mistakes and analyzed. Shu Wuhou wanted to leave from there, but one of the people told the scoundrel Wuhou to stand, and he must answer for his actions, and he beat up his friend Jing. Shu Wuhou asked the people. It seems he expressed himself unclearly, and they all did not understand his message and why it is so difficult to explain things to people. Shu Wuhou grinned evilly at the people and told them to get out of there and not get under his feet. Otherwise, they would all become disabled forever. Shu Wuhou pointed his finger at the people, and if they break their word, he will crush them like insects, and made his position clear, and this is a lesson for them. At this time, many beautiful and charming ladies gathered at the literary meeting, and Yufeng was absolutely right, and he knows all the secrets. Shu Wuhou entered the observation pavilion and realized that there were so many ladies there, and everyone was so neat, and there was a grand celebration at the Jixie Academy. But if we judge which of the ladies looks better, his beloved wife Qingmo is the most beautiful, and he would never trade his sweetheart for another lady. Yufeng told Shu Wuhou that at such an event he would not get any ladies unless he pretended to be cultured and knew their thinking. Shu Wuhou told his brother Yufeng that he was acting so pompous, and his brother asked his friend Shu to teach him some tricks, and he thought about his brother's statement. Shu Wuhou realized Yufeng really wants to compete with him today in winning the ladies, and his brother attacked the wrong opponent, and he is a handsome guy. Shu Wuhou asked Yufeng if he saw two ladies and which one was better. And Yufeng told his brother that the lady in blue clothes looked better and more beautiful. Shu Wuhou told his brother Yufeng that he would teach him a trick, and if he mastered the technique, he would impress any lady and was obliged to follow the advice. Yufeng asked Shu Wuhou if he was so confident in himself, and the master told Feng not to show his feelings to the lady and to dominate her immediately. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng that he must take the initiative and that no one knows his secret tactics and that he is the first one the master shared with. Shu Wuhou asks his brother Yufeng to take the book he wrote, and Yufeng could not imagine that his brother would pass on incredible knowledge to him. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng that these are just the basics, and when he learns about the methods, the master will teach him more effective methods and promises. At that moment, Yufeng listened with interest to Shu Wuhou's instructions, and he didn't know that his brother was so smart and he knew all the strategies on how to impress the ladies. Yufeng is shocked by his brother Shu Wuhou's knowledge, and doesn't consider him a loser, and that people are making fun of his brother in vain, and that he is not a disgrace to the city of Lingang, and that's a fact. Shu Wuhou reads his book and feels the great ocean, and it is empty, but does not give up trying to become great, and the master will give advice to other friends. Yufeng didn't think that brother Shu Wuhou was so serious, and it seems that people all over the world cannot understand the logic of brother Shu Wuhou and brother Sage. From today on, brother Shu Wuhou will become Feng's spiritual teacher, and he noticed that the master is cool and graceful, and he dreams of becoming great. Yufeng said thank you to brother Shu Wuhou for his teachings, and when he has the scripture of truth, he will not return there until he has defeated all the ladies there. Yufeng asks his brother Shu Wuhou to give him some time, and he will return in a moment, and Shu asks his student to remember the important words and go conquer the ladies. From a theoretical point of view, Shu Wuhou is definitely several steps ahead, and Yufeng's student must diligently study the technique of flirting with ladies. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou noticed someone, and it seems he noticed an important person, and the guru feels the energy of good people. Shu Wuhou noticed someone shining in the crowd of people in the distance, and it was not just like that. And this person has a pure soul and knows the silhouette of a person. Shu Wuhou realized that his wife Qingmo was sitting there, and she was the best, and he would never cheat on her and would correct past mistakes, and this was important. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and finally, he found a wife and goes to her, and he does not need other ladies, and there is already one beauty for her husband, and this is Qingmo. But suddenly, Qingmo was approached by Chingchi, and she wanted to apologize for her husband Shu Wuhou, and her sister was obliged to know all the important information. Chingchi told Qingmo that she came to discuss everything face to face, and no outsiders were needed, and she hoped that her sister would understand everything correctly. Qingxi told Qingmo that she can't be blamed for all the intrigues of her husband Shu Wuhou, and she is just worried about her sister and wants to warn. Chingchi asked her sister Qingmo why she didn't divorce her husband Shu Wuhou, who was harming the Ching family and bringing shame to Lingang City. Qingmo told Chingchi that it is difficult to go against the will of the family, and she does not decide such issues, and the head of Qingxili does not allow her to contradict him. Qingmo told Chingchi that they are indebted to the Shu family, and that fact alone is enough to stay with Shu Wuhou forever. Qingmo told Chingchi that Shu Wuhou is a kind person at heart, and he does good deeds and changes his character dramatically. But Shu Wuhou is in complete shock, and Qingmo told Chingchi that she never expected that her husband Shu Wuhou would treat her like this, and he offended her. Shu Wuhou realized now everyone thinks that he deceived Ling Chingchi. But he remembers when he got into this world of theirs, Ling Chingchi herself seduced him. Shu Wuhou is serious and doesn't know what Lin Chingchi is up to, and she is giving false information to Ching Chingmo and why she is ruining their relationship. The ladies asked if this was Miss Ching Chingmo and said the lady has talent and hopes to join the literary community soon. The lady asked Miss Ching Chingmo if she would recite her poems in the evening, and everyone was interested to know the philosophy of Miss Ching Chingmo's poems. Ching Chingmo told the ladies that she doesn't have a poem at the moment, and all the poems won't satisfy her, and therefore she doesn't want to perform and read poetry. The ladies are making fun of Miss Ching Chingmo, and does she really not want to present her poem anymore? And why is Miss worried about herself? The ladies asked Miss Ching Chingmo if she couldn't write poems and wanted to impress people and say that she had special talents. The ladies keep saying that Ching Chingmo has no talent and can't even write a simple poem, and who the hell does she think she is, and it's shocking. But at that very moment, Lin Chingchi jumped up from her seat and told the ladies not to humiliate Ching Chingmo and to shut up. Otherwise, they would definitely get into trouble. Lin Chingchi asked the worthless gift what kind of nonsense they were talking, and people knew that Miss Ching Chingmo had definitely written many popular poems. But Ching Chingmo asks Lin Chingchi to leave the gift, and there is no point in them paying attention to gossip and let all the ladies say what they want. Lin Chingchi told Chingmo that she was fine and would not harm the ladies anymore, and she calmed her nerves and there was no need to conflict with the ladies. Shu Wuhou realized that Ching Chingmo was humiliated because of him, and he had done many things in the past and brought shame on the Ching family and Ching Chingmo's wife. Shu Wuhou firmly decided that he had to intervene in the conflict and immediately avenge Ching Chingmo, and that she was a miracle, and no one had the right to offend her. Yufong approached Master Shu Wuhou, and his techniques came in handy, and he already arranged a date with the ladies, and thanks to the master for the advice. Shu Wuhou frantically scribbled words on the sheet of paper, and Yufong was surprised and asked the master what he was writing. But the student did not need to know about his plan. Shu Wuhou made a paper airplane, and Yufong asked Master Shu what he wanted to do, and the student was obliged to help the sensei in troubles. Shu Wuhou told Yufong that those ladies are incredibly annoying and someone must teach them a lesson for life and let the fools remember Master Shu. Yufong didn't understand what techniques Shu Wuhou used and didn't use internal energy, but the boss made the paper plane fly. But when Yufong did not expect this, Shu Wuhou threw the plane on the table to the ladies, and the student expected more from the master, and he was already in shock. Shu Wuhou's paper plane fell right on the ladies' table, and this is the master's plan, and he will teach the impudent ladies who offended his wife a lesson. The lady said to Ching Chingmo that it looks like the poems she wrote are on the sheet, and she argues that she is afraid to read poetry in public and knows it is rubbish and nonsense. The lady wants to harm Miss Ching Chingmo, and she looks at what the talent and hope of the generation Ching Chingmo wrote on the sheet, and she is so interested. Ching Chingmo was very surprised, and this is strange. And where did the paper come from on the table? And these are definitely not her poems, and it looks like someone threw it there on purpose. Lin Chingchi is also perplexed, and when did Ching Chingmo manage to write the poems on the sheet of paper? After all, they were together, and all the ladies seem to have made a mistake. The lady opened the sheet of paper and froze in place and wondered if these were Miss Ching Chingmo's poems, and she didn't think that she had potential and talents. A friend asked the lady what was written there, and she would read it if they were so ashamed, and she wanted to disgrace Ching Chingmo and would not spare Miss there. On a piece of paper, I wrote a beautiful poem about the blue moon and the state of a person's soul in the lunar chambers. And the person so wanted to ride the wind. Mortals have regrets and joys. They quarrel and make peace, and their moon is sometimes dark, sometimes calm, or waves. Everything in the world is decided by fate. People continue to read poetry, and it has been this way since ancient times. That person hopes for immortality, but other people despise the genius so much. The ladies read an excerpt from the poem, and the hero sacrifices everything to be with his beloved even thousands of miles away, and he is ready to do anything for his lady. The lady asked her friends if this was the poem that Ching Chingmo was not happy with and was dissatisfied with, and why she underestimated herself so much. The lady asked her friend if they had previously called Ching Chingmo a not entirely honest swindler and didn't know how to fix the situation. The lady told people that Ching Chingmo's poems amazed her, and that she would never be able to write such beautiful poems in her life, and that she had no talent. The ladies look at Ching Chingmo with anger, and if you compare the poems of Miss with the professionals, they are about the same level and everyone is shocked. Ching Chingmo asked the ladies what they were doing, and she did not quite understand their actions and why they suddenly changed their character. And this was a strange thing. The ladies still silently look at Ching Chingmo and envy her poems, and her imagination is on another level, and she thinks like a genius and a smart person. But suddenly, at that very second, all the ladies knelt down in front of Ching Chingmo and begged him to teach them to write incredible poems, and she is ideal. Qingqingmo is in complete shock, and she doesn't understand what's going on there, and why the evil ladies have suddenly changed their attitude towards her and now respect her. Shu Wuhou screams with all his might, and Qingqingmo's wife is the best, and Feng wondered if Master Shu himself wrote the poem, and he amazes them. But at that moment, Qingqingmo froze in place, and she seemed to begin to understand what was going on, and that her husband Shu Wuhou was involved in the whole matter. And at that very moment, Qingqingmo was filled with information and what happened to her today, and she had never felt such things, and it frightened her. The ladies are confused about what is going on with Miss Qingqingmo, and she has a powerful aura, and she does not let anyone near her, and it seems Qingmo has a plan. Lin Tingqi began to understand whether Qingqingmo was planning this, and whether the ladies who brazenly provoked Sister Qingmo were to blame for everything. People said the weather is changing quickly these days, and it was sunny a second ago, and the grandson asks his grandfather to come home before it starts raining. Qingqingmo created lightning and thunder in the sky, and she will always be by Shu Wuhou's side, and it looks like he is involved in this matter, and she will find out everything herself. Lightning struck the sky, and the ladies don't know how to explain it, and it was in vain that the ladies provoked Miss Qingqingmo, and it looks like she will take revenge for everything. Lightning struck the cafe where Qingqingmo was sitting, and people couldn't believe their eyes. What was going on in the sky, and who was to blame for the thunder and lightning? The grandson told his grandfather that lightning had just struck the center of Lingen, but the grandfather knew everything and called his grandson an idiot and that it wasn't lightning, and the grandfather was sure. The grandfather is worried, and he hasn't seen such events for a long time, and explained all the information to his grandson so that he understands and doesn't confuse lightning in this skill. The grandfather told his grandson that someone had stepped onto the path, and the ladies were in complete shock, and why Miss Qingqingmo had flown up, and they couldn't believe their eyes and were all delirious. The ladies asked if this lightning was jealous of Miss Qingqingmo's talent, but her friend said that Qingqingmo had entered the path when she least expected it. Yufong realized that Qingqingmo's talent was there, and she entered the path thanks to her poetic gift. And everything was at the behest of heaven, and now changes are coming. People said that Qingqingmo entered the path thanks to poetry, and if she really entered the path, their plans were destined to come true so soon. Since Qingqingmo has now entered the path, she has no idea yet how to use force, and they cannot waste time and will go to her. People smiled and decided to study Qingqingmo, and she interests them, and they will not miss the perfect chance, and no one will protect Miss from her enemies. At this time, Qingqingmo came to her senses and realized that she seemed to have lost control of herself, and she felt a surge of strength and energy. And this is important. Lin Tingqi asked Qingqingmo to accept her congratulations, and she never thought that Ching would enter the path thanks to poetry, and she is unique. Qingqingmo doesn't understand who wrote the poem and why it's signed with her name, but she has one guess and she can find out all the answers. Qingqingmo asked her sister Lin Qingqi if this was a gift from heaven, and at that moment enemies appeared behind Qingqingmo and wanted to harm her. Lin Qingqi is very worried and told Qingqingmo to turn around and not be distracted, and her enemies are standing there and they both look unfriendly. And at that very second, Lin Qingqi kicked the enemies in the stomach, and she would not let Qingqingmo be offended, and who dared to attack her so brazenly. The enemies were thrown back a couple of meters by Lin Qingqi's strike, and whoever is protecting Qingqingmo seems to have underestimated the skills of the Ching family, and that's a disaster. Lin Qingqi asked the scoundrels who they were and how they dared to attack Qingmo, even in the cultural center. And it seemed they had no conscience. The ladies quickly ran away from there and said that a maniac had come there, and he wouldn't leave Miss Qingqingmo alone, and why do they need her, and it's so strange. And then the enemy began to quickly move towards Qingqingmo, and will send Miss to hell. And she deserved punishment, and no one will help her, and he will kill Miss. The enemy hit Qingqingmo, but she managed to block and defend herself from the opponent's attack. And what did she do to displease the enemies, and what do the villains want? Qingqingmo fell to the ground from the opponent's blow, and he was able to injure her. And they find out the secret of Miss, and they have a task, and they will complete it there. Lin Qingqi asks Qingmo to be careful, as the enemies are attacking them from different sides, and she doesn't want her sister to get injured. But at that very moment, the opponent hit Lin Qingqi from behind and told him to take better care of himself and not lose concentration while fighting the enemy. Qingqingmo is worried about Lin Qingqi, and she was distracted by her and did not notice the enemy's attack and how to help her in this situation, and she does not know. The enemy was already standing behind Qingqingmo, and now it was her turn to die, and Miss should have quickly run away, but she decided to stay, and Miss was so wrong. The enemy dealt a powerful blow with a sword, and Qingqingmo does not know how to defend herself, and it looks like she is finished, and she lived happily and does not regret anything. But at that moment, Shu Wuhou hit the enemy in the face with a log and told the bastard to stand still, and why he was threatening the lovely ladies and making her husband nervous. Shu Wuhou told the enemy to think before attacking his wife, and Qingqingmo is the best lady in the world, and he will protect her from the villains. Shu Wuhou ordered the enemies to go away. Otherwise, they would definitely have serious problems, and he would not spare those who threatened his wife, and he was angry. Shu Wuhou smashed his opponents into the wall with one blow, and her husband definitely won't tolerate two scoundrels threatening his sweet Chingmo. Chingmo looks at her husband Shu Wuhou in surprise and does not understand when her husband became so strong and he defeated the enemies there in one blow. Shu Wuhou asked Chingmo's wife if she was safe, and no one dared to threaten his darling, and he would punish anyone and guarantee his wife's protection. Chingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou that she was fine, and that Shu came to her aid in time, and that she could have suffered from the opponent's attack. But the second enemy jumped towards Shu Wuhou, and does he really think he has enough strength to save all the people and he will immediately take revenge on the bastard for his friend? The enemy told Shu Wuhou that altruism would not save him, and he wanted to show off in front of his wife. But the husband has no chance of success, and these are the facts. But Shu Wuhou is prepared for the opponent's attacks and hit the enemy in the face, and he developed his fighting skills and let the enemies continue to attack him. The enemy was seriously injured in the battle and did not know that Shu Wuhou was so strong, and they underestimated the skills of Chingmo's husband and was too strong. Shu Wuhou swung a log and thought about enemies, and they find them everywhere, and he must keep an eye on Chingmo everywhere and not let anyone harm her. Shu Wuhou slammed his second opponent into the wall with one blow, and they are no obstacle and will not be able to injure him in combat and are not suitable for sparring. The enemy was unable to block a single blow from Shu Wuhou, and he dispatched the second opponent to the next world. And it was in vain that they entered the territory of Lingang. People said the two enemies were at a high level of strength, but Wuhou defeated them as easily as making a salad, and Shu's power overwhelmed them. People realized that Shu Wuhou is much stronger than they thought, and there is no point in saying nasty things about him, and Shu can punish everyone easily. Shu Wuhou approached his wife, and Chingmo asked her husband if he was okay, and she was worried about her husband when he was fighting with opponents there. Shu Wuhou picked up Chingmo and asked his wife if she was injured or in pain, and apologized for allowing the enemies to attack his wife there. Chingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou that everything was fine, and that she should take her time and rest a little and gain strength and energy, and that this was important. Shu Wuhou is serious and asks Chingmo to go and ask the enemies what they wanted and why the enemies attacked the defenseless ladies. Shu Wuhou told Chingmo that she was taking him with her to the Shu family, and he appreciated that she came to him and wanted to be an example for him. And then, Shu Wuhou stroked Chingmo's hair, and the husband does not want his wife to suffer, and in this life, he will become a good husband for Chingmo. Shu Wuhou told Chingmo that he would not be able to protect his wife whom he loved so much in an unmanly way, and he would cut off all enemies from Chingmo everywhere. Chingmo is completely shocked by Shu Wuhou's words, and she does not recognize her husband and he cares for him so much, and destroyed two enemies and protected her from them. Chingchi yells at Shu Wuhou and asks him to come to his senses, and this is the Shir family's fortress. And does the son-in-law know what he's doing? And he's taking a risk and bringing shame on the family. Shu Wuhou told Chingchi that he wanted to warn her, and it seemed that the lady did not understand his intention, and he expressed himself unclearly and would correct the mistakes. Shu Wuhou is angry and told Chingchi to pray that she was not involved in the attack on Chingmo. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Chingchi froze in place, and why Shu Wuhou was threatening her, and he didn't want to listen to her because she didn't wish him harm and always respected him. Chingmo told Shu Wuhou that if there are problems, they should discuss everything at home and not on the street without strangers, and that will be better for them. But Shu Wuhou told Chingmo that he would make sure that the attack on her did not go unpunished, and the husband asked his wife to follow him there. Shu Wuhou continued walking with Chingmo, and Chingchi stood behind them, wondering if Zuangping had kept their important secret. Chingchi remembers how Zuangping proposed to work together, and he brazenly set her up, and it seems Zuangping had her own reasons for revenge. Shu Wuhou approached the man and told his friend that he wanted to ask him for something, and would be glad if he did not refuse and let him listen to him. Shu Wuhou asked his friend if he wanted to give him his sword, and he appreciated the care, and would gladly take his sword and defeat his opponents. The man was terrified of Shu Wuhou and told his brother that of course he would give him the sword, and that his brother did not have to threaten him, and that he respected him so much and wished him luck in the mission. Shu Wuhou thanked his friend, and the man realized that Shu Wuhou was not so simple and that he was crazy, and it was better not to mess with him and immediately give him the sword. People are discussing whether Shu Wuhou is the only one who wants to challenge the Shir family there, and it seems he doesn't know about the Shi family's influence in Lingang City, and with one swing of his sword, Shu Wuhou broke the walls of the Shi family fortress, and he will take revenge on anyone who dares to offend Chingmo, and this is a fact. Shu Wuhou told the people from the Shi clan to come out quickly, and he wants to immediately discuss important matters with them and explain the situation and where those cowards are. Chingmo told Shu Wuhou's husband that she was really fine, and that they should go home and not threaten the Shir family and start a war. Shu Wuhou told Mo that he was not worthy of touching her hands, but someone had the audacity to attack her, and he would never forgive the act. The people from the Shi family attacked Shu Wuhou, and how dare he invade the Shi clan's territory and let him answer the questions, and they are serious. But Shu Wuhou defeated the people from the Shi family with one blow, and none of these fighters can stop him anymore, and it's time for the bastards to reflect on their actions. Shu Wuhou told the people to tell the head of the Shishing family to come out to him immediately and let the others leave there and not interfere or he would beat them. Shu Wuhou is serious and told the fighters otherwise he will send everyone to the next world, and he is not joking, or the fighters want to test the hypothesis sooner. The fighters were shocked and wondered if Shu Wuhou had become more powerful. Shu defeated the Shir family's guards with one blow, and the people were at the peak of the blood energy stage. And at that very second, a shell fell in front of Shu Wuhou, and he knows who came to them and wants to teach a lesson to the Shi family, and they have already lost their fear. The man stood in front of Shu Wuhou and asked the scoundrel who he was and why he brazenly came to the Shi family's territory, and whether he was afraid of the fighters. The huge fighter asked Shu Wuhou if he had enough strength to go against the Shi family, and that they were a very influential family, and no one had the right to interfere with the family. The Shi family fighter looks at Shu Wuhou, and he will destroy the opponent in a couple of minutes and protect the Shi family, and Shu underestimated, and his enemy is strong. Shu Wuhou asked the fighter if he recognized him and that he was his grandfather. And how could he forget about everything, and he would tell him all the information about Wuhou. The man told Mr. Shi that Shu Wuhou had broken in and caused a massacre on the premises, and many of the brothers had been wounded and killed. And this was true. Mr. Shi is angry and told Shu Wuhou to explain everything clearly, or he swears that even Mr. Ching won't save him, and he will punish their family. Mr. Shi swung his arm and told Shu Wuhou that he would crush them all anyway, and that no one had the right to threaten the Shi family on their territory anymore. But Shu Wuhou grabbed Mr. Shir's weapon and asked if Mr. Shi needed an explanation, and he would explain, but there was no need to jump to conclusions so early. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Shir that since it was their efforts that Chingmo's wife was injured, it was logical that the Shir family would pay for it, and he would not forgive them. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou began to use a special technique and immediately told Mr. Shir his explanation and whether he understood his friend's message. People said Shu Wuhou has completely lost his fear and is threatening the Shir family, and Mr. Shi will not tolerate it and will punish the scoundrel for harming the Shi family. But people are delighted, and it's so romantic. Shu Wuhou defends his wife and how to resist a domineering husband, and everyone likes such stories. Mo wondered if she was really that important to her husband, and Shu Wuhou was ready to go against the Shir family to avenge her there. Yufong at this time thinks that brother Shu Wuhou is a sycophant, and Shu's phrases can be recorded on the tablets of flirting and is obliged to imprint everything. Yufong continues to write words on the scroll, and when he finishes, the ladies will be delighted, and Master Shu Wuhou taught him secret techniques. Mr. Shir doesn't understand why Shu Wuhou isn't crippled yet, where the two idiots Zhe Guangkong and Zhe Guangmeng went wrong, and where are those clowns? Mr. Shir told Shu Wuhou that he killed many people from the Shi family, and he had nothing to do with Chingmo's assassination attempt, and Shu had no evidence. The people of the Shir family are furious at Shu Wuhou's behavior, and the people are so eager to beat and destroy Shu Wuhou for his impudence and will not tolerate. All the Shir family fighters pointed their swords at Shu Wuhou, and he is finished, and he is trapped and will not be able to hide anywhere. And Shu attacked the Shi family in vain. But Shu Wuhou asks the fighters to stand, and he didn't think that the head of the Shi family is so cowardly and doesn't admit to his actions, and he makes everyone nervous. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Shi, but in some ways Mr. Shi is absolutely right and he has no evidence. And what is more important is the territory and building of the Shir family. People are sad, and Shu Wuhou is scared, and obviously he made a mistake by attacking the Shir family alone and asked Mr. Shi not to kill Chingchi's son-in-law. Mr. Shir started laughing, and he knew that Shu Wuhou was weak, and he was so afraid of his people and would justify his mistakes, and he was a funny idiot. But Shu Wuhou is an optimist and told Mr. Shir that he misunderstood him, and he was not afraid, and he had his own reasons and wanted to warn Mr. Shu Wuhou swung his sword and told Mr. Shir that evidence was not needed to kill people, and that the scoundrel should learn his lesson forever. Shu Wuhou wants to attack Mr. Shi, and the enemy will die because he did not want to confess to his actions and brazenly lies to his face and infuriates him. But Mr. Shi told Shu Wuhou that it seemed he was seeking death, and without thinking twice, the leader began to use the martial unshakable mountain technique. And at that very moment there was a roar, and the area was covered with dust, and people were so interested to know who won the battle and whose equipment was better. Mo is worried and calls her husband Shu Wuhou, and hopes her husband did not get seriously injured there, and why Shu did not flee the territory. Yufeng stands aside and wonders if brother Shu Wuhou has lost, and Master Shir delivers an incredibly powerful blow and seems to have broken his brother, People ask Shu Wuhou, he won't die just like that, and they still don't understand why Shu Wuhou attacked the boss of the Shir family alone. People noticed something coming out of the smoke and wondered if it was their idol Shu Wuhou, and they hoped he wasn't badly hurt after the enemy attacks. People said this is the weapon of the head of the Shi family, but they don't see the boss himself, and it seems he came up with a plan or changed his principles for the sake of the family. But at that very moment, people froze in place from shock and cannot believe it, and it seems they are hallucinating, and Shu Wuhou managed to hit them. People said that the head of the Shir family has been defeated, and he is kneeling in front of Shu Wuhou. And it seems that Shu has wounded the enemy and made him suffer for his threats. The fighters asked how this was possible, and the head of the Shir family was defeated by Shu Wuhou, and the fighters will avenge the head of the Shi family and send their enemy to hell. But Shu Wuhou's fans are happy with their idol, and Shu Xing with the 7th level couldn't hurt Shu Wuhou, and their idol is progressing quickly and making them happy. Mr. Shu Xing told Shu Wuhou that even with his combat technique he couldn't stop his attack and what kind of power it was, and he hit his opponent. Shu Wuhou is still angry with Mr. Shu Xing, and the boss can ask this question to the King of Hell. And Mr. Shi was wrong to want to harm Qingmo. Mr. Shu Xing is terrified and Shu Wuhou can't kill him. And if the bastard kills him, Zuangping won't let it go and he will punish him so soon. And then Zuangping himself came to them and told Shu Wuhou to stand there and not make any sudden movements, and not to threaten his friend Mr. Shu Xing. Shu Wuhou asked Mr. Shu Xing if this wasn't Master Guangping, and he didn't expect that Master Si would team up with the Shi family and harm them. Shu Wuhou told Guangping that they would discuss everything once they got rid of Mr. Shu Xing, but the boss was afraid and asked Master Si to help him. Guangping managed to grab Mr. Shu Xing and will not allow Shu Wuhou to take the life of his friend. And in vain, the impudent man ignores his words and he is a corpse. Shu Wuhou dealt a serious blow to the asphalt and wanted to destroy Shu Xing and let this be a lesson to all the enemies who infuriate him. Shu Wuhou noticed how he broke through the asphalt and Master Guangping managed to save Mr. Shu Xing there. And what a shame that he did not injure the boss. Shu Wuhou said he was so close to killing Mr. Shu Xing, and Guangping appeared in time, but he did not give up, and he will complete the task. Guangping barely managed to save Mr. Shu Xing, and he would not have survived if Shu Wuhou had hit him with a sword, and he must be more careful. Guangping told Shu Wuhou to stop the mess, and Lingang City is clearly not a place where a worthless person can do whatever he wants. Shu Wuhou asked Guangping if he could do whatever he wanted, and Zi sent dangerous people to prevent him from reaching Shu's house. Shu Wuhou said, unfortunately, he finished off the enemies with one blow, which shows how weak they were and the enemies cannot be compared. Shu Wuhou pointed his finger at Guangping. He is the one who does whatever he wants, and why does he blame him for everything and Zi brazenly lies to people? Guangping told Shu Wuhou not to blame him. And he didn't send anyone, and it has nothing to do with him, and why doesn't he respect them? Guangping wondered if Shu Wuhou had actually killed the two masters, Guangkong and Guangmeng, and how much power Wuhou was hiding and the intrigue. People said Shu Wuhou and Qingmo were attacked, and it seems someone is targeting the Ching family in Guangping now, in collusion with Shu Sheng. Qingmo realized that Shu Wuhou's husband was attacked, and he pretended that nothing happened, but for her he was ready to destroy everyone. Qingmo decided that she had to reconsider her attitude towards her husband, and he protects her everywhere, and she begins to respect her husband and trust Wuhou. Shu Wuhou told Guangping that he would give him two options. The first was to step aside and give him a chance to finish off Mr. Shu Xing for his sins. Shu Wuhou is serious and told Guangping about the second option, and he will fight him to the death and will not let him go until Guangping dies. Guangping thinks Shu Wuhou is funny and is very curious about what Shu Wuhou has in mind, and he proposed two unfavorable options and he is not happy. Guangping asked Shu Wuhou if he really thought that he wouldn't fight him and would be scared after his pathetic threats, and he made them laugh. Guangping told Shu Wuhou that they would fight in a week in front of all the residents of Lingang, not to the death, and let fate decide. Guangping asked Shu Wuhou how he felt about this option and let Shu think carefully, because he understands that Guangping is a dangerous opponent. Shu Wuhou told Guangping that he was waiting for the master to offer him this option, and he would 100% agree and fight with Guangping. Guangping is delighted, and in a week, he will level up a killer technique and no one will be able to defend against Zi's dangerous attacks. Guangping decided that as soon as the time comes, he will crush Shu Wuhou, and he angered the wrong opponent and he will remember all the deeds of the impudent Shu. Shu Wuhou realized that Guangping thought he was the only one with a trump card, and that he would stabilize his cultivation level within a week, and that was his goal. Shu Wuhou told Guangping that if he loses, he will take away his mansion and house. It is quiet and elegant and suitable for a gentleman like Shu Wuhou. Mr. Shu Xing told Master Guangping that this was his ancestral home, and he wanted to warn his friend about something and hoped for his brother's help. Guangping is angry and asked Shu Sheng if he really thinks he will lose to Shu Wuhou. But Mr. denies everything, and he believes in Zi's friend's potential. Shu Wuhou approached Qingmo and asked if his wife was injured and if she should go home and gain strength and energy. And she was suffering so much. Qingmo asks her husband Shu Wuhou to stand, and she wants to tell her husband something important and will be glad if he listens to her words without denying Qing's words. Qingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou that if he needs anything in the future, he should contact her and she will satisfy her husband's request. And this is a fact. Shu Wuhou fell to the ground and asked his wife Qingmo if she was serious, and that it was so sweet of her, and he would always help his wife too. Qingmo stands next to Shu Wuhou and asks her husband not to behave like this in public, and rumors will spread if he doesn't get up and she knows people. Shu Wuhou agrees with Qingmo, and they would rather go home. And people said that the Shir family was destroyed, and in a week there would be a battle between Shi and Wuhou. And then someone approached Master Zuangping and they have an idea. And he shouldn't worry about Shu Wuhou and they will find a solution to the situation. It was Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng and Zuangping who asked why they didn't kill Shu Wuhou earlier and eliminate their potential threat. Zuangping told his friends that they underestimated Shu Wuhou and that he was very strong and that he had been bullied for more than 10 years and was waiting for the moment to respond. Zuangping said Shu Wuhou could be at the peak of the Qi stage like him, and he is not sure that he could kill Shu now, and the master admits. Li Wanfeng agrees with Zuangping, and the master said he understood Shu Wuhou's logic, and he became so furious because of the beauty and wanted to kill Shi. At this time, Shu Wuhou received a punch in the face from Qingmo's wife, and the husband just wanted to check if the bed in Qingmo's room was comfortable. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that she didn't even fulfill this request, but the wife called her husband a fool, and the husband had strange wishes for his wife. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that she really misunderstood everything, and that he was not what she thought, and that her husband's character had changed dramatically. But at that very moment, Qingmo hit her husband's jaw with her elbow, and he was wrong. And as if she would believe Shu Wuhou's excuses and he was a liar. Shu Wuhou is delighted with his wife's blows, and Qingmo's hand is soft, and he is ready to endure beatings as much as necessary. But why does his wife always beat him? And then a loud noise was heard in the Ching family's house and people didn't understand what the sound was and asked the hooligans to let them sleep and not make noise and disturb everyone. Shu Wuhou crashed into a wall and his lower back was injured, and he clearly underestimated Qingmo's power, and his wife knows how to punish him more than her husband. Yong approached Shu Wuhou and told his son-in-law that he deserved it, and that Wuhou got what he deserved for his impudent actions, and that Qingmo was right. Yongze asks Shu Wuhou not to even think about entering his sister Qingmo's chambers just because he won the family tournament. Shu Wuhou listened to his brother's words and why Yongjie came to him. And he should not interfere in the matters of husband and wife, and he interferes with the relationship. Yongze asks Shu Wuhou to be good and return to the barn. That's where he belongs. And it's not for nothing that his father always sends his son-in-law to the barn, and he's a genius. Shu Wuhou told Yongze that it was already late, and why he was walking around instead of cultivating, and he had a solution to Yongze's problem. Shu Wuhou warmed up and told Yongjie that as his son-in-law, he was obliged to help him in cultivation and check his skills and how he trained. Yongjie told Shu Wuhou that he came to report his father's words, but Shu told his brother that they would start by checking his brother's physical condition. Yongjie started shouting throughout the city and people don't know who is shouting, and the man roars so much that he is capable of waking up the dead, and he infuriates everyone. After a while, Shu Wuhou smiled, and how nice it is to grow happiness from someone else's pain. And brother Yongjie forever remembered the advice from his son-in-law Shu. Yongjie lost consciousness, and Shu Wuhou decided that in the future, when he gets upset, he will teach Yongjie for the benefit of cultivation, and he is strong. And at that moment, someone was sitting on the roof of the house and called Shu Wuhou. And the son-in-law did not understand who came so late except Yongjie, and he did not wait. Dentention is sitting on the roof and she asked Shu Wuhou if Qingmo really kicked him out of the house, and it seems he is not happy. And what happened? Dentention said Shu Wuhou shouldn't be lonely and she doesn't want to see her friend sad and he can go play with her there. Shu Wuhou is delighted with Dentention, and is this really what it is? Lost at sunset and found at dawn? And why is she calling him to her in this miracle? Shu Wuhou, without thinking twice, jumped towards Dentention, and he is no longer against spending the night with her, and she knows how to interest friends. Shu Wuhou wants to capture Dentention, and he is in love with her, and if Qingmo does not give a chance for love, he will look for other options. But Dentention cleverly put her foot on Shu Wuhou's face, and she doesn't want Shu's friend to make rash decisions, and he's in a hurry. Dentention told Shu Wuhou that she is a rotten lady, and isn't her friend afraid that she will deceive him and leave him with nothing, and it is important to know her opinion. Shu Wuhou said to Dentention, then they will both be left as fools and they will both be known as trash, and one of them might fall even lower. Shu Wuhou stroked Dentention's leg, and he would have to submit to fate even if it meant he would be deceived, and he didn't care. But Dentention removed her leg and told Shu Wuhou that she would get down to business and Zuangping would train third-level combat techniques in battle. Dentention told Shu Wuhou that his fight with Zuangping is dangerous, and Shu Wuhou is furious, and this lady quickly changes her mind and makes her nervous. Shu Wuhou asks Dentention not to be nervous, and he will defeat Master Zuangping in a week, and he will not cause any harm, and guarantees this. Dentention wants to make a bet with Shu Wuhou if he is so confident in himself, and if he loses to Zuangping, he should help her with the case. But if Shu Wuhou defeats Master Zuangping, her friend Shu can ask Dentention for anything, and she will not refuse his request. Shu Wuhou is surprised by Dentention's bet, and why she is sure that he will lose. And if he wins, Zuangping can ask for anything. Dentention asked Shu Wuhou what he thought about the bet, and she no longer lies to her friend, and gave the correct information and hopes for success in the battle. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou suddenly stood up from his seat, and Dentention did not understand what her friend was planning. And it seemed that something was troubling and worrying Shu. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that it was a good bet, and he agreed, and would start training, and his friend gave him motivation and he had to be cooler. But Shu Wuhou wants Dentention to know that he doesn't need her body, and he just wants to prove to her that a man's honor is already unshakable. Dentention listens to Shu Wuhou's words and his lips resist, but his body speaks for itself, and Shu Wuhou is incredible, and she loves him. Shu Wuhou decided that he was invincible and would grind Zuangping into the dirt and would not spare the master because Lady Dentention would give him anything. But Dentention knows the gap between Zuangping and Wuzhou's levels is too great, and Shu Wuhou will never be able to defeat Master Xie. Shu Wuhou went to bed, and the next morning he sleeps happily and has a good dream, and never wants to wake up, and all his dreams are in a dream. But suddenly at that moment, Mr. Ching entered the warehouse and scared Shu Wuhou very much, and he woke up abruptly, and he doesn't know what the alarm was about. Mr. Ching told Shu Wuhou to get up and stop sleeping. It was already morning, and his son-in-law had a lot to do, and he had to be in excellent physical shape. Shu Wuhou asked his father-in-law if he did anything wrong and why he was so angry, and asked Mr. Ching to explain all the information. Mr. Ching yesterday asked Ching Yongjie to tell his son-in-law to come see him, and why Shu Wuhou didn't show up when he was waiting. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Ching that yesterday he came back late and did not see Ching Yongjie, and it seems that his brother was not lying when he said this yesterday. Mr. Ching told his son-in-law it doesn't matter, and told Shu Wuhou to follow him, but his son-in-law wants to ask his father-in-law, and it's strange where they are going so early. Mr. Ching told Shu Wuhou that he wants to teach him the martial art that his father left behind, and he will become much stronger. Mr. Ching brought Shu Wuhou to the Ching family's training grounds, and he will prepare Wuzhou's son-in-law for a fight with Master Zuangping. Mr. Ching told Shu Wuhou that his father invented this technique, and he must study it with all his heart and remember his father's deeds. Mr. Ching asks Shu Wuhou to watch carefully and ask questions if there is anything unclear, and he will answer and teach the technique. Mr. Ching firmly gripped the sword and began to use the technique, and he wants Shu Wuhou to take his family's traditions seriously. Shu Wuhou is surprised by Mr. Ching technique. And is it really true that there are 3 inscriptions on his hand, and this is a 3rd-level technique, and the technique won't help him? Mr. Ching swings his sword and uses a technique, and asks his son-in-law Shu Wuhou to remember the name of the technique, and the skill is very powerful. Mr. Ching told his son-in-law Shu Wuhou that this technique is called the Heaven-Cutting Strike, and his father wanted him to teach Shu this technique. The shockwave from the Heaven-Cutting Strike technique is colossal, and Mr. Ching knows that Shu Wuhou is growing up and gaining experience. The shockwave shattered the wall, and Shu Wuhou's father's technique is not simple, and it can help Shu Wuhou's son-in-law defeat the enemies. Shu Wuhou froze in shock at how powerful the technique was, but he had never heard of his family's technique and why his father hid the technique. Mr. Ching told Shu Wuhou that the power of the strike cuts through the sky, and with his level, he cannot fully realize the power of the technique. But Shu Wuhou, in the process of cultivating the technique to the maximum, can carry out hundreds and thousands of such strikes, and he believes in its potential. Mr. Ching thought that Shu Wuhou could cut through the void itself, and that his son-in-law's potential was unlimited, and everything depended on training and development. Shu Wuhou is furious. And why did Mr. Ching imagine the technique in his fantasies this way, and he should rack his brains, and he is much better. Shu Wuhou wondered if this technique was really that powerful, and if his father, who left the technique as an inheritance, was even more powerful than Wuhou. Shu Wuhou is delighted, which means his main character's power will soon be activated through battles and training, and no one will be able to stop his son-in-law. Shu Wuhou thought maybe his father was a hero from a secluded clan, and all the people respected his father, and he could use the technique to the maximum in battles. Shu Wuhou keeps thinking, and maybe his mother is a saint from a great sect, or she is the most beautiful lady in the world. And it is interesting to know both. Shu Wuhou realized that if his family found him, he would be able to live like a rich man and be surrounded by ladies. And Wuzhou is the protagonist who ended up in the comic. Shu Wuhou is fantasizing, and the lady asked Master Shu Wuhou what he was thinking about, and she is very interested to understand his thoughts, and he is so strong. But suddenly, Shu Wuhou stopped fantasizing and realized that Mr. Chingchi was standing in front of him, and his son-in-law was terrified, and his father-in-law had really scared him there. Shu Wuhou returned back to reality, and Mr. Chingchi asked his son-in-law if the information was deep, and Shu did not understand anything from the stories. Mr. Chingchi handed Shu Wuhou a scroll and let him try to study it himself. The heaven-cutting strike is strong, but it is not so easy to master. Mr. Chingchi cultivated the technique for a couple of decades to finally achieve such power, and let him ask questions if he doesn't understand. But if Shu Wuhou can't achieve the technique within a week, he will never allow his son-in-law to fight Zuangping, and their strength is too unequal. Mr. Chingchi is 100% sure that Shu Wuhou will never be able to master the technique in a week, and then Wuzhou's son-in-law will give up. But Shu Wuhou told Mr. Chingchi that this is a simple technique, and his son-in-law guarantees that he will defeat Zuangping with this technique and let them not believe it. Mr. Chingchi told Shu Wuhou that his son-in-law was not being serious and that he would not master the technique. But suddenly Shili heard a crash behind him. Mr. Chingchi turned around sharply and wanted to quickly find out what kind of noise Shu Wuhou made. And this sound is very similar to the legendary technique. Shu Wuhou is serious, and he will not fool around anymore, and will prove to Mr. Chingchi and other people that he already has talent and willpower. Shu Wuhou used the heaven-cutting strike technique, and he broke the wall, and Mr. Chingchi was wrong to doubt his skills, and he was wrong. Shu Wuhou destroyed a small house with equipment and only rubble remained. What powerful equipment my father left behind, and thank you for everything. Mr. Chingchi was speechless, and he was 100% sure that Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law was weak, and he would never be able to master the technique. Mr. Chingchi is completely shocked, and it seems that Shu Wuhou mastered his father's technique so easily and without problems. And it seems that Mr. Chingchi underestimated his son-in-law. Mr. Chingchi asked Shu Wuhou if he had mastered the technique so easily, and his son-in-law said that this technique was incredibly powerful, and he felt everything. Shu Wuhou said that there are many letters in the scroll, so he understood them for a long time, and the cup of Samsara has the power of enlightenment, and he learned everything easily. Mr. Chingchi wondered if Shu Wuhou had really said that he had spent a lot of time and that he had learned everything in 10 minutes, while his father-in-law had learned it in 10 years. Shu Wuhou told Chingchi there were still parts of the scroll that he didn't understand about the strike, and could the gentleman explain the essence of the technique? Mr. Chingchi began to doubt his skills, and Shu Wuhou humiliated him, and it seems like all his efforts and merits were already in vain. Mr. Chingchi told Shu Wuhou to explain himself and not go to the Ching family's house until he became an expert in technology. Shu Wuhou knows that he has a strict father-in-law, but since he immediately mastered the new technique, it's time to improve his cultivation level. Mr. Chingchi is depressed and has barely reached the basic level of technique after decades of training, and what will he teach Shu? And it's good that Chingchi is smart enough. Otherwise, if Shu Wuhou exposed him, how will he be able to deal with him in the future? And he is so nervous. After Shu Wuhou absorbs this metal, he will be one step closer to reaching the 9th level of the Qi stage, and with this technique, he is invincible. Shu Wuhou loves himself, and he is simply incredible, and none of the enemies will harm him and all his friends, and he will punish them and destroy them immediately. And then, Qingmo approached Shu Wuhou and asked her husband what Wuhou was doing in front of the warehouse door in the middle of the night, and let him explain everything to his wife. Shu Wuhou asked Qingmo what brought her there, and it seemed that Ching came specifically to visit her husband and was missing him and thinking about him. Qingmo came to remove broken things from the warehouse, and her father wants everything broken to be sold and let Shu continue his studies. Shu Wuhou is horrified, and he took all the weapons from the Samsara Cup warehouse, and if Qingmo sees how he will explain all this to Mr. Chingchi. Shu Wuhou asks Qingmo not to rush and why she wants to go to the warehouse and let her spend time with her husband, and he really missed Qingmo. Shu Wuhou patted Qingmo's shoulder, and he will not allow his wife to enter the warehouse, and Mr. Chingchi will kill him if he finds out about the missing swords. Shu Wuhou abruptly turned Qingmo in his direction, and the husband thinks about how else to distract his wife so that she quickly forgets about the task in the warehouse. Shu Wuhou raised his hand, and Qingmo was confused and did not understand what her husband was doing, and he was acting even stranger than usual and frightening her. Qingmo asked Shu Wuhou why he was acting like this, and it seemed like he was hiding something, and a husband must trust his wife and she would always understand. But suddenly Shu Wuhou asked Qingmo why his wife was ugly today, and her husband didn't understand this and still thought about her appearance. Qingqingmo started to get angry and asked her husband Shu Wuhou what he wanted to tell her with this and let him explain his message, and it was not for nothing that he said this. Shu Wuhou told Qingqingmo that she is terribly cute, and he will never get tired of looking at her, and she motivates her husband to do great things everywhere. Qingqingmo was surprised by her husband's words and asked Shu Wuhou what kind of nonsense he said, and he never praised her beauty, and her husband did not notice. Shu Wuhou began to confuse Qingqingmo and asked if she had a map, because her husband was lost in his wife's eyes and she was more beautiful than all the ladies. Shu Wuhou told Qingqingmo that he definitely likes her and that he will never upset her and guarantees protection from all dangerous enemies of the family. Qingqingmo turned away and began to leave from there, and what strong thoughts Shu Wuhou has, and she does not continue the conversation with her husband there. Shu Wuhou realized he had talked to Qingqingmo at the last second, and she told her husband that the Ching family's business was now at rock bottom because of Mao and Li. Qingqingmo said that her family would be in a more miserable situation, and at the moment she is no longer in the mood to think about anything else. Shu Wuhou asked Qingqingmo if he solved all the problems of the Ching family, could they become a normal couple as husband and wife with a cute warrior? Qingqingmo asked her husband Shu Wuhou when Shu would stop talking nonsense, and how he would solve all the issues and problems of the Ching family is unclear. Qingqingmo knows that only the gods and the masters of the Will of Swords can help the Ching family, and it is impossible for her husband Shu Wuhou to perform a feat. Shu Wuhou looks at Qingqingmo, and it's in vain that his wife doesn't believe in her husband, and he has surprised the Ching family so many times and is ready to do anything to protect their family. Shu Wuhou realized that settling scores with the Mao and Li families is not difficult, but he cannot ask Qing Sili, and he will not believe him, and he must find a way. People at this time gathered in one place and want to find out everything from the scoundrel Zhao Sheng, and he is obliged to tell the whole truth, or they will not let him go. The bully kicked Zhao Sheng and asked if he still considered himself the head of the Zhao family, and it seemed like Zhao had serious problems with his head. The bully told Zhao Sheng that the main reason he didn't kill him was his desire to watch him live in filth and humiliation, and that he was a beggar. The bully kicked Zhao Sheng in the head again and told him to kneel down and call his dad, and then he would think about whether to pardon the idiot Sheng. But when no one expected this, Shu Wuhou came to Zhao Sheng and he wanted to ask his colleague something and didn't want to see Zhao suffer. Shu Wuhou asked Zhao Sheng if he wanted to take revenge on the bullies, and he would help and let his colleague tell him the answer to the question. And this is so important. The bully said that this is a useless son-in-law from the Ching family and who gave him the right to interfere in their affairs. And maybe Shu Wuhou is tired of living. Zhao Sheng asked Shu Wuhou if he really wants to help him, and it's so funny. And now Zhao is an empty space and no one can help. Shu Wuhou told his brother Zhao Sheng that he understood his doubts and his friend was absolutely right, and all other people could not help in this situation. But Shu Wuhou is serious and told Zhao Sheng that he can help him and asks him to believe in his colleague and support him during the battles. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou threw needles at Zhao Sheng and there applied the yin-yang healing rhythm technique, and Zhao Sheng lost hope in vain. Zhao Sheng doesn't understand what Shu Wuhou is up to, and it seems like he really wants to help him, and he won't ask Shu's friend unnecessary questions. The needle entered Zhao Sheng's body, and his brain was filled with information, and it was not for nothing that Shu Wuhou wanted to help Zhao. And he knows that it is so difficult for him. And at that moment, Zhao Sheng gained strength and energy and screamed from very drastic changes in his body and frightened the enemies, and they did not know anything. Zhao Sheng exhaled and he felt how his body had become different, and he had not felt a surge of strength for a long time, and had forgotten how strong he was in the past. Zhao Sheng was delighted and told his friend Shu Wuhou that his strength had returned, and he had almost lost hope of success. But Shu Wuhou was very helpful in the matter. The hooligans were shocked, and Zhao Sheng's energy meridians were clearly damaged and he was crippled, and how Shu Wuhou cured the idiot. The hooligans are perplexed, and how is this possible, and Shu Wuhou is a weakling, and he used to lose in important tournaments but has changed dramatically. Zhao Sheng told the hooligans that he had been waiting for this chance for 3 long years and would not miss the moment and would fight for his destiny, and he suffered so much. Zhao Sheng there extended his hand and will take revenge on the enemies and return back everything that he lost and analyze his actions and destroy their enemies. The hooligans asked Mr. Zhao Sheng to wait, and they are so guilty and asks to spare him, and he will never interfere with his actions. But Zhao Sheng angrily jumped towards the fighters and told his colleagues that it was too late now and that the opponents would have to pay for all their sins. Shu Wuhou is shocked by Zhao Sheng's strength, and he takes revenge on the bullies, but he has never seen such power in ordinary people, and Zhao is unique. Shu Wuhou told Zhao Sheng that he was born to be a legend, and it seems that he really has found an incredible successor and will tell them all the secrets. Zhao Sheng told Shu Wuhou that he is only at the normal stage, but he wants to control them, and what he can give them in exchange for their lives. Zhao Sheng asked Shu Wuhou if he wasn't afraid, and the monster didn't think long about whether to beat or destroy the scoundrel, but now he's made up his mind. Shu Wuhou told Zhao Sheng to try to stop him, and that he hadn't forgotten and would be able to cure his friend later, and that he wouldn't abandon his colleague in trouble. But at that very moment, Zhao Sheng noticed a huge sword behind Shu Wuhou, and the master told Zhao that he would cripple his colleague again for his sins. Zhao Sheng is shocked, and he realized that this is the will of the swords. And how is this possible? And Shu Wuhou is at the initial stage, and he has no experience in fighting, and it's strange. Shu Wuhou glared at Zhao Sheng and ordered the impudent fellow to kneel down immediately, or he would be in serious trouble and he would guarantee. Zhao Sheng instantly fell to his knees, and he is afraid of Shu Wuhou and does not want to have problems with the master who gave him strength, and this is wrong. Zhao Sheng told Master Shu Wuhou that he was honored to be next to the professional Shu Wuhou and would forever remember his help. Shu Wuhou grinned and said to Zhao Sheng that now the master really wants him to help him with something. And it was not for nothing that the master chose Zhao as his disciple. The next morning, Ching thanked Zhao Sheng for the weapons he supplied them with, which would make their lives much easier and they would not forget the deed. Zhao Sheng told Mr. Ching that it was always nice to hear Mr. Thank you, but he was just told to do it, and it was not he who helped them. Mr. Ching was very surprised and asked Zhao Sheng who told him to give them weapons, and the mister was very interested to know the person's name. Zhao Sheng looked at Shu Wuhou and told Mr. Ching that the idea was given to him by a friend, and Zhao became very nervous. Shu Wuhou is worried and immediately told Zhao Sheng to shut up if he values his life. Otherwise, he will take revenge if his friend betrays him and reveals their secrets. Mr. Ching turned around and asked Shu Wuhou why he came there, and the son-in-law told his father-in-law that he brought tea for the mister to quench his thirst. But Mr. Ching punched Shu Wuhou in the face, and why is he resting and not cultivating? But Zhao Sheng asks Mr. Ching to calm down quickly. Mr. Ching told Zhao Sheng a couple of days ago that Shu Wuhou was confident and agreed to fight Zuangping and wanted to take revenge. Mr. Ching yelled at Shu Wuhou and told him to practice the technique he taught him last time and practice defense and attacks. Zhao Sheng told Mr. Ching that he couldn't reveal the person's identity and why everyone in this family was creepy, and he had to get out of there. Qingmo asked her father if Zhao Sheng was not a cripple and was fine and full of qi, and seemed to have been healed and who possessed such a gift. Mr. Ching told his daughter that judging by Zhao Sheng's behavior, he is already acquainted with Shu Wuhou, and Qingmo says her guess is impossible. Qingmo understood, and it seems that Shu Wuhou was right to see Zhao Sheng and share the secrets of the technique, and Qingmo expects anything from her husband. Mr. Ching realized why Zhao Sheng was communicating like that. And Mr. knew from the very beginning that something was wrong, and was able to determine the whole essence there. But Mr. Ching thinks differently, and it seems Shu Wuhou is asking Zhao Sheng for help, and at the same time to help solve their family's problems. Mr. Ching remembered the image of Brother Shu in his fantasies, and he will not let him down and will make Shu Wuhou a great man and guarantees this. Shu Wuhou realized that the day of his fight with Zuangping had come, and he was 100% confident and had no doubts that he would show his class. Shu Wuhou decided that today was the day when he would become famous throughout the city of Lingang, and people would begin to respect him. And this was the goal of a disciple. But when Shu Wuhou did not expect this, someone told Shu Wuhou not to rush until he discussed with him and answered important questions. Qing Yongji asked Shu Wuhou where he was going, and his father forbade him to leave their residence, and maybe he wants trouble and his son-in-law is impudent. Shu Wuhou asked Qing Yongjie if his back seemed to be itching and he wanted to give a short tour of martial arts there. Qing Yongjie said that Shu Wuhou's son-in-law was no longer the same as he used to be, and he hoped to maintain a good relationship with Shu Wuhou and not contradict. Ever since Shu Wuhou taught Qing Yongjie a lesson, he has been working hard and hasn't wanted to stop training, and has been thinking about taking revenge on his son-in-law in the ring. Qing Yongjie has finally mastered the master level of an extremely martial and powerful technique, but Shu Wuhou definitely can't learn it just like that. Shu Wuhou asked his friend Qing Yongzhe if his brother had cultivated martial arts just to fight him and restore their honor. Shu Wuhou agreed to fight Qing Yongjie, but he had to hurry and still make it to the fight with Zuangping and defend the honor of the Qing family in battle. Qing Yongjie was furious and asked the scoundrel Shu Wuhou how he dared to underestimate him, and did he really think that he could defeat him so easily and that he was weak. Qing Yongjie jumped towards Shu Wuhou, and he will show him strength and will not spare and teach his son-in-law a lesson and why he was so insolent in battles. Qing Yongjie uses the technique of the revered treasures of the world and the mantra and Ronaldo, and wants to punish Shu Wuhou's son-in-law, and he has become much better. Qing Yongjie is serious and uses the Ban no Ami Hom and flapping wyvern in flight technique to teach the impudent Shu Wuhou a lesson for his sins. Qing Yongjie is angry and told Shu Wuhou to meet his retribution, and he must think before beating people, and he will take revenge on his son-in-law for everything. But suddenly, at that very second, Shu Wuhou punched Qing Yongzhe in the face, and life teaches nothing to this idiot. And did he really want to punish his son-in-law? Shu Wuhou delivered a serious kick to Qing Yongzhe's face and immediately calmed his furious impulse and did not want anyone to humiliate him there. Qing Yongzhe fell to the ground with a roar, and everyone was shocked, and it looked like a meteorite had fallen. And who could have beaten poor Qing Yongzhe like that in a fight? Shu Wuhou told Qing Yongzhe that if this is a real fight, techniques won't help and the opponent will kill him 1,000 times and let him learn from his mistakes. Shu Wuhou told Qing Yongzhe that he is still the same as before and nothing has changed, and when he returns home, they will practice their strikes. Qing Yongzhe turns into a clown. And he said that Shu Wuhou's son-in-law always hits him in the face, and he has lost his beauty and really wants to cry. And at this moment, someone called Shu Wuhou and wanted to discuss something with his son-in-law, and Wuhou must be careful in fighting with Master Zuangping. Shu Wuhou was surprised by the arrival of this man, and asked the gentleman what he wanted from him. And it seemed like Qing was angry, and it seemed like he was so guilty. Shu Wuhou asked Qing father-in-law why he was standing behind him with a stern look, and hoped he was not guilty of anything, and this was important. Mr. Qing asked Shu Wuhou if he really wanted to fight Zuangping. But first he would have to defeat him, and then he would let him go. Shu Wuhou told Qing father-in-law that this was somehow not good, and he didn't want to fight with his own father-in-law, and why didn't Mr. take a break from work? Qing said that Shu Wuhou at least knows how to admit defeat, and that his son-in-law should stay in the residence and cultivate, and that Zuangping is strong. But Shu Wuhou told Mr. Qing that he misunderstood, and was afraid that if he overpowered him, his father-in-law's authority would be undermined, and he didn't want to spoil it. Mr. Qing began to laugh and asked the impudent man to repeat the words again, and he would wean his son-in-law from the habit of being impudent and let him learn a lesson. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Qing that he knows his father-in-law is worried about him, but he has to go to the duel because no one believes in him, and he will fix it. At that moment, Shu Wuhou swung his sword sharply, and he wants to prove to the city of Lingong that he is not trash, and that he must be respected and appreciated in Lingong. Mr. Qing froze in place and couldn't believe his eyes. And when Shu Wuhou's son-in-law became so strong and had such great potential, he was amazed. Shu Wuhou used the heaven-cutting strike technique and smashed all the stones into pieces without hitting Mr. Qing or harming them. Shu Wuhou mastered and improved his father's technique in one day. And Mr. Qing did not expect that his son-in-law was so talented and had nothing to teach him. Shu Wuhou asks Mr. Qing to just wait for him, and he promises that there will be good news soon, and he will take revenge on Zuangping for all her sins. Mr. Qing was speechless and still can't understand how Shu Wuhou became so powerful, and he never saw his potential. Mr. Qing realized that Shu Wuhou had completely mastered his father's technique, and Zuangping was in danger, and his son-in-law Shu was not so simple. At this time, a crowd of people are standing in front of the entrance to the tournament field, and Zuangping will fight with Shu Wuhou. But why has Wuhou not come yet? The assistant told Master Zuangping that Shu Wuhou had not yet arrived, and he would suggest that the opponent was so scared that he would come to fight Zi. Zuangping told his assistant that they would wait for Shu Wuhou for a while, but if he didn't show up, they would go to the Ching family and force him to fight. Zuangping told the assistant that Shu Wuhou was obliged to die in battle no matter what, and the assistant had no right to argue with the master. Zuangping said Shu Wuhou must know today that he will destroy him at any cost and take revenge for all the impudence and actions of the bastard. At this time, Eufong and Dentention looked at the dialogue between Zuangping and the assistant, and he tells Boss Zi that he is incredible and wants to become like him. Yufong asked Dentention why Shu Wuhou hadn't shown up yet, and whether Mr. Qing had locked his son-in-law in the warehouse at home again. Dentention asks Yufong not to be nervous, and Shu Wuhou will come and he still owes her a bet, and he has no right to let his friends down in battle. Yufong is confused and asks Dentention what kind of bet her friend has with Shu Wuhou. But she asks her friend Yu to watch, and something interesting will begin. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou came into the arena with a roar, and he is confident in his strength and will never be afraid of Zuangping, and the master will regret. Zuangping is angry at Shu Wuhou, and why can't they calmly come to the arena, and Shu Wuhou will definitely break something along the way and infuriate them. People covered their faces from the asphalt debris and asked what was going on in the arena and who had come there and caused a commotion. And everyone was interested. Shu Wuhou is serious, and Master Zuangping was wrong to call him a coward, and he will remember all the meanness of the master and destroy the bastard in battle. Zuangping is angry at the arrival of Shu Wuhou, and the idiot has attracted the attention of all the people, and he is obliged to teach the scoundrel a lesson in battle, and everyone is ready. Shu Wuhou took out his sword and told Master Zuangping that it was the end for him, and no one would save him. And he had decided his own fate, and that was the truth. Master Zuangping also took out his sword, and he is not afraid of an idiot. And it seems like Shu really thinks that he has a chance to win, and he is funny. Master Zuangping started to use the technique and he is on a different level, and Shu Wuhou attacked the wrong master and will soon send him to the next world. And at that very moment, Master Zuangping jumped towards Shu Wuhou and he told his opponent that he himself would be the one who would disappear and let him prey. The battle between Zuangping and Shu Wuhou is like a fight between a tiger and a dragon, and everyone expects a great fight from the two masters and let them show all their skills. Shu Wuhou and Zuangping look into each other's eyes, both eager to defeat their opponent and prove that their family is the strongest in Lingang. People are delighted and the fight has just begun and the tension is off the charts, and what a wonderful sight, and who is the best warrior of Lingan will get an answer. Dentention asks Shu Wuhou not to disappoint her, and she believes in her friend's potential and talent so much that he is able to humiliate Zuangping in battle. Master Zuangping retreated to a safe distance, and Shu Wuhou really hid his powers until now, and why is he so afraid? Master Zuangping told Shu Wuhou that he was at the peak of the Qi stage just like him. And why did he always hide this fact and didn't want to tell everyone? Shu Wuhou said to Zuangping that if he said that he had achieved a breakthrough a couple of days ago, the master would still not believe him and knew his character. Master Zuangping told Shu Wuhou to say whatever he wants because he will soon die from his third stage combat technique. And this is true. Master Zuangping began to prepare the third level technique, and people do not know when Zuangping mastered the dangerous third level technique. People realized it was not for nothing that Zuangping was the best warrior in Lingang, and a fighter who had mastered the most complex techniques, while Shu Wuhou had serious problems in combat. Shu Wuhou told Zuangping that this was the reason he postponed the fight until today. But are such third-level techniques really that rare? When Zuangping did not expect this, Shu Wuhou told the master that he also knew one third-level technique, and it seemed that Z had underestimated. Zuangping didn't believe Shu Wuhou's words, and he started lying when his life was on the verge of death and Shu was pathetic and he would beat the bastard without sparing his strength. Zuangping began to use the 1,000-hook blade technique, and Wuhou was unable to defend against his techniques and would die in battle as a warrior. And at that very moment, Zuangping sent a powerful attack towards Shu Wuhou, and the 1,000-hook technique is dangerous and can injure the enemy. But Shu Wuhou is not nervous and continues to stand in place, and Master Zuangping is an idiot and does not know that the opponent has a trump card for victory. And then Shu Wuhou started using the technique of the strike that cuts the sky. And it is interesting to know how Zuangping will defend against the technique, and it is cool. All the residents of Lingang City saw a bright light in the arena, and it looked like Shu Wuhou and Master Zuangping were fighting and using techniques in battle. But at that moment, there was a roar, and an explosion blew everything away in the arena, and everyone was in shock. And what technique Shu Wuhou used, and he surprised everyone. Master Zuangping froze in shock at what was happening, and how Shu Wuhou was able to land a rare blow, and how he underestimated Shu's opponent in vain. Master Zuangping was struck by lightning in the arena, and Shu Wuhou doesn't want to pity the scoundrel, and Guangping deserved to suffer with his actions. People think the damage from Shu Wuhou's technique is very painful, and this is a battle between the best warriors from the younger generation of Lingang, and they are cool. People said the head of the Ching family arrived at the arena with his daughter Ching Mo and son Ching Yongjie, and they want to support Shu Wuhou in the fight. Mr. Chingchi wants his son-in-law Shu Wuhou to live, and if he dies, how will he answer to his brother Shu? And he will never forgive his friend. Ching Mo doesn't know why Shu Wuhou's husband didn't listen to her, and she's worried about him. And Master Zuangping is a very dangerous opponent in battle. Ching Yongjie thought that his son-in-law Shu Wuhou represents the Ching family's reputation, and asked his brother not to lose in battle and hoped he was ready for attacks. And then all the people noticed the pogrom in the arena, and how strong Shu Wuhou and Zuangping were. And they surprised all the spectators and both motivated. Ching Mo and Mr. Chingchi are worried about who won the battle, and he wants Shu Wuhou to be alive, and that's all she asks from their son-in-law. Shu Wuhou pointed his sword at Zuangping's back and told Master Z that he had lost and would not be able to get out of this situation, and that he should accept everything. People are in complete shock and wondered if Shu Wuhou really defeated Master Guangping. And how is this possible? They thought that Shu was weak, but they were very wrong. The host told the audience that the best warrior in Lingang City is Wuhou, and that female fans are asking Shu Wuhou to marry them, and that he motivates people. Mr. Chingchi is delighted, and it seems he did not fail Shu Wuhou's father's request. And Ching Yongjie said Shu's son-in-law did not let the Ching family down in battle. Ching Mo is happy that her husband Shu Wuhou actually defeated Master Guangping in battle. And no one believed in the loser until that moment and humiliated him everywhere. Ching Mo realized in an instant that Shu Wuhou is the most adored person in Lingang City, and all people want to be like the fighter Shu. Dentention sighed, and Shu Wuhou was at the peak of the key stage, and she seemed to have lost the bet, and her friend was able to hit her with his technique. Yufeng was very curious to know, and he asked Dentention what kind of bet she had with Shu Wuhou, and let her tell her friend about everything at once. But Dentention hit Yufeng on the head, and it is none of his business, and he is not obliged to know the terms of her bet with Shu Wuhou, and let him not make her nervous. Dentention decided to come up with a way to shut Shu Wuhou up, and she was very interested in what conditions he would put forward and what he wanted from her. Dentention started to leave with Yufeng and took him in her arms. But Yufeng asked her friend where they were going and why she was so strange. Dentention told Yufeng that they were going to kill the person who was behind the Z family, and that she would not let Shu Wuhou down and would already keep her promise. Shu Wuhou told Master Zuangping that he could say a few words of farewell and let him have time to say what he wanted before the enemy died in battle. Zuangping grabbed Shu Wuhou's sword with his hand and asked if the enemy really gives the master the right to say a few words, and ordered the idiot Shu to kill the master quickly. Zuangping told Shu Wuhou that he was a vile and cunning person, and he hid his essence so deeply, and he thought that he himself was sinning like that. Zuangping asked Shu Wuhou if he thought that with his death everything would be over, and he would make the Shu and Ching families pay for their sins. Shu Wuhou grinned ominously and said to Master Zuangping he understood him, and it seems that Master has nothing to say and he is talking nonsense in the arena. At that moment, Shu Wuhou swung his sword and ordered Zuangping to go to hell immediately, and deserve punishment for their vile actions. Master Zuangping is horrified, and Shu Wuhou is a scoundrel, and does the bastard really dare to kill him, and he thought the weakling was just scaring the master. Shu Wuhou really wanted to take the life of Master Zuangping, but the fighter saw another person's fist in front of him and someone scolded Shu Wuhou. The stranger repelled Shu Wuhou's attack, and he doesn't understand why the fighter saved Master Zuangping, and no one has the right to interfere with the fights. Shu Wuhou has taken another swing and wants to send Master Zuangping to hell, and there's no need to interfere with him or break the rules because he defeated the bastard. Shu Wuhou struck with all his might, but the stranger moved Guangping to a safe distance and prevented Shu Wuhou from injuring Guangping there. Shu Wuhou asked if this was a team fight, and he defeated the younger one, and then his father showed up and the Xi family no longer has any shame or conscience. People recognize the stranger, and it seems that this is the man about whom there are many stories, and he came to the aid of Master Guangping and saved him from death. People realized that it was Zi Linyuan, and he came to save Guangping, and the Zi family lost their shame because they fought to the death but were prevented. King Xili asked Xie Linyuan of Guangzhou how he dared to interfere in the squabbles of the younger generation, and had never seen such insolence in Lingang. But then someone stopped Mr. Qing Xili, and behind him stood Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng, asking Mr. to moderate his ardor and not interfere. Mao Zhen asked Mr. Qing Xili if he wanted to start a war between the two great families of Lingang, and if Xili would be better off stopping. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng threatened Mr. Qing Xili and asked the leader not to forget that his son and daughter are also in the arena and at risk of attack. Mr. Qing Xili thought the Zi family were scoundrels, and he would take revenge on everyone. And Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng were very permissive and were not afraid of the leader's wrath. Jie Guangzhou told Shu Wuhou that he had already defeated Jie Guangping and let them end the fight there, and there was no need to take the sin on his soul and take Xi's life. But Shu Wuhou doesn't care, and he decides the fate of Master Xie Guangping. And Jie Guangzhou is better off not getting involved in someone else's business, and he is angry at their family. Shu Wuhou told Jie Guangzhou to not interfere with him, and he did not accept these rules, and Master Jie Guangping insisted on fights to the death, and he is stupid. Shu Wuhou swung his arm and began to use the technique, and Jie Guangzhou could no longer save Jie Guangping, and all the people knew the weakness of the Zi family in the arena. Shu Wuhou shouted at Jie Guangzhou and his uncle to not save Jie Guangping, and he is making him nervous, and he will punish all Zi family members and friends, and this is the goal. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou directed a dangerous technique to the side, and Jie Guangzhou was wrong to come to the arena and stand in his way of revenge for everything. Jie Guangzhou and Jie Guangping listened to Shu Wuhou's threats, and his technique was amazing, and the Qing family's son-in-law became much more powerful in battle. Jie Guangzhou smiled and asked Shu Wuhou if the fighter was only at the Qi stage threatening to attack him, and he amused Master Xi there. And then Xie Linyuan Guangzhou swung and told Shu Wuhou that he would simply break him and teach him manners and not let him threaten the family. But when Xie Linyuan Guangzhou did not expect this, Shu Wuhou applied his serious technique, and the master's hair fell out and he was shocked. Master Xie Guangzhou screams and is in a lot of pain, and Shu Wuhou is not simple, and he was able to catch his opponent off guard and why he underestimated the bastard. People can't believe their eyes, and Shu Wuhou has already managed to injure Xie Linyuan Guangzhou, and this has never happened in Lingang before, and they are witnessing miracles. People said it seems like Xie Linyuan underestimated Shu Wuhou, and it was his mistake. But if the old man goes on a rampage, Shu Wuhou will be in trouble. Xie Linyuan Guangzhou doesn't believe it, and did he really receive damage from the fighter at the early stage of Qi? and it seems he lost control and was very stupid. Mr. Chingchi realized that Shu Wuhou had reached the master level of his father's technique, and he must try hard to repel this attack from Shu Wuhou. Shu Wuhou has already told Giling Yuan Guangzhou that he cannot save Xie Guangping's brother, and that he should not try to interfere with his plans or he will face wrath. Shu Wuhou told Giling Yuan that if he blocked his way again, he would split them in two, and there was no need to test his patience, and that it was their mistake. People asked if Shu Wuhou had gone crazy and promised to kill Giling Yuan Guangzhou, and Shu clearly overestimated his strength and skills. Mr. Chingchi thought that Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law had gone too far and had challenged Master Xie Linyuan Guangzhou in vain, and that he was too strong a fighter. Xie Linyuan Guangzhou told the fool Shu Wuhou that he clearly overestimated his skills and experience and was no match for him, and he would punish the idiot in battle. Master Xie Linyuan Guangzhou began to use a serious technique and let Shu Wuhou try to defend himself from all of the master's furious attacks. Mao Zhen said Guangzhou applied the technique and victory was assured, and Li Wanfeng said that this was the technique for which he became famous. Mr. Chingchi is wary, and Xie Linyuan Guangzhou uses the legendary Tiger Fist technique in battle, and Shu Wuhou is already in danger. Xie Linyuan Guangzhou will use the Tiger Fist Thousand Volley technique against Shu Wuhou, and teach the insolent Shu a lesson and avenge the Sai family. Xie Linyuan Guangzhou is serious and let the impudent Shu Wuhou say goodbye to his life, and there is no way for him to escape from the tiger technique. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou noticed a furious tiger in front of him, and Xie Linyuan Guangzhou was fighting with all his might and not caring about his opponent. Qingmo is worried about her husband Shu Wuhou and asks him to hide, as he will not survive Xie Linyuan Guangzhou's technique and her husband's life is on the brink. Mr. Chingchi asks Shu Wuhou not to try to stand against Xie Linyuan Guangzhou, because he has already defeated Xie Guangping and proved everything to them. This time, Shu Wuhou clearly took aim at the wrong opponent, and the Tiger Fist is the technique that made Xie Linyuan Guangzhou a legend. All the people laugh at Shu Wuhou and don't believe him. And the son-in-law wants Qingchi and Qingmo to forgive him, and he will show his willfulness in battle. Shu Wuhou raised his sword, and he will prove that he is worthy of the Qing family and no one has the right to bully and threaten friends and family. And he is angry. Shu Wuhou uses his skill in response to the opponent's technique, and he is no weaker than the enemy. And the technique is called the Brightest Blade, and he is cool. Shu Wuhou lit up the sky with his technique. And Xie Linyuan is wrong to not appreciate his skills, and he has been preparing for revenge for a long time and will not let his enemies go. Shu Wuhou mastered the Reign of Terror technique, and Xie Linyuan Guangzhou did not believe in his techniques, but he taught the bastard a lesson, and he really pissed him off. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou easily defeated the furious tiger, and Xie Linyuan Guangzhou was clearly not prepared for such a rebuff from his opponent. Xie Linyuan Guangzhou is in complete shock, and Shu Wuhou used the sword will technique against him, and how is this possible, and he is at a loss there. Xie Linyuan Guangzhou began to beg Shu Wuhou to spare him, and he did not want to die, and admitted his mistake and would correct the situation so quickly. And at that very moment, a roar and explosion were heard in the arena, and people were shocked and moved to a safe distance to avoid being hurt by all the attacks. People don't know who won Shu Wuhou or Xie Linyuan Guangzhou, and they are very interested to know the outcome of the fight, and the fighters amaze everyone. Qingmo is nervous, and she hopes her husband Shu Wuhou is not harmed by Xie Linyuan's powerful attacks in Guangzhou, and she is always by Wuzhou's side. But when the dust cleared, Qingmo saw her husband's silhouette, and Wuzhou was unharmed after so many attacks from her opponent and stood whole in the arena. Qingmo is completely shocked by her husband and how Shu Wuhou survived the battle, and he went through so many trials and made his opponent suffer. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that he did this and protected the honor of the Qing family, and none of the vile enemies have the right to harm the best family. Qingmo quickly went to her husband's side and wants to make sure that Shu Wuhou is okay, and when her husband managed to become stronger and motivates everyone. Qingmo wanted to hug her husband and was worried about Shu Wuhou and why he took such a risk in the fight with Master Xie Linyuan Guangzhou, and he is a pro. But Qingmo pulled herself together, and she shouldn't hug her husband, and she asked Shu Wuhou if he was injured, and she would help her husband there. But Shu Wuhou gently grabbed Qingmo's hand and wants to impress his wife and remembers how she was disgraced because of her husband. But he will correct her character. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that he was fine and apologized for making her worry, and that he would no longer be in danger in the fight with Xie. Qingmo said this was wonderful news, and she dreamed that her husband would not be injured and that he would successfully defend the honor of the Qing family in the battle with Xi. Shu Wuhou thanks God that he has a cup that immediately replenished his blood and energy, and he used the silent sword technique. People noticed, and Xie Guangping was dead, and even Master Xie Linyuan had already received serious injuries, and the Xi family had lost important forces in the battle. People said this battle changed the balance of power in the city of Lingang, and they thought it was an ordinary brawl between young people, but Shu Wuhou was not joking there. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng can't believe that Master Si Guangping is dead, and he is a strong fighter, but how did Shu Wuhou take Master Si's life? Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are irritated by Shu Wuhou's actions, and he did not spare Master Si Guangping, and who does he think he is, and will explain everything. Mao Zhen told Chingchi that he knew Shu Wuhou was so strong and still remained silent, and that Mr. had planned everything, and that Mr. was cunning in his intrigues. Li Wanfeng said, Mr. Chingchi masterfully portrayed fear, and he played the role in that both the father-in-law and the son-in-law are one Satan, and he hates their family. Mr. Chingchi told his friends that, to be honest, he was also shocked and clearly didn't know that Shu Wuhou's son-in-law was so strong. But Mao and Li didn't believe the scoundrel. Shu Wuhou called Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng and wants to discuss something and why they are threatening Mr. Chingchi, and he will teach them both some manners. Shu Wuhou told Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng that Si Guangping had already died at his hands, and they had the nerve to be rude and humiliate their Ching family. Shu Wuhou asked Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng if they wanted to step into the ring and test their strength in a fight if they thought they could defeat him. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are horrified, and Li tells Shu Wuhou that even though he has mastered the Qi stage, he cannot save the Qing family from the enemy. Li Wanfeng will be honest with Shu Wuhou, and their families are preparing to release a batch of weapons imbued with the will of swords, and they will soon take over the market. Li Wanfeng told Shu Wuhou that the Qing family would then lose their main source of income, and no one would have any dealings with the Qing family in Lingang. Li Wanfeng told Shu Wuhou that the Qing family will have to go to peace, and he is sure that it will not be long before the complete destruction of the Qing family. King Dingmo wonders why Li Wanfeng and Mao Zhen took such strange poses, and Shu Wuhou saw this in Zhou, and these two are similar. Shu Wuhou understood the intentions of Li Wanfeng and Mao Zhen, and he does not think that this will somehow affect the Qing family, and the family will not lose its position. And then an assistant came to Mao Zhen, and he had news from the market, and he would find out all the information about weapons and hoped Mao Zhen would be happy. Mao Zhen asked Shu Wuhou if he had heard his assistant, and he came there with good news, and they would destroy the Qing family and their business. Mao Zhen ordered his assistant to quickly answer whether all their weapons had been sold, and whether they would capture the market and none of the enemies would interfere with their plans. The assistant told Master Mao Zhen that he was absolutely right, and that the masters came to buy their weapons, but the products of the Qing family were ignored. Mao Zhen asked the Qing family if they had heard the information from a friend, and the business their family had been counting on had come to an end. And that was a fact. Mao Zhen told the Qing family to get out of Lingang while he was giving the right, but the assistant asked Master Zhen to let him finish, and that's not all. Mao Zhen gets angry and asks his assistant how everything is, and whether he really wants to teach him how to solve problems, and the boss asks the servant to shut up. Mao Zhen said the Qing family was already defeated and ordered everyone to kneel and beg for mercy from the boss, and then he would not punish the insolent Qing. But suddenly the assistant started yelling at Mr. Mao Zhen and told him to shut up and let him finish reporting the important news. The assistant said that now the Qing family has introduced a new weapon and it is endowed with the will of swords, and the quality of the product is twice as good as theirs. The assistant told Master Zhen that now the martial artists who bought their weapons feel cheated and are all angry. The assistant told Master Mao Zhen that all the masters are asking for a refund, and the family is obliged to return the money or there will be obvious problems. Mao Zhen grabbed his assistant by the scruff of the neck and said another piece of nonsense, and he would swat him like a fly. But the assistant was telling nothing but the truth. And then people asked if Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng were there, and they had serious complaints and wanted to resolve an important issue with them. People surrounded Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng, and they are liars. And the weapons of the Qing family are better and twice as cheap, and let them explain all the information. Li Wanfeng didn't understand how this was possible, and their affairs were bad, and he and his friend Mao Zhen didn't take into account all the risks and made mistakes, and people weren't happy with them. Li Wanfeng wanted to ask how to solve the problem, but Mao Zhen suddenly ran away from there and said his dog was giving birth and he left him alone. Li Wanfeng called Mao Zhen a coward and a traitor, and he remembers how his dog gave birth to puppies last week, and he brazenly lies and runs away. Li Wanfeng turned around and he was in a difficult situation, and Mao Zhen left him in trouble. And how to explain to evil people that they did not deceive and love everyone. And at that very second, people began to attack Li Wanfeng, and after that, they would soon catch his friend Mao Zhen, and they would answer for their vile act. Li Wanfeng told the evil people that they could hit him in the face, but he asked everyone not to touch his hair, and he stood in front of the mirror at home for a couple of hours. People continued to beat the scoundrel Li Wanfeng and ask not to spare the bastard, and he deserved punishment and wanted to profit from the naivety of all people. Mao Zhen ran quickly and could abandon his comrade but not himself, and he asks for forgiveness from Mr. Li Wanfeng, and soon he will treat his colleague. But at that very moment, Maojin stumbled and began to fall to the ground, and he was distracted and didn't notice how he caught his foot on something, and it's strange. Maojin fell on the dog Wang Chai's feces and realized that someone had deliberately put their foot in his way and knocked him down. And he would find out everything and punish the bastard for everything. Shu Wuhou asked Mr. Maojin what he was doing there, and people were waiting for his statement, and he wasn't thinking about escaping and where he was in such a hurry. And then people surrounded Mr. Maojin and asked him why he didn't want to ignore his debts and why all the people should suffer. People are serious, and Master Maojin still hasn't explained everything about the weapons and why they have such a price, and they brazenly deceived everyone. Maojin realized he was in trouble, and people asked him to take the master back and let him answer for his actions like Li Wanfeng, and the two friends would be together. Maojin is angry at Shu Wuhou. And it was he who arranged all this and brought all the people to him, and did not let them escape, and why did he not let his friend go home? Shu Wuhou sneezed, and it seems like someone is remembering him with an unkind word, and he is glad that Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are defeated, and he has other things to do. At this time, Mr. Xixing was training in their family's training field, and then the assistant began to call the master. This is very important for them. The assistant ran as fast as he could, and he had bad news, and the head was obliged to take action and solve the problem, while the whole situation was under control. Mr. Xixing asked the assistant what was going on, and why the assistant was so scared, and he said, Shu Wuhou showed his skills in the ring. The assistant told Mr. Xixing that Shu Wuhou not only defeated Zuangping, but he also sent the legend of the Shi Linyuan family to the next world. Mr. Xixing hit the log in a rage and broke it into pieces, and can't believe that the impudent Shu was able to kill Zi Linyuan Guangzhou. Mr. Xixing told the assistant then, according to their agreement, they would have to give up their ancestral residence to Shu Wuhou, and the family would be broken up. Mr. Xixing asks his assistant to tell everyone to gather their valuables and leave and destroy what they cannot take with them, and that is a disaster. Mr. Xixing told the assistant that they would not leave anything for Wuzhou in their territory, and he did not want to leave a house there for the vile Shu Wuhou. Mr. Xixing decided that he would rather destroy the entire Shi clan's family residence than leave it to him, and he decided to do everything himself. But when Mr. Xixing did not expect this, someone brutally beat the assistant, and he flew a couple of meters and fell next to Boss Sheng. Mr. Xixing was furious and asked who came to their territory, and he would punish anyone who broke the rules and let them come out to him there. Shu Wuhou stood in front of Mr. Xixing, and he heard all the orders to the assistants, and did Mr. really want to destroy his residence? The fighter asked Mr. Xixing if Shu Wuhou really looked like a weakling who would allow himself to be deceived and would not punish his enemies in any way. Mr. Xixing didn't understand why Shu Wuhou came so quickly, and he asked his friend to stand so he could clearly explain all the information. Mr. Xixing told Shu Wuhou that there was some mistake, and he was not at all against giving up the residence, but he saw Shu Wuzhou's fist so close. Shu Wuhou kicked his opponent in the stomach with all his might and let him remember that mistakes are punished. And at first he did not want to hit Mr. Sheng. Mr. Xixing flew back a couple of meters, and he didn't expect that Wuzhou wouldn't wait and would immediately come to him and didn't have time to break the residence. Mr. Xixing fell to the ground, and he was in a lot of pain. And why didn't he notice Shu Wuzhou's attack, and his reaction and reflexes are so developed? Shu Wuhou told Mr. Xixing that he defeated Zuangping and they had an agreement, so this is now his estate and let him remember it forever. Shu Wuhou stood in front of Xixing and asked if he seemed to want to destroy his residence. And it was time for Mr. Wuhou to retire, and he was making his friend Wuhou nervous. Mr. Xixing asks Shu Wuhou to fear God, and the contract was only for the estate and not for what was inside, and let their friend have mercy on the Shi family. Shu Wuhou thought so at first, but Xixing wanted to destroy this estate just so that it would not fall into his hands, and she remembers his plans there. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Xixing that anyone who dared to touch things in the residence would face death, and he warned everyone at once. Shu Wuhou looked seriously into Mr. Xixing's eyes and chose his own fate, and he wanted to give all the things, but Xixing angered his friend. The people from the Shir family, listening to Shu Wuzhou's words, thought it was impudence, but they had no choice, and they could not stand it. And even Zi Linyuan lost. The Shir family fighters came to the aid of Mr. Xixing, and Shu Wuhou rejoiced too early, and the fighters surrounded the impudent man and were eager to teach him a lesson. The Shir family fighters said Shu Wuhou didn't understand how he fell into the trap, and who would have thought that he would show up and demand the estate from Boss Sheng. The fighter took out his sword and said Shu Wuhou was doomed, and that he was wrong to threaten the Shir family, and underestimated the strength of his opponents, and thought that he was stronger than anyone in the world. Mr. Xixing told Shu Wuhou that last time he caused a pogrom, so today he invited a couple of hired masters and assassins to come to them. Mr. Xixing asked Shu Wuhou what use was his strength if he was alone, and there were many of them, and they would overcome him with their numbers, and Shu would not harm anyone. Shu Wuhou asked Mr. Xixing if this was his plan, but Xixing asked his friend to wait, and that this was the beginning, and he would surprise Wujo. Mr. Shusheng told Shu Wujo that he seemed to be completely exhausted when he fought with Xie Guangping and Xie Linyuan Guangzhou, and that is a problem. Mr. Shusheng told Shu Wujo that if he captured him alive, he could then sell him to the Ching family, and they would pay a lot of money for Wujo's son-in-law. But when Mr. Shusheng did not expect this, Shu Wujo hit his opponent in the face and does not want to listen to the threats of an idiot and Mr. Shu Wujo told Mr. Shusheng to stop talking and why he doesn't want to lose and it's useless and he won't return Shi's residence. Shu Wujo asked Mr. Shusheng if he was aware of his situation and called a crowd of children and imagined that he was stronger than everyone else. And so he began to dream. Mr. Shusheng asked the people what they were looking at and let everyone go and save the boss and the mercenaries, agree with the boss and save them from beatings. All the fighters surrounded Shu Wujo and jumped towards him. And the impudent man will not hide anywhere and he is doomed to failure. And they will destroy the enemy of the family. And at that very moment, Shu Wujo threw Mr. Shusheng towards the enemies, and he will not allow himself to be harmed, and he will teach the stupid mercenaries a lesson in battle. The Shir family fighters noticed that Mr. Shusheng had lost consciousness and was not in control of his powers, and Shu Wujo took everyone there by surprise. Shu Wujo grabbed Mr. Shusheng's leg, and he will serve as a weapon for his friend, and Shu Wujo will not let go of Mr. Shusheng, and he deserves pain. The Shu family fighters are horrified, and what is Shu Wujo doing? And why did he grab Mr. Shusheng's leg tightly? And why did the boss not wake up from the blow? And at that very second, Shu Wujo began to beat the fighters with Mr. Sheng, and he is an excellent weapon against mercenaries and no one can hide from the fighter. Shu Wujo grabbed Mr. Shusheng and waved him around and beat all the fighters very hard and the fighters can't get close to Shu Wujo. Shu Wujo hit Mr. Shusheng on the mercenary's jaw and let it be a lesson for everyone and don't serve scoundrels and they will set you up. Mr. Shusheng didn't think that he would become a weapon in the hands of the enemy, and Wuju doesn't want to let him go, and even Xie Linyuan Guangzhou couldn't defeat the bastard. A minute later, Mr. Shusheng handed Shu Wujo the key to the gate of his estate and asked his friend to keep it with honor and remember their family. Shu Wujo told Mr. Shusheng that if he had understood the whole point right away, there would have been no need to create a mess, and it was his own fault and let him accept it. Shu Wujo didn't ask Mr. Shusheng. It seems he doesn't think so, and why he doesn't hear the answer, and he allows Shusheng to say the answer. Mr. Shusheng and all the other fighters of the Shi family, and of course agree with Shu Wujo 100%, and they respect and will not let down their friend Shu. Shu Wujo told the Shir family people to get out of there, and Shu would make sure that not a single thing in the house was touched, and he would not allow the family. Shu Wujo wants to see what valuables are in the Shi residence, and why Mr. Shusheng defended the family estate so fiercely in battle. Mr. Shusheng thought that there were valuables left in the estate, and their residence was like an empty shell and their treasures were safely hidden. Mr. Shusheng is happy, and Shu Wujo will not get anything and let Shu not be impudent, and he is cunning, and therefore gave the residence to Shir without any problems. But suddenly Mr. Shusheng heard someone tell Shu Wujo that they took away all the wealth and the estate was empty and he was deceived. Shu Wujo asked Mr. Shusheng if this was true, and the impudent man still wanted to deceive him and why he didn't just give up the estate. Mr. Shusheng turned around and was perplexed who dared to tell Shu Wujo about their plan, and he would punish the traitor who reported the data. Shimei told Master Shu Wujo that she could show him where all the treasures that the Shir family had kept for centuries and honored traditions were located. But in return, Shimei wants Master Shu Wujo to promise something, and she will not deceive him if they find a common solution and let him believe. Mr. Shusheng yelled at Shimei and asked her what she was doing and why she decided to frame her Shi family and reveal all the secrets to Shu Wujo. Shu Wujo glared at Mr. Shusheng and didn't want him to brazenly threaten Shimei while he was talking to her. Otherwise, he would punish Mr. Shusheng is horrified and he will stop scolding Shimei because Wujo is not in the mood and he can harm his health and he is silent there. Shu Wujo asks Shimei to tell him what he can do for her, and he is willing to help her and appreciates her polite attitude towards him and remembers. Shimei told Master Shu Wujo that she has only one request and Master is able to fulfill it and make her happy, and she is so thirsty for revenge. And at that moment, suddenly, Shimei pointed her finger and asked Master Shu Wujo to send Shusheng to the next world, and he did not deserve to live there. People are shocked, and why does Shimei want to kill the head of Shusheng? But he is her father, and how is this possible? And why did she decide this? And it is strange. Mr. Shen did not understand how Shimei knew about the secret storage, and this is unacceptable, and he is obliged to find out and take action against his daughter. Mr. Shusheng took a swing and said that he couldn't let Shimei tell Shu where the treasure was, and told the dirty rat Shimei to keep quiet and wanted to beat the fool. Mr. Shusheng wants to kill Shimei, and she brazenly betrayed the Shi family and wants to help the enemy Shu Wujo. And what is she thinking? And he will beat Mei. Shimei thought there was no salvation, but Shu Wujo would not let her friend be harmed. And Mr. Shusheng was wrong to think that he could harm his sister, and that was a mistake. Zhu Wuzhou grabbed Mr. Shu Sheng's hand and prevented him from beating Xu Mei, and he guarantees his sister that he will protect her from the scoundrel and punish the villain. Shu Wuzhou tightly squeezed Mr. Shu Sheng's hand, and why he is so reluctant to let Xu Mei know the family's secrets and what Shu Sheng is hiding. Mr. Shu Sheng told Shu Wuzhou that he is a scoundrel, and why is he protecting Xu Mei when he doesn't even know who she is, and he is already obliged to take revenge. Shu Wuzhou asked Mr. Shu Sheng if he really wanted to kill the lady in his presence, and Sheng is clearly not a gentleman and needs to be taught some manners. Shu Wuzhou landed a precise blow on his opponent and told Mr. Sheng that he had overestimated himself and thought he could harm and ruin everyone's fate. Mr. Shu Sheng crashed into the wall and he is in a lot of pain. And it seems that Shu Wuzhou has no weak points, and he is invincible and invulnerable and not even human. People immediately approached Mr. Shi Sheng and asked if he was okay, and if the boss was seriously injured in a fight with an opponent and was protecting their family. Xu Mei thanks Master Shu Wuzhou for saving her, and Shu Sheng wanted to kill her, and if it weren't for Master, she wouldn't have survived, and thanks for the care. Zhu Wuzhou told Xu Mei that there was no need to thank him, and Shi Sheng was her father, and why did she wish him dead? And it was very interesting to know. Xi Mei told Master Shu Wuzhou that her father Shu Sheng never treated her like a daughter in his life, and only took care of her like a thing, and these are facts. Xi Mei is angry with her father, and in Shu Sheng's eyes, his daughter was worth less than cattle, and he never showed concern, and she often suffered because of her father. Mr. Shu Sheng is angry and called his daughter a fool, and he gave Xu Mei everything she wants and what she lacked, and let her talk about everything, and he wants to understand. Mr. Shi Sheng told his daughter Xi Mei that she is a vile daughter and has let down not only her father but also the whole family, and everyone will despise her, and she is a parasite. But Xi Mei told her father that he was not worthy of being called a father, and she remembered all of Shi Sheng's actions very well and would remember if her father forgot everything. Xu Mei asked her father on the day when her mother was already tortured to death by Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng, which side Xu Sheng was on then. Xi Mei said Zuangping did whatever he wanted to her over and over again, and Xi Sheng's father greeted the scoundrel with a hug and did not punish Zi in any way. Xu Mei told Xi Sheng's father that he is trash who betrayed the family for profit and an animal, and she wants her father to perish in eternal shame. Mr. Xu Sheng is nervous and he must shut up Xi Mei's daughter, or his reputation will sink to the bottom and everyone will stop respecting their boss. And at that very moment, Mr. Xu Sheng jumped towards his daughter and told Xi Mei to be quiet, and it seemed she forgot that she was talking to her own father. Xi Mei is terrified and asks Master Shu Wuzhou to save her, and Xu Sheng wants to punish her so much and will not forgive her because she told them the truth. Shu Wuzhou told Xi Mei that he was very interested in the location where the Shir family's treasure was hidden and would therefore protect her from all enemies. Mr. Xu Sheng misunderstood the matter, and Shu Wuzhou is too strong, and he will not be able to defeat him in battle and how to take revenge on Xu Mei for her setups. And at that very moment, Shu Wuzhou punched the gentleman in the stomach with all his might, and Xu Sheng lost his fear, and he quickly reminded him who was the boss and who was cool there. Mr. Xu Sheng is amazed by Shu Wuzhou's physical strength, and he never gets tired and is able to fight many times a day, and he envies the bastard. Mr. Xu Sheng flew back a couple of meters from his opponent's blow and broke through the walls, and how Shu Wuzhou had already become 100 times stronger in a short time. The people from the Shir family said that Mr. Xi Sheng was injured again, and why he kept attacking Shu Wuzhou, knowing that Master Shi would lose. Mr. Xu Sheng stood up from his seat, and he will not lose his authority and will fight Shu Wuzhou to the end and protect his reputation in the Shi family. Mr. Xu Sheng thought Shu Wuzhou was a scoundrel and made him disabled, and he was really finished this time. And why was he so weak? And it was a shame. Xi Mei approached her father and wanted to clarify something, and Xu Sheng must answer for everything, and why he treated his daughter so badly and bullied her. Mr. Xi Sheng asked his daughter what she wanted to do, and he was ready for anything, and Xu Mei betrayed them, and she could not atone for her guilt and would not forgive. Xu Mei thought revenge would be unattainable for her this time, but fortunately, her father angered Master Shu Wuzhou, and he gave her a chance. Mr. Xu Sheng told his daughter Xu Mei that she was a vile daughter and wanted to beat her again, and Shu Wuzhou wouldn't be able to save her, and she was doomed to die. But Xu Mei easily defended herself from her father's attack and kicked Mr. Xi Sheng in the face. And in vain did Xi Sheng's father hate his daughter and wife. Xu Mei dealt a serious blow to the face, and Mr. Xu Sheng stopped moving and lost consciousness. And the daughter is happy and the father will not harm her. Xi Mei looked at the sky and told her mother that she had avenged her, and that her father had done wrong when he had not respected them. But now Shi's father was lying there. Shu Wuzhou told Xi Mei that he fulfilled her request, and it was her turn to keep her word, and her father Xi Sheng was defeated, and it was true. Xi Mei asks Master Shu Wuzhou to follow her, and she will help her friend because Shu kept his promise and freed Xu Sheng from the oppression of his father. Shu Wuzhou looks at Gui Mei and understands that he will become rich, and the wealth of the Shir family should help him achieve all his goals, and he will never give up. Zhu Wuzhou is fantasizing and he will get all the wealth of the Shir family, and Mr. Shisheng threatened him in vain. Otherwise, he would have lived and not gone to heaven. After some time, Shumei brought Shu Wuzhou to the secret storage of their Shir family, and Shu Wuzhou opened the chests where there was a lot of gold and diamonds. Zhu Wuzhou is delighted, and there is a lot of gold in the chests, and the master is already happy, and this is incredible, and he is lucky that he knows the generous Shumei. Shu Wuzhou decided that this gold was finally enough for his cultivation. But Shumei didn't understand what was going on with Master Shu and his strange friend. Shumei thought that maybe Master Shu Wuzhou was unhappy because most of the family's money was given to the Ji family as a sign of respect. Shumei approached Shu Wuzhou, and she promised Master Shu Wuzhou that she would please him, and it seems that the Shir family's gold is not enough to make him happy. Shumei told Master Shu Wuzhou that if he lacks treasures, she will find a way to make the master happy, and she guarantees everything. Shu Wuzhou is confused why Shumei is acting so strangely, and how can he be unhappy if Mei gave so much of their gold to her friend? Shumei told Master Shu Wuzhou that she could give him something and he shouldn't worry, and she didn't mind, and let Master tell him the answer. Master Shu Wuzhou's pupils dilated, and he understood Shumei's message, and she wants to give him a completely different thing, and why they themselves find Shu. Shu Wuzhou is completely shocked. And why are the ladies in this world free and ready to play with him after the first meeting? And he got used to their ladies? Shumei asked the master if he didn't like her body, but Wuzhou asked her friend to relax, and that the master was a man of broad views. Shu Wuzhou told Shumei that he really liked her, but that was not the reason he didn't want to play with her and refused for another reason. Shu Wuzhou told Shumei that he doesn't know why she's offering herself and he has enough gold, and besides, he has a wife and he loves her very much. And then, when Shu Wuzhou did not expect this, Qing Yongjie entered the room and heard that his son-in-law had taken possession of the family estate and had come with his sister. Shu Wuzhou turned around in surprise and he held Shumei by the shoulders and wanted to explain that her husband would never cheat on his beloved wife Qingmo. Qing Yongjie told his son-in-law Shu Wuzhou that he and Qingmo wanted to take a look at the Shir family estate and hoped his son-in-law was happy and that they missed him so much. And then Qing Yongjie noticed how Shu Wuzhou was hugging Shumei, and why he always caught his son-in-law with another lady, and whether the bastard Wuzhou had a conscience. But suddenly, at that very second, Shumei started screaming loudly, and Wuzhou realized the situation was out of control and he had to calm his friend down. Shu Wuzhou asks Shumei not to shout, otherwise people will misunderstand. And Qing Yongjie told his son-in-law that he is a goat, and he will tell everything to his sister Qingmo. Qingmo asked her brother Qing Yongjie what happened and what the sounds were, and her brother wants to tell her all the information about her husband's betrayal and that he is a bastard. But Shu Wuzhou quickly covered Qing Yongjie's mouth with his hand and did not allow Qingmo to say anything about him, and he loves his wife and does not want conflicts. Shu Wuzhou waved his hands and told Shumei to leave quickly and that her husband was on a mission and had to solve a problem, and asked her not to be nervous. Qingmo entered the room and asked her brother Qing Yongzhe why he was shouting and what was wrong with Shu Wuzhou, and let him answer all her questions. Shu Wuzhou told Qingmo everything is fine, and he found the treasure of the Shir family, and there is a beautiful necklace that will suit Qingmo. Qingmo asked Shu Wuzhou's husband if this was true, and why she felt like something was wrong and that her husband was clearly hiding something, and that was a fact. Shu Wuzhou smiled broadly and said to Qingmo that it seemed to her that her husband did not hide anything from his beloved wife, and that he always told her the truth. Shu Wuzhou pushed Qing Yongjie and told Qingmo that he would show his wife the necklace he was talking about, and she agreed. But it was still so strange. Qingmo told her husband Shu Wuzhou that this necklace is beautiful, and she really likes it, and thank you for the incredible gift, and she will not forget it. Shu Wuzhou told Qingmo that he does everything for his beloved wife, and that she deserves the best gifts and supports her husband in any trouble. But suddenly at this moment Qing Yongzhe woke up and Shu Wuzhou was horrified. And why did the bride's brother come to his senses so quickly, and he did not take into account the mistake? Shu Wuzhou is 100% sure that if Qing Yongjie tells Qingmo about his betrayal, she will go into hysterics, and the Qing family will never forgive their son-in-law. Qing Yongjie asked what happened to him and remembered that he so wanted to warn his sister, and Qingmo must know the truth about Shu's husband. But Shu Wuzhou was already standing in front of Qing Yongjie, and he wouldn't let his brother ruin everything, and Qingmo would never find out because her husband didn't cheat on her. Shu Wuzhou told Qing Yongjie that he was falling behind in his training again, and did he really need his son-in-law to train him, and he understood his hint. Qing Yongjie is worried and remembers how his son-in-law Shu Wuzhou was worried when he caught him with another woman, and how Shu had the nerve to go on a spree. Qing Yongjie wanted to tell Qingmo all the information, but Wuzhou wouldn't stand idle and immediately shut the bride's brother's mouth. And this is important. Qingmo was surprised and asked her husband Shu Wuzhou what he was doing with her brother Qing Yongzhe, and it seemed like they were both hiding a lot of secrets from her. Shu Wuzhou told Qingmo that Everything is fine, and her brother Ching Yongji really wants him to continue training him, and he will not refuse their brother. Ching Chingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou understood everything and asked him to take care of Ching Yongji and not overwork his brother during skill training. Shu Wuhou told Ching Chingmo that of course he would take her request into account. But brother Ching Yongji wanted to tell his sister not to let Shu take him away. Ching Yongji begs his sister Ching Chingmo for help, but she can't hear anything. And Shu Wuhou covers his mouth with his hand and doesn't want to let go. At night, Shu Wuhou was sitting on the roof and he had already dealt with Ching Yongji. And Ching Chingmo agreed to stay with him, and the day passed productively. Shu Wuhou exhaled and hoped they wouldn't cause any more trouble, and he spent a lot of energy to calm Ching Yongji down, and he remained silent. And then Dentension hugged Shu Wuhou and asked what was going on, and it looked like her friend was kicked out of the house by his wife again and was sitting on the roof. Shu Wuhou stroked Dentension's face and asked if she really wanted to shelter him, when Ching Chingmo kicked her husband out of the house at night. Shu Wuhou said to Dentension, he remembers that someone said and made a promise that he would do whatever his friend wanted, and he always remembers the argument. Dentension smiled, and Shu Wuhou was funny, and she remembered their argument and didn't think that her friend was capable of defeating Master Zuangping. Dentension told Shu Wuhou to cool down, and she came for this very reason and asked her friend to follow her, and she would answer the questions. Shu Wuhou told Dentension that they were in the middle of the night, and it was wrong for a man and a woman to walk and let her remember that her friend was married. But Dentension asked her friend Shu Wuhou to just follow her, and everything will be fine, and she has a surprise for him, and her friend will be so happy there. At this time, Mr. Shusheng was lying in the residence of the Z family, and at night it was very quiet there. But guests did not stop coming to visit Mr. Shusheng is unconscious, and he suffered serious injuries during the fight with Shu Wuhou and couldn't even injure the scoundrel in shame. The patriarch of the Z family, Zietao, arrived at the Z residence and thought that he had underestimated the opponent's strength in vain, and what had already happened to his brother, Shusheng. Zietao continues to look at Shusheng, and the gentleman told Lord Si that Shu Wuhou had crossed all boundaries and made him a cripple for life. Shusheng told Lord Zietao that they must avenge him, and Shu Wuhou is getting stronger every minute and will fight back, and he knows everything. Zietao started to leave the residence and ordered his men to remove Shusheng, and he failed the task and disgraced all his friends, and he is very pathetic. Mr. Shusheng asks Lord Zietao to avenge him, and he will never forget if he teaches Shu Wuhou a lesson and helps them in business. Shu Wuhou, Eufong, and Dentension are standing on the roof and listening to the dialogue between Mr. Shusheng and Lord Zietao. And they are serious, and this is a disaster. Shu Wuhou asked Dentension why they brought him there. But Dai asked his friends to speak more quietly, and soon they would both find out about everything. Maojin told Zietao that Shusheng was useless and a cripple, and Li Wanfeng said they could divide the wealth between the three families. Mao Zhen said, if you don't kill Shu Wuhou, there will be a lot of problems, and Li Wanfeng said, Shu's level has increased again and it will be so difficult with him. But Lord Zietao told Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng that they have nothing to fear, and they must trust him, and he does not throw words around lightly and knows. Lord Zietao grinned evilly, and he has a trump card for Wuju, and he will greatly regret making Mr. Shusheng a cripple, and this is a fact. Lord Zietao asks his colleagues to come in, and he was waiting for them. But Mao Zhen and his friend Li Wanfeng froze in place from shock, and they both know Zietao's guests. And then two ninjas came into the room and told Shu Wuhou that the child was at the QE stage, and that his death was inevitable with them, and that Shu Wuhou had wronged them. The ninja told Lord Zietao that with the support of the Imperial Creed, their family would become the Castellan of Anlin, and they would guarantee each other the result. Mao Zhen said the Imperial Creed is an ancient religion in Guishu Prefecture, and these two are a miracle, and it seems these fighters are very strong. Shu Wuhou heard about the Imperial Creed and who stands behind Si, and he couldn't understand before who the Si family and Lingang trust so much. Dentension told her friend the Imperial Creed a bunch of cowardly and stupid fighters, and Shu Wuhou wants to say thank you to Dai for her help. Shu Wuhou told Dentension that he liked her surprise, and if he kills the ninja, the Ching family will be able to find some peace, and that's a fact. Yufong wants to warn his brother Shu Wuhou right away, and that he won't fight with him and wants to inform him in advance so that his friend won't be offended. Yufong asks his brother, Shu Wuhou, not to look at him like that, and if Dad finds out about this, he will beat him up and punish him for his actions. But he is afraid of his anger. Dentension told Shu Wuhou that she didn't want to fight either, and that her friend had to understand her decision and hoped Shu wouldn't argue with her there. Suddenly, there was silence, and the friends didn't know what else to ask each other. And Shu Wuhou has great potential, and he can beat the enemies. Shu Wuhou told Dentension that he and Yufeng did not tell him about this for the benefit of the Ching family, and simply wanted him to get rid of them in battle. Yufeng asked his brother Shu Wuhou how he knew about this, and he is a really smart person and was able to understand the intentions of his friends, and Wuhou is a unique person and a genius. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng to shut up and he doesn't want to hear nonsense and he's lying, and Why didn't they tell all the information and hid all the ideas? Dentention told Shu Wuhou that they really want their friend to get rid of them, and for them the city is an unusual place and they will not go there. Dentention told Master Shu Wuhou that they could only trust him in everything, and he always helped his friends in business. Dentention asked her friend Shu Wuhou if he could help them and would receive a reward from her friend if he did it 100%. Shu Wuhou told his friends that he would complete the task, but for 300 taels, and that this was compensation for his moral damages, and let his friends think about it. Yufeng is furious with Shu Wuhou's request, and he is stealing from his friends, and this is too much. And why is his brother asking for 300 taels for the task, and this is too much? Shu Wuhou listened to Yufeng's complaints and they don't understand anything, and this is called stealing from the rich to ease the lot of the poor, and this is wise. Dentention told her friend Shu Wuhou that she agreed to give her friend 300 taels for the task and hoped he wouldn't let her down, because everyone trusted their friend. Shu Wuhou thought Dentention quickly agreed to the deal, and he asked for too little money for the task and made a clear mistake. Shu Wuhou told his friends. It seems they didn't understand his words and he already wants 300 taels from each friend, and then he will go there without any problems. Yufeng told his brother Shu Wuhou that he was a scoundrel, and that he was wrong to think that he was the smartest person in Lingang City and that he was just a thief and a liar and a disgrace. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that if she doesn't want to pay, she should do the task herself and he won't argue and wishes her luck in business. Dentention told Yufeng to remove those two from the Imperial Creed. It was an urgent matter, and told Yufeng to just give her friend Wuhou money. Shu Wuhou took 300 taels from each friend and said he was satisfied and would go on a mission and would come back soon and make both friends happy. Shu Wuhou left there and thought that the idiots Dentention and Yufeng were not smart and gave him 600 taels for nothing, and he brazenly deceived them. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and he made a fortune again and has already earned 600 taels in one night and will soon definitely become a millionaire. Dentention and Yufeng laugh at their friend Shu Wuhou, and he is very naive, and it is not a problem to deceive him, and he always asks for little money. Dentention and Yufeng thought these two from the Imperial Creed for 600 tael is a gift, and it couldn't be better, and they are happy. At this time, Mr. said he would leave Shu Wuhou to them and could offer them wine to strengthen their spirit and fighting spirit, and he appreciates. But the gentleman said the wine could wait, and Li Wanfeng realized his friend was cosplaying as Guan Yu, who had finished off Hu and Yun while the wine cooled down. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are happy to see their brother, and he tells his friends that Shu Wuhou is a pawn to him, and he will triumphantly sort this out and harshly punish the bastard. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou came into the building and told all his colleagues that he saw they were in a good mood, and he really wanted to ruin their evening. All the friends noticed Shu Wuhou and did not understand who he was and why he so brazenly entered their building and was not afraid that he could suffer at their hands. Shu Wuhou stands before the members of the Imperial Creed, and no one can hinder him, and he will punish the scoundrels who hinder the Ching family everywhere. Shu Wuhou told his colleagues that he was Shu Wuhou, and they were discussing him specifically, and didn't they know what he looked like in person? And that was strange. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng are shocked by the arrival of Shu Wuhou and where the bastard came from and what he wants from his colleagues, and let him answer all the questions. The fighter said Shu Wuhou came on his own and they didn't have to look for him. But Mao Zhen told them to be careful, and Shu Wuhou is a very tough fighter. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou approached the fighter and stepped on his face and did not want to delay the task and would take revenge on the people from the Creed for all the sins. The members of the Imperial Creed are in complete shock and wonder if Shu Wuhou really knocked out their brother with one blow, and where did he get so much strength from? Another fighter stood in front of Shu Wuhou and said he would tear him to pieces and Shu would not be able to hide anywhere, and that he came to their lair in vain and that he was stupid. But at that very moment, the fighter from the Credo noticed that someone pointed a sword, and he did not think that the opponent was standing behind him and how dexterous their enemy was. Shu Wuhou's fingers are as sharp as a sword, and he can injure enemies without a sword. And why do enemies still underestimate him when he is stronger than all of them? Shu Wuhou destroyed the second opponent with one blow, and Yufeng and Dentention were lucky that they gave the task to him, and he is the best. Two fighters from the Imperial Creed lie unconscious, and Wuhou did not spare them, and with one blow sent them to the next world and Wuhou monster. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng don't believe that Shu Wuhou has already instantly killed two masters from the Imperial Creed. And who will then defeat the villain? Lord Zitao is horrified, and Shu Wuhou took the lives of two fighters even without problems in the blink of an eye. And he is trash and he will take revenge on Shu for his friends. Shu Wuhou asked Lord Zitao if he really wanted to get rid of him, and those two there and let him not lie, and he could read the opponent's minds. And then Shu Wuhou showed Lord Zitao the middle finger and he can stop dreaming, and nothing will work out for him and he will not allow the bastard. Shu Wuhou waved his hand to Lord Zitao and said goodbye and good luck to the enemy in all his endeavors and let him come up with a plan to get rid of him in the future. Sitao is furious, and Shu Wuhou sneaked into his estate and brazenly killed 2 Imperial Creed fighters, and how dare he, and he is an insolent guy. Lord Zitao started to cry, and how dare Shu Wuhou interfere with the plan, and Lord Zitao asked the heavens to send someone to kill Shu Wuhou soon. Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng asked Lord Zitao what they should all do, and Shu Wuhou is too strong and they can't interfere with the plans. Lord Zitao asked Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng what else they could do, and obviously Shu Wuhou was being helped from the shadows, and that's why he knew the truth. Lord Zitao asks Mao Zhen and Li Wanfeng to take gifts and send them to the Ching family as an apology. And Li dreams of having a son-in-law like Shu Wuhou. After some time, Shu Wuhou came to the Shir family estate, and this is a cool place for him, and well, Mr. Shisheng kindly gave them the estate. Dentention and Eufong congratulated Shu Wuhou on the mission, and the families of Xiemao and Li are scared, and there is no need to worry about them, and this is a fact. Eufong heard that brother Shu Wuhou got himself a concubine, and who is she? But Shu said this is nonsense, and he is not that kind of person, and he has a nice wife. And then suddenly the lady asked Master Shu Wuhou if he was sleeping, and Feng told his brother that here is his concubine, and he said that he has no one. Shu Wuhou saw Shumei and what she was doing there, and Dentention already knows Shumei came on a date, and Shu Wuhou surprises her friends so much. Dentention told Shu Wuhou how indecent it was because he had a wife, and Yufeng told his brother that he knew they were both similar, and he was so cool. Shu Wuhou asks Dentention and Yufeng not to escalate the situation, and that this is just a misunderstanding, and he will ask Shumei himself what happened. Shu Wuhou approached Shumei and wanted to clarify the situation and why she came to his estate at night and framed her son-in-law Wuhou. Shumei is delighted, and finally Master Shu Wuhou came, and she is happy, and she can only trust Master Shu, and he has already taken the initiative. Shu Wuhou is completely shocked by Shumei's body and figure, and she is beautiful, and how can one just stand next to a beauty? And she amazes him. Shu Wuhou asks Shumei not to come and stand still, and realized that if this continues he will lose weight and he controls his emotions. Yufeng said Shu Wuhou would make a good actor, and Dentention agrees with him, and Shu Wuhou portrays emotions convincingly and professionally. Shumei told Master Shu Wuhou that she came to him for a reason, and wanted to tell him important information, and the master must know as soon as possible. And at that moment, Shumei suddenly told Master Shu Wuhou that she could contact the afterlife and there was a ghost behind her. Shumei thought that this would somehow help Master Shu Wuhou, and he helped her so much, and she wants to repay the debt and will never forget Wuzhou's care. Dentention, Yufeng, and Shu Wuhou are in complete shock, and is Shumei really talking about the afterlife and how she got in touch with dead people? Shumei said the reason she survived is the afterlife and she has a chance to hide there from Zuangping and his people, and that's a fact. Shumei told Master Shu Wuhou that if he doesn't believe her, she can take him to the afterlife, and the master will personally verify that she is right. Shu Wuhou thought about it, and didn't know that some people could already go to the afterlife, and Shumei is an unusual lady and is very interesting to his friend. But at that very moment, Yufeng and Dentention appeared in front of Shu Wuhou, and they will go with Wuhou and want to find out important information about the afterlife. Shumei froze in place and where 2 people appeared from, and she did not see them, and it seems they are familiar with Master Shu Wuhou, and what do they need? And at that very second, Shumei started screaming, and she was scared by the arrival of Yufeng and Dentention, and it was so unexpected, and she did not expect them. Shumei asks for help, and there are 2 thieves, but Shu Wuhou said, everything is fine there, and these 2 are friends, and they will not harm her, and he guarantees everything. Shu Wuhou was yelling at Yufeng and Dentention, and could they come quieter and not so abruptly, and they are scaring people, and Shumei is so scared there. Shumei asked Master Shu Wuhou if these 2 are really not bad, and Shu asked her friend to relax, and they are not enemies but rather friends. Shu Wuhou asked Yufeng and Dentention why they both wanted to go to the afterlife, and Dai had heard about this world of theirs in legends. Dentention said that if there is a chance to get to the afterlife, she will not miss the chance, and great enlightenment may await her in this world. Yufeng heard that there are a lot of ghostly beauties in the afterlife, and he remembers how legends are made about them and is obliged to see them flirt. Yufeng wants to see one of the afterlife beauties, and maybe he will become a ghostwriter like Ning Kaichin and must go with his friends. Shu Wuhou wonders what's going on in Yufeng's stupid head. And if Feng is a horseman, then he's a black sheep like Shu Hanwen, and he shouldn't fantasize. Yufeng asked his brother Shu Wuhou he would introduce him to one of the ghostly ladies there, and his friend had heard how legends were made about beauties. And then Shu Wuhou slapped Yufeng in the face and told him to stop talking nonsense, and that he was embarrassing him in front of Shumei, and she would refuse to take his friends. Shumei asked Master Shu Wuhou if she should open the portal now and let him tell her the answer, and she was ready to help the master at any time. Shu Wuhou told Shumei he wants to know and let him open the portal, and his friends are also intrigued, and they clearly didn't know about the afterlife. Shu Wuhou thought he would watch from the outside and not necessarily go inside the portal. and he is a little afraid of ghosts and they are dangerous. Shimei bit her finger and will show the afterlife to Master Shu Wuhou in action, and she has a special gift and she will show it to all her friends. Shimei started to use the technique and thought everything was going according to plan and her friends didn't need to worry about her, and she had gone to this place so many times. And at that moment, a skeleton appeared behind Shimei, and she convinced all her friends that she was right, and that these were not hallucinations and that Shimei really had a gift. Friends noticed a black spot behind Shimei, and the afterlife is clearly not a place for fun, and they want to find out all the information from Shimei. Dentention, Yufong, and Shu Wuhou are perplexed, and Shimei surprised them, and how she received a special gift. And she is an unusual lady, and this is a fact. Friends wondered if this was the afterlife and whether they should go there and disturb the dead, and Shu Wuhou would make a decision. And this was so important. Shu Wuhou asked Shimei what that terrifying aura was, and Yufong told him he had lost his desire to become a ghostwriter and that he had made a mistake before. Shu Wuhou told his friends that he would probably go and that he forgot to hang up the laundry at home, and Yufong asked his brother to wait and that he would also go with him. Shimei told Master Shu Wuhou that the afterlife's magical matrix had been activated and those within it would be unable to escape. Shu Wuhou realized he was trapped and why he went to the afterlife and what he was thinking about, and there was no way back and he was obliged to explore the world with everyone. Shu Wuhou noticed how they were standing in the matrix and Shimei said that he would not get out of there and he was doomed. And why did he go? He was so afraid. Yufong asked his brother what this matrix does, but Shu Wuhou doesn't know either. But it seems that because of it, they won't be able to return home with Yufong. Shu Wuhou understood that this was the end for him and he would not get out. And Shimei did not tell him anything about this or warn him. And why should he suffer? Shimei told Master Shu Wuhou that the matrix had been activated and there was no turning back, and that her friends would learn a lot of interesting information in her world. Shu Wuhou and Yufong are terrified and they beg for help and why ladies are not afraid of anything, and he will take an example from them and will not scream in fear. And after a couple of seconds, the friends disappeared from the city of Lingong, and Shu Wuhou realized this was not a good sign, and why Shimei even came to him at night. The friends ended up in a cave, and Dentention didn't know that Brother Wuhou had friends like Shimei, and that she possessed a unique technique. Shu Wuhou told his friends that he had a headache and what had happened, and that he felt they were in danger, and that his intuition told him to go home. Shu Wuhou looked around and asked Shimei if this was the afterlife, and if it looked like an ordinary cave and where were the dead in the world. Yufeng said he was feeling dizzy and needed the lady to hug him and calm him down, and then he would come to his senses and stop being afraid. And then Yufeng hugged his brother Shu Wuhou and he felt much better. And now nothing hurts, and thanks to his brother for everything, and he will not forget the kindness. Shu Wuhou was furious and immediately slapped Yufeng in the face and told him to watch his hands and why he hugged his brother and he would punish the scoundrel Yufeng. Shimei sees Shu Wuhou beating Yufeng, and she also wanted to feel sorry for the master, and Dentention said that the place looks very much like a cave. Shimei told Dentention that she had never been thrown there before, and she herself does not know why they ended up in the cave, and this is absurd. Yufeng grabbed Dentention's leg and asked why they couldn't go back and where Shimei had taken them and where it was so dangerous for them. Yufeng began to cry and told his sister Dentention that he was so scared and no one could calm him down and why Feng couldn't see beautiful women. Dentention kicked Yufeng in the face with all her might and let him not touch her legs, and her sister doesn't know how to get out of this situation. Dentention continues to beat Yufeng and told the bastard to go to hell. And Shu Wuhou realized Dentention is more cruel than him and she is a monster. Shimei told Master Shu Wuhou that if she wanted, she could call the gate back, but it would take so long to open it again. Dentention told her friends that since they were in the afterlife, why don't they look around? After all, the friends themselves wanted to experience the afterlife. Dentention tied up Yufeng and asked Shu Wuhou if her friend was really so afraid and wanted to immediately return home. And if Wuhou was afraid of the dead. Shu Wuhou can't figure out where Dentention got these things from and how she put them in Yufeng's mouth, and Shimei realized that her friends are strange. Shu Wuhou asked Dentention if she really thought that her friend was afraid, and she knew how to joke, and he had already carried out a massacre in the Shi estate. Shu Wuhou asked Dentention why he should be afraid of anyone. And he has so much strength, and no one can break his character, and he is a sage. Dentention asked Shu Wuhou what the problem was with going further into the cave, and Shu Wuhou agreed, and he was definitely not afraid of their enemies. Shu Wuhou ordered the demons, monsters, and other evil spirits to show themselves, and he is not afraid of them and is ready to fight anyone and let everyone come out to fight. The cave is quiet, and Shu Wuhou decided he must not show weakness, and Dentention and Shimei think that he is a brave master, and this is true. Shu Wuhou puts himself on display and asked his friends if they see anyone in this place, otherwise he would teach a lesson and protect everyone. Dentention and Shimei are horrified, and Shu Wuhou continues to say that he is Shu Wuhou, the bravest man in Lingong, And who doubted him? Dentention asks his friend Shu Wuhou to turn around, and there is someone behind him, and this idiot does not see how he disturbs someone in the cave. Shu Wuhou asked his friends if they wanted to say that there was a ghost behind him, and that these were tricks that 5-year-olds fall for. And he was a master. But suddenly at that moment, someone touched Shu Wuhou's shoulder, and he immediately felt it and thought that it was a prank, and his friends had set it all up. Shu Wuhou turned around and hoped there was no one behind him and that his imagination and hallucinations were to blame for everything, and he did not believe in ghosts. But Shu Wuhou is completely terrified, and there is a ghost behind him, and where did it come from, and why don't any of his friends want to help, and it's terrible. Shu Wuhou swung his sword and asked the ghost what it was, and why it stood behind him. And now the master would punish the monster for its insolence. But at that moment, Shu Wuhou heard sounds behind him, and realized he was in trouble and how to get out of this situation, and Shu Mei set up her friend. Shu Wuhou saw a crowd of ghosts behind him, and they were going in his direction. And is he really so handsome, and does he attract all the ghosts? The ghosts keep coming towards Shu Wuhou and his friends, and Mei must help. Otherwise they are doomed to die, and Shu is still so young. Dentention told her friend Shu Wuhou to go to them quickly, and that the ghosts were definitely not kind, and there was no need to tempt fate and check the results. But Shu Wuhou calmed down and stopped being afraid of ghosts, and he will find the answer if he rationally thinks about the reason why the monsters came. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he thinks that these are just corpses and not ghosts, and wants to test his hypothesis and believes that the genius is right. Shu Mei and Yufong exhaled, and they are just corpses, and they are not as dangerous as ghosts. And fighting corpses is much easier if all the corpses are evil. Dentention stands next to her friends, and why these corpses seem very familiar to her, and she has seen them at least once in her life and remembered. Dentention carefully examined all the corpses, and she is already 100% right, and she knows the corpses and the data about them, and is familiar with them. Dentention recognized the Sea Lord from the Star Sect, and she had heard so many legends and stories about him, and did not expect to meet. Dentention recognized the corpse with the eye patch, and it was the ancient leader, and Yufong should also know a lot of information about the leader, and he studied. Dentention saw the Yin-Yang Academy's mentor in the crowd of corpses, and it's hard not to recognize him, and he has many distinctive features, and these are facts. Dentention noticed the Lord of the Hills from the Immortal Mountains, and he is among the crowd of the troop, and she does not know why they all gathered together. Several thousand years ago, these corpses ruled territories even for tens of thousands of miles, and these were the supreme rulers and leaders as heads. Yufeng turned on the detective mode and wants to check the information about the corpse, and Sister Dentention rarely makes mistakes, and it seems she found out. Yufeng was convinced that the corpse was indeed the Lord of the Hills from the Immortal Mountains, and confirmed its authenticity, and Dentention was right as always. Yufeng told his friends that the corpses were real, and he figured it all out in an instant, and his friends can praise him because he tries for them, and loves them. Several thousand years ago, these people went missing, which led to the disintegration of their factions, and Shu Wuhou did not think that they all died there. Shu Wuhou asked why the bodies of the leaders were there, and who was so strong that he killed everyone. And Dentention couldn't even imagine such a strong man. But Dentention is absolutely sure that if the corpses unite with force, it will be enough to tear the entire Quishu into pieces, and they are in danger. Yufeng wants to find out if there are any clues on the corpses, and if they are all ancient strongmen, and it is obvious that one of them is carrying a lot of wealth on himself. Shu Wuhou and Dentention are completely shocked by Yufeng's actions, and they are convinced that their friend is an idiot, and it is difficult to go on missions with an idiot Feng. Shu Wuhou shouted at Yufeng and told him not to touch the corpses and what his friend wanted to find on the skeletons. And did he really not know how to think, and was this stupid? But as soon as Yufeng lightly touched the ghost, he turned to ashes, and Yufeng was perplexed and why the corpse disappeared, and he did not understand anything there. Yufeng thought that he had touched the heavyweight with his finger, and he had turned into dust there, and was he really that strong, and he himself didn't know about it. But Dentention hit Yufeng, and it seems he is completely stupid, and the bodies of ancient people, and something can happen to them and you shouldn't touch them. Shu Wuhou realized that Yufeng is really stupid and doesn't understand that corpses are powerful and can punish living people if they are disturbed, and Yufeng is stupid. And then something began to appear from the ashes of the corpse, and Yufeng ruined everything, and in vain his friends took him with them, and the exploration of the world is already under threat. Shi Mei asks her friends to look there, and something appears, and the master was 100% right, and there was no point in disturbing the dead people. The corpses were glowing with a bright flame, and Shu Wuhou sensed that this was not a good sign, and he was used to fighting living people and did not know the weak point of corpses. All the corpses are serious and have surrounded Shu Wuhou and his friends, and they are in danger and can't just get out of their afterlife. The corpses were angry and jumped towards Dentention and Yufeng, and no one has the right to touch them. And why come to their house? And this is a mistake. Dentention stopped strangling Yufeng and noticed the enraged corpses and skeletons did not want to leave, and they would take revenge, and everyone seemed strong. Dentention said Yufong signed his friend's death warrants, and he told his friends he wouldn't touch anything anymore and realized his mistake. The skeletons opened their mouths and started screaming, and they have sharp teeth and friends in trouble, and they are no match for the corpses in power and how to defeat skeletons. Shu Wuhou shouted at Dentention and Yufong and asked them not to stand there rooted to the spot, and that it was time for them to run. Otherwise, the skeletons would tear them apart. And that was true. The corpses continue to haunt Shu Wuhou and friends, and they have learned a lesson for life and cannot disturb the dead leaders, and they are not weak. Shu Wuhou told his friends to run away from there, and they are surrounded by corpses, and it seems they won't be able to destroy them just like that, and he doesn't know their weakness. Yufong cries and asks the corpses not to come near him and let someone save him, and he will become the savior's slave for life if he survives there. Yufong turned around and noticed the corpses were very close and almost caught up with him. And he doesn't want to die young, and he hasn't experienced true love yet. But at that very second, Dentention stood in front of Yufong, and she kicked the corpse, and no one dared to harm her friend Yufong except her. The corpse flew a couple of meters and crashed into other corpses, and Dentention's power is amazing, and she is not afraid of skeletons and is ready to protect everyone. Yufong grabbed Dentention's leg, and from that moment on he was her slave. And Dai was a little sorry that she saved her friend, and he was making her nervous, and that's a fact. Dentention realized things were bad, and that corpses were capable of suppressing the spirit's aura. So using spirit attacks against them in battle was ineffective. Shimei asks her friends to help her, and the corpses do not lag behind her, and there is nowhere to hide from them, and she must improve the portal technique to this world. But when Shimei didn't expect this, she didn't look at her feet and stumbled and lost her balance, and the corpses distracted her and got in the way. Shimei fell to the ground, and she can't continue running from all the corpses, and they are dangerous, and why didn't she look under her feet and made a mistake? The corpse reached out its hand to Shimei and wants to harm her, and she is to blame for everything, and the corpses do not want to see all the living people in their afterlife. Shu Wuhou does not stand aside and swung and told the corpses that he will punish everyone who dared to harm his friends and teach them a lesson. Shu Wuhou hit the corpse with all his might and told him not to approach Shimei again. Otherwise, he would assemble the skeleton again and break it, and they all irritated him. Shu Wuhou told his friends that corpses are afraid of blood and energy, and they should use blood and energy to protect them, and then they won't be touched. Yufong and Dentention use the flame energy and blood technique and are absolutely sure that evil will not pass through the defense, and Shu Wuhou is right. Dentention and Yufeng surrounded their friends with a protective barrier and will definitely not allow the corpses to penetrate and break through the defense, and trust their friend Shu. But the corpses don't care, and they want to destroy Dentention and Yufeng, and nothing will save them, and why did the man touch their colleague and bring trouble? The corpse touched Dentention and Yufeng's protective barrier, and he didn't think that these people were so cunning and could come up with a defense plan. The corpse began to scream and felt pain in his hand, and Dentention tries with Yufeng, and their protective barrier cannot be broken, and the corpses are surprised. Dentention said that if magic and blood make vile corpses stay away, it means they are truly ghosts or a mistake. Shu Wuhou listened to Dentention. He also thought about it. Although everyone would be better off thinking about how to get out of there and avoid the attacks of the corpses, Shu Wuhou asked Shimei if she could open the gate again, and she was afraid that she couldn't and shouldn't be distracted when opening the gate. Dentention is furious and why Shimei can't open the gates and let him not fool his head and concentrate the energy, and they will protect her. Dentention told Shu Wuhou that they need to come up with something quickly. Otherwise, they will die if everyone continues to release the power of energy and blood. Shu Wuhou wondered if Dentention was talking about the technique of strength and energy, and he needed to think about the action and how to escape from the corpses. And then Shu Wuhou noticed something important, and why he hadn't thought about it before and completely forgotten. And sometimes you have to strain your brain, and he's not stupid. Shu Wuhou saw the bowl of Samsara in front of him, and he was busy with business, and corpses and friends should not worry, and their master will save colleagues. The bowl of Samsara is filled with blood and energy, and corpses cannot harm him in any way as long as he uses protective techniques, and this is his method. Shu Wuhou began to furiously apply the technique and brought his hand to the bowl and did not worry about his health, and the master taught how to apply the skills. Shu Wuhou began to glow with a bright flame, and his friends did not understand what happened to his brother, but it seems he gained strength and energy, and this is cool. The corpses are perplexed and wonder why Shu Wuhou is glowing and where he got his powers from, and they want to ask their brother so many questions and will not forget about it. Shu Wuhou said Dentention said that to defeat the corpses they only need energy and blood, and a friend came up with a brilliant plan. Shu Wuhou told his friends that he was full of energy and blood, and therefore the corpses were doomed to die and they were chasing them in vain and he would destroy them. The corpses are surprised by Shu Wuhou's behavior and do not want to attack him, and he has a terrifying aura and can teach a lesson and fight dangerously. Shu Wuhou is serious and told the corpses to rest in peace, and he will not forgive them for wanting to harm their friends and scaring people, And at that moment, Shu Wuhou directed his technique at the corpses, and the bowl of Samsara saved him, and he trained so much and is ready for the tests. The corpses want to escape from there and hide in the shadows, but Shu Wuhou has trapped them and won't let them go, and his energy is amazing and still not tired. Corpses feel pain, and Shu Wuhou is not an ordinary person, and he knows so many dangerous techniques, and even corpses are afraid of him. And Wuhou is a monster. The corpses disappeared, and Dentension noticed the flames and energy of Shu Wuhou still shines, and only the fool with the sword Chen Jinghong is capable of this attack. Dentension realized that she seemed to have underestimated Shu Wuhou and would never have thought that Wuzhou's friend had frightening talent and potential. Shu Wuhou destroyed all the corpses in a couple of seconds and protected his friends, and he guaranteed that he would not let them be harmed and cut off all opponents. Yufong grabbed Shu Wuzhou's brother and he swept away all the corpses in a minute, and Wuzhou asks not to be surprised, and this is his natural gift and he is so strong. Shu Wuhou is dissatisfied, and he spent almost half of what he saved with such difficulty in the bowl to look cool and made a mistake. Yufong told Shimei that since the corpses retreated, they could return, and she agreed with her brother, and she could clearly open the portal at any time. But Shu Wuhou asks his friends not to rush, and he wants to find out something and let Shimei not rush to open a portal to their world. And he is not joking. Shu Wuhou looks at some sphere on the ground and asks his friends what it is, and he has never seen such a sphere and who will explain the data. Shu Wuhou thinks the sphere was left behind by corpses, and it seems the sphere is full of energy and blood. But Dentension noticed their sphere and realized. Dentension approached Shu Wuhou and said, the sphere is the original blood and she did not expect to find the sphere in the afterlife. And this is intriguing. Shu Wuhou asked Dentension what it is, and the original blood is the blood of heaven, earth, and all living beings, and the sphere guards the great path. Dentension said that the original blood is a legendary treasure, and it allows one to accumulate the power of energy and blood, and it will color the sky. Yufong and Shumei are delighted, and they didn't know that the corpses had a sphere, and they hit the jackpot, and Shu Wuhou's powers will already increase many times over. But Shu Wuhou handed over the sphere to Shumei, and his friend has the lowest level and let her use the original blood first, and he is happy for her. But Shumei refused to take the sphere, and Master Shu Wuhou was clearly obliged to keep it for himself, and without him they would not have gone too far on the journey. But Dentension and Yufeng agree with Shu Wuhou, and there are probably so many spheres, and this is only the first find, and Shumei needs it more. Shimei is shocked by the kindness of her friends, and Dentension and Yufeng so want her to become stronger and are ready to give the sphere to their friend without any problems. Shimei told her friends that they were so good and thanked them and all their ancestors, and her friends understood that under the influence of emotions, Shimei became carried away, and at that very moment, Shimei was absorbed by the sphere of primordial blood. And she does not want to argue with her friends and is ready to become stronger and protect everyone. Shimei has reached the 5th level of the Qi stage, and the original blood has given such power, and the sphere is incredible, and they must find more spheres. And when Shu Wuhou did not expect this, Shimei hugged him tightly and thanked the master for his help, and he helped her become more powerful, and this is a fact. Shu Wuhou is very happy, and he appreciated the body of his friend Shimei, and he can hardly control himself because Shimei is very beautiful and her figure is a dream. Shu Wuhou asks Shimei to calm down, and they are not alone there. But Yufeng and Dentension appreciated Shu Wuhou's performance, and in his heart he jumps and is so happy. Shu Wuhou told his friends that their next step would be to hunt corpses for the primordial blood realm, and that together they would succeed. Yufeng asked his brother Shu Wuhou if they had changed their mind about returning home, and why his brother had changed his mind and wanted to continue on his way, and did not understand. Shu Wuhou asked Yufeng why he should go home and how they could return empty-handed after finding a place full of treasures. Shu Wuhou started to walk forward and asked the corpse friends not to run away, and he was aiming for one thing and the master needed their blood and he would not spare them. After some time, the friends are sitting in a cave and they have to gain strength and energy, and they fought with the corpses for a long time, and found many spheres in this place. Shu Wuhou divided the original blood realms between all his friends and does not want to offend any of them, and he will be fair when dividing the realms. Yufeng asked brother Shu Wuhou why he was saving more and more original blood orbs for himself, and it was unfair, and he was wrong. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng that he spent a lot of energy and blood on the technique with which he fought the corpses and earned the spheres. Shu Wuhou asked his friends if this was not logical, and if any of his friends disagreed with his decision, and let them complain to the master. Dentension and Yufeng are furious, and Shu Wuhou asked for a fight, and he is a miser and wants to take valuable treasures for himself. And their friend is so cunning. Shimei is Shu Wuhou's #1 fan, and she said that the master said everything correctly and deserved a large share of the trophies, and Shimei doesn't mind. Shu Wuhou told Shimei that she understands him better than anyone else, unlike Dentension and Yufeng, who irritate him, and he values his friend. Shu Wuhou suggested that his friends continue their journey, and maybe they will find treasures better than the sphere there, and they agree with Master Shu. Shu Wuhou saw something in the afterlife and stopped walking and realized that he should not rush. And in such places, the boss's strategy and tactics are important. And at that very second, Shu Wuhou saw a sea of blood, and what was happening in this place, and why Shimei hadn't brought the master to this place earlier. Dentention told her friends that this is what the afterlife should look like, and Shu Wuhou asked his colleagues if there was really anyone there. And it was a shock. Dentention noticed the corpse and seems to know this character, and he was an important person in his past life, and she will tell him all his details. Dentention said this corpse is the head of the Dao sect who ruled 6,000 years ago, and there is a popular legend that they all remember. Legends say the leader was ambushed by an immortal wolf and a golden toad, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. He sealed the two. Yufong asked Dentention if this legend was true, and he would never have thought that the head of Dao could restrain monsters. Dentention told Yufong that the head of the Dao sect is a legend, and he is the boss of his era, and no one doubts the greatness of the head of the Dao sect anymore. Shu Wuhou agrees with Dentention, and the head of the Dao sect is incredible, and he had enormous power and no one could compare to him back then. Shu Wuhou said it seems that the head of the Dao sect has a lot of expensive artifacts with him, and his friends asked Shu Wuhou not to show greed there. Dentention asked Shu Wuhou if he was thinking about anything stupid there, but the master asked if he really looked like a stupid person anymore. Shu Wuhou asks his colleagues to look at the left hand of the head of the Dao sect, and it is not without reason that he said that the head of the Dao sect was rich, and these are facts. Shu Wuhou said, the ring on the left hand of the Dao sect leader is made of the purest colored iron, and is a magnificent trophy for a genius. Shu Wuhou thought that if he could get the ring right away, he would feed it to the bowl, and it would give a lot of energy, and the result would amaze Wuhou. Shu Wuhou laughs evilly, and Shimei told the master that he is becoming more and more like a villain, and Dentention and Yufeng know that Shu's friend is stingy. Shimei asked Master Shu Wuhou if he wanted the ring so much, why he didn't just go and take it from the head of the Dao sect and the Dao corpse. But Dentention told Shimei that Shu Wuhou clearly shouldn't do this, and if he touches the leader's skeleton it will upset the balance and be very dangerous. Dentention said that if Shu Wuhou takes the ring, he will free the demons and then they will all die. But she does not want to die with Wuhou. Yufeng told brother Shu Wuhou that Dentention was 100% right and they had better not touch the remains of the head of the Dao sect and that there was no point. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng that he was just joking and that his words should not be taken seriously and that he wanted to see his friends' reactions and fooled everyone. Shu Wuhou told his friends that he really wouldn't touch the ring, but Yufeng and Dentention told the master that she really didn't trust his words. Shu Wuhou was furious and asked Dentention and Yufeng if they really thought of him as someone who would do anything for money, and the master was so offended. Yufeng said, in any case, there is an endless sea of blood in front of them, and they cannot overcome the sea. And it looks like this is the end and they will return. Yufeng told his brother Shu Wuhou how unfortunate it was, and wondered what was on the other side of the blood. And maybe it wasn't Xiaoqian and he really wanted to know. Shimei asked Master Shu Wuhou if he should open the gate for her, and her friends would return back. And Shu Wuhou agreed and they would not find anything there. Shu Wuhou is outraged and feels that by not taking this ring he is losing a lot and it is worth billions. And why are his friends against it? And they are interfering. Shu Wuhou looked at the hand of the head of the Dao sect again and the ring beckons him and he does not want to leave it on the hand of the dead man because the Dao does not need it. Shu Wuhou noticed an important detail and it was not for nothing that his intuition prompted him. And he looked at the hand of the head of the Dao sect and definitely noticed something strange. And at that very second, the ring began to fall from the hand of the head of the Dao sect, and his hand moved involuntarily, and Shu Wuhou watched, and it was frightening. Shu Wuhou was in complete shock and told his friends that the ring on the hand of the head of Dao moved by itself, and he clearly saw it, and it was not a hallucination. Friends look at Shu Wuhou in surprise, and it seems he is delirious and so wants to take the ring of the head of the Dao sect, and began to lie, and Shu is so cunning. Dentention and Yufeng told Shu Wuhou that he is an actor and plays the role well and wants to say that the head of the Dao sect has returned to life and it is absurd. Shu Wuhou pointed his finger and told his friends that the Dao ring was not just moving and that he was not lying to them and that they should see for themselves if they did not believe their friend. And then, when no one expected it, Shu Wuhou told his friends that the ring of the head of the Dao sect was not just moving, it was flying. And the master himself was shocked. Dentention and Yufeng listened to Shu Wuhou's words and saw that their friend was not lying and the ring was really flying. But how to explain it? And it was clearly mysticism. Dentention and Yufeng are horrified that the ring is flying by itself. And what kind of nonsense is this? And has the head of the Dao sect really returned to life? Shu Wuhou told his friends that it didn't make sense. And why would the ring fly there? And what the head of the Dao sect wanted to convey to them? and he would understand the hint. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou realized the reason is in the cup of Samsara, and it attracts the ring so much, but he cannot tell his friends about the cup, and this is his secret. Shu Wuhou doesn't understand what kind of magic is hidden in the ring of the head of the Tao sect and why it attracted the cup of Samsara, and the genius has many questions. But suddenly the ring started flying quickly towards Shu Wuhou and his friends, and no one knows the reason except the master, and they stand in horror. Dentention and Yufeng said the ring is flying straight at them and asked Shu Wuhou to stop it or it will crash into them and hurt them. Shu Wuhou told Dentention that he couldn't stop the ring and it was too fast and it flew past Dentention and Yufeng. The ring continued to fly towards Shu Wuhou, and he was at a loss as to how to stop the frantic ring and why it was already flying towards him. And at that very moment, when Shu Wuhou did not expect this, the ring itself was put on Shu Wuhou's finger, and the master did not understand what was happening to him. All the friends froze in place and did not think that the ring was going to their friend Shu Wuhou, and it seemed that he was hiding something from them, and they would find out a lot. Dentention, Yufeng and Shumei are in complete shock. And what is happening there, and Shu Wuhou is obliged to explain all the information or else he will be beaten. Shu Wuhou asked his friends if he said that the ring had put on his finger by itself. Would his dear friends believe him, since he doesn't lie to them? Dentention and Yufeng are angry, and who will believe the swindler Shu Wuhou, and did the ring move on its own, and why did it end up in his hand? She may distracted her friends from the conflict and asked Master Shu Wuhou to take a look, and it seemed like something was wrong, and let the master assess the situation. Dentention, Yufeng and Shu Wuhou looked up with interest, and Shumei never distracts them with trifles, and that she noticed the intrigue. Friends saw how everything around the head of the Tao sect was flickering, and in vain, Wuhou wanted to take the ring. But it was not his fault because the cup attracted the ring. Dentention and Shu Wuhou said they don't like it, and it seems they disturbed the peace of the head of the Tao sect, and he wants to take revenge on people for everything. Friends are surprised and wonder if the seal is broken and what went wrong. After all, no one touched the things of the head of the Tao sect, and maybe Shu Wuhou is to blame. And then the friends noticed a furious and dangerous monster, and where to hide from the beast, and why Shu Wuhou always sets up his friends and he is an idiot. Shu Wuhou and his friends covered their ears from the monster's loud screech, and wondered why they even bothered to go to the afterlife and risk not returning home. The monster is haunting Shu Wuhou and his friends, and they don't know how to quickly shut the monster up, and it seems Shu Wuhou woke him up, and what should they do? Dentention told her friends that things were bad, and the power of the Tao leader's seal was giving in, and the immortal wolf would soon break out and would not spare anyone. Dentention told them to get out of there quickly, but Shumei can't, and this sound doesn't allow her to concentrate and won't open the gate. Shu Wuhou thought this shouldn't happen, and he was absolutely sure all the time that everything was under control. But he was wrong, and this is a threat. Shu Wuhou told Shumei that he would help her, and that she had to open a portal there quickly. Otherwise all her friends were doomed to die, and the monster was strong. Shu Wuhou began to use the technique of flame of energy and blood bright as day, and he believes Shumei has enough strength to open the portal back there. Shu Wuhou touched Shumei and asked her to hold on, and that he would not harm her, and on the contrary, would give her strength so that she could open the portal, and this is important. Shu Wuhou guaranteed that he would not let his friends get hurt, but they all had to help him, and together they were strong, and no one would stop their friendship. Shumei realized that Master Shu Wuhou's power was flowing through her body, and the power was too immense, and she could not restrain Master Wuhou's power. Shumei started screaming, and she can no longer bear the pain in her body. And Master Shu Wuhou's energy is too great. But who will open the portal? Yufeng is delighted with Shumei, and she is a very beautiful lady, and Shu Wuhou's brother is lucky to know her, and how can one not appreciate her body? But Dentention kicked Yufeng in the head, and this is not the time for dirty fantasies, and their life is on the verge of death. But Yufeng only thinks about the ladies. The immortal wolf began to destroy the seal and wants to be released. But the scoundrel head of the Tao sect locked him in the seal, and he became a nobody and is angry. Dentention and Yufeng are terrified, and the immortal wolf destroys the seal very quickly, and Feng does not want to die. And so many ladies are waiting for his advice. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou brought all his friends to their senses and told them to shut up and not to be nervous, because the master promised that he would protect them all. Shu Wuhou told his friends that no one would die today and asked them not to interfere with him. Otherwise, he would not defeat the wolf and they would all be to blame. Yufeng thought why he thought that brother Shu Wuhou was so handsome when he was angry, and his character amazed brother Yu, and Wuhou had charisma. Shu Wuhou gave Shumei his blood energy flow and began the condensation process, and his friend had to believe in herself, and she pulled him out of there. Shu Wuhou told Shumei to try to open the door, and he would help her in every possible way and let her not doubt her brother's words, and he believed her. Shu Wuhou knows the energy and blood technique, a powerful technique, and Shumei doesn't have to worry about the immortal wolf, and he will protect everyone. Shimei ordered the gates to open, and she will not let her friends down, and knows her master Shu Wuhou believes her 100%, and she will show her power. At this time, the immortal wolf broke the seal and broke out into the world, and he waited so long and wants to take revenge on people for all their vile deeds. The immortal wolf is furious and wants to destroy everyone who dared to disturb him there. And luckily the head of the Dao sect is not nearby, and the boss is dangerous. The immortal wolf said, after 6,000 years he is free, and no one will seal him again, and during this time the wolf has become stronger. The immortal wolf wants to take revenge on the villains from the Dao sect and let them wait. And he will soon visit them and punish everyone for their vile act. At this time, in the city of Lingang, a radiance appeared in the sky, and Shimei did not let her colleagues down and was able to open a portal and save her loved ones. And at that moment Yufeng began to fall down from the sky. And why did Shimei's friend open a portal in such a place, and he is at risk and how to escape? Yufeng made a coup, and he is an experienced master and has been in various very difficult situations. But Shimei will remind you of this, and her portal is terrible. Yufeng landed spectacularly, and he had no doubt that he would not get injured during the fall. And he had enough reaction, and he was like a nimble cat in the night. Yufeng wondered if they really wanted to scare him with such a height, and he is not afraid, and let his colleagues remember forever that he is the bravest in the world. But when Yufeng did not expect this, Shu Wuhou, Dentention, and Shimei fell with a crash on Yufeng, and he was in great pain and shock. Shu Wuhou apologizes to his brother Yufeng for being a cushion for them, and their landing was soft, and everyone says thank you to Yufeng. Shu Wuhou asked the ladies if they were okay, and Shimei said to the genius Shu Wuhou, thank you for catching her, and she didn't get any injuries. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and Shimei's gentle touches are so pleasant and he cannot resist, but he must control himself because he is married to Ching. Yufeng is despondent, and why does he always get into trouble and get injured a lot? But no one says thank you or considers him a hero and a genius. Shimei told Master Shu Wuhou to open the gate again in a couple of days, and if he doesn't need anything, she will go home soon. But Dentention approached Shimei's sister and asked her to wait for her, and she wanted to discuss something with her, and hoped she would give some useful advice. Suddenly, Dentention asked Shimei what kind of face cream she uses, and her skin looks soft and smooth, and she is beautiful. Shimei can't use any cosmetics, and Dentention said that means she has natural beauty, and she will teach Shir different tricks. Shu Wuhou is at a loss. And is it really true that Dentention and Shimei will just leave? And what about the immortal wolf, or has everyone forgotten about the enemy? Yufeng told his brother Shu Wuhou that he was absolutely sure that someone would soon deal with the immortal wolf, and asked his brother not to think about the enemy. Yufeng said Dentention had found new prey. It was time for him to find a gentle lady who would comfort his vulnerable heart and save him from despondency. Shu Wuhou noticed that all his friends had left and they didn't care about the monster, but he couldn't forget about the immortal wolf, and the wolf was capable of harming them. Shu Wuhou thought his friends were scoundrels, and they were scoundrels, and they all ran away from there and didn't ask if Shu Wuhou's brother needed help, and this was infuriating. Shu Wuhou got the ring, and in this case these treasures will go to no one but him, and his colleagues themselves are to blame for leaving his brother there. Shu Wuhou thought that although time had not spared the ring of the sect leader, he thought that the material from which it was made had so much energy. Shu Wuhou threw the ring of the head of the Dao sect into the bowl, and she is obliged to eat there to give him strength, and he always feeds the bowl of Samsara. Shu Wuhou threw the ring of the Dao sect leader into the bowl, and it began to glow brightly there, and the bowl will give the necessary energy and strength to Wuhou. The bowl continued to glow even brighter, and Shu Wuhou closed his eyes, and it seemed like he would move to a new level, and none of the enemies would defeat him. The Samsara cup makes some sounds, and Shu Wuhou likes his mind and intelligence in battle, and he was able to outwit the immortal wolf, and he is cunning. Shu Wuhou is very happy, and it seems that the cup of Samsara has increased its level, and it was not for nothing that he brought the treasure of the head of the Dao sect more often and wanted to surprise. Shu Wuhou dances from side to side of decreasing size, and the bowl has become so beautiful, and he has been reborn as a genius and will definitely not make mistakes. Shu Wuhou decided to look into the bowl and see what treasure it would delight him with, and may it not let him down. And he has special wishes for his gift. But when Shu Wuhou did not expect this at all, he saw one drop in the cup, and why does the cup offend him, and Shu always made the cup happy? Shu Wuhou froze in shock, and the cup had never let him down like this, and he didn't know why it didn't give him something worthwhile in return, and it was terrible. Shu Wuhou is furious, and the cup gave only one drop, and he was deceived, and he hoped that he would become much stronger. But the cup of Samsara has a different plan. But Shu Wuhou realized that the circulation of energy in the rocking chair was unusual, and he needed to check the result. And the bowl considered the master still naive. Shu Wuhou touched the drop and thought nothing would happen. And if there was no result, he would find other treasures and become a legend. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou's body was filled with energy, and he felt a spiritual aura. And the drop gave so many sensations, and Shu was pleased with the cup. Jing Yongjie told his father and sister that he was 100% sure that Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law was with Shu Mei, and they would catch them red-handed there. Mr. Ching Sili asked Qing Yongjie if he was sure of the accusations. And Qing Qingmo said Shu Wuzhou had changed a lot, and she believed her husband. Qing Yongjie opened the door to the estate and told the family that the ear may lie, but the eyes never lie, and they would see for themselves that Shu Wuzhou was cheating. Qing Yongjie remembers how Shu Wuzhou bullied him every day, and now it's time for him to learn a lesson, and his son-in-law has become arrogant, and these are the facts. Shu Wuzhou was sitting in the room at that time, cultivating energy, and the bowl develops all the skills of the master, and he feels a surge of strength in his body. The Ching family saw Shu Wuzhou cultivating, and the son-in-law sitting alone in the room and training all the time, and Wuzhou cannot be blamed for anything. Qing Yongjie is in complete shock, and he doesn't understand where Shu Mei is because he already saw how they communicated with Shu Wuzhou and where he hid the lady. Mr. Qing Shili was surprised by the powerful pulsation of energy that Shu Wuzhou had, and he did not expect that his son-in-law had become so powerful and that he was a pro. Qing Qingmo noticed that Shu Wuzhou's husband's aura looked like he had reached the pre-rebirth stage of Xi, and he had affected the entire Qing family. Qing Yongjie doesn't understand anything, and why is his son-in-law acting as if he is innocent, and he will prove that he flirted with Shu Mei, and it's all true. Shu Wuzhou slightly opened his eyes, and the brat Qing Yongzhe dragged his wife and father-in-law there to catch him red-handed with another lady, Shu Mei. Shu Wuzhou closed his eyes and continued to cultivate energy, and he is not distracted by scoundrels like Qing Yongzhe, and he is a parasite and a scoundrel. Shu Wuzhou asked Qing Yongjie why he barged in on him now, and it seemed like he had nothing better to do, and brought Qing Shili and Qingmo. The Qing family listens, and Shu Wuzhou told Qing Yongjie that if he hadn't knocked down his son-in-law at the moment of enlightenment, he would have broken through to the Qi stage. Shu Wuzhou told Qing Yongjie that his son-in-law was left halfway to achieving Qi development. What a failure it was, and how to fix the situation. Qing Yongjie was shocked, and did he really interfere with enlightenment? And Qing Qingmo said that her husband Shu Wuzhou's aura was clearly similar to the development of Qi. Qing Yongjie pointed his finger at Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law and said that it was all his fault, and that he had deliberately set him up in front of the family and that he was a monster. But Mr. Qing Shili called Qing Yongjie a brainless idiot, and his son-in-law was training with all his might. But he slandered him and hindered his Qi development. Qing Qingmo told her brother Qing Yongjie that she knew her husband was a little rude when he trained him, but it was so mean to interfere with her son-in-law at such a moment. Qing Qingmo told Qing Yongjie that sudden enlightenment is a rare stroke of luck, and many people do not achieve the development of Qi and power in their entire lives. Qing Yongjie asks his father and sister to listen to him. And Shu Wuzhou is lying, and he is specially training so that the Qing family will forgive his son-in-law's betrayal. Qing Yongzhe was angry and asked Shu Wuzhou if he really thought that he would believe that his son-in-law was training and he would check the room. But his son-in-law Shu didn't mind. Qing Yongji is serious, and today he will catch his son-in-law cheating and find a lady in his room, and he is not hallucinating, and he saw Mei. Qing Yongjie searched the entire area of Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law's room, and already threw all the things on the floor and remembers how Shimei entered the son-in-law's room. Qing Yongjie was exhausted and had no strength or energy left. And why was he so unlucky? He wanted to take revenge on Shu Wuzhou, but it seems he was mistaken. Qing Yongji understood, and Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law has everything except the lady, and he can't find Shumei, and where Wuzhou could hide her. And it's so interesting. Qing Yongji understood, and he really falsely accused Shu Wuzhou of treason, and he is finished, and his father Qing Sili and sister Qing Qingmo will not forgive him for everything. Shu Wuzhou told Qing Yongjie that he has been doing nothing all day, and his thoughts are dirty, and that teacher Shu needs to take immediate action. Shu Wuzhou took the bat in his hands and said to Qing Yongjie that his son-in-law would be a martial arts teacher, and his brother was obliged to train with him as hard as he could. Qing Yongjie began to cry and asked his son-in-law, Shu Wuzhou, if his son-in-law would become his martial arts teacher, and if he knew harsh methods. Qing Yongjie hid behind his father in an instant and asked Mr. Qing Sili to help him, and his son-in-law Shu Wuzhou is a monster, and he will punish him for all his tricks. Qing Yongjie swears to his father that he actually saw Shu Wuzhou with a lady from the Shir family, and Mr. Qing Sili is obliged to believe his son, and he is clearly not lying. Mr. Qing Sili exhaled, and Qing Yongjie's son is disgracing the family, and Wuzhou could not develop Qi. And Qing Yongjie is to blame for this, and he set up his son-in-law. Mr. Qing Sili told Shu Wuzhou that no matter what, Qing Yongjie is his son, and he cannot treat him like this. And his son-in-law's training frightens Yongjie. Qing Yongji is delighted, and his father faithfully scolds his son-in-law Shu Wuzhou, and the bastard Shu will not be able to do anything to him as long as Mr. Qing Shili protects him. But Mr. Qing Shili began to take something out of his sleeves, and Yongjie was in vain so happy, and he had not yet received his punishment there, and everything was ahead. And at that moment, suddenly Mr. Chingchi took out a bat and spikes and told Shu Wuhou that his father should personally punish Qing Yongjie for everything. Qing Yongjie froze in place from fear. And why did his father take out a weapon and he doesn't want to harm his own son? And Shu Wuhou arranged this. Qing Yongjie was shocked and asked his father what he was doing. And Chingchi realized that Yongjie had already stooped to slandering his son-in-law Shu Wuhou. Mr. Chingchi has taken a swing and wants to punish and teach Qing Yongjie a lesson. And he will understand that he must take care of his son-in-law and not lie. And let him remember. Mr. Chingchi hit Qing Yongjie in the face, and the father wanted to teach his son a lesson for so long, and he is growing up to be an exemplary person and is a disgrace to the family, and he is stupid. Qingmo asked if everything would be okay with Qing Yongjie, and Shu Wuhou's son-in-law said his father-in-law Chingchi was even stricter than him, and Yongjie was an idiot. Mr. Chingchi has punished Qing Yongjie thoroughly, and asked Shu Wuhou not to be distracted and continue training. And his father will raise Qing Yongjie. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Chingchi that Qing Yongjie was still young, and it was time for him to train and he should not spare him and be harsh with him. Qingmo started to leave the room and she thought that she shouldn't disturb Shu Wuhou's training there either, and let her husband rest there. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou suddenly grabbed Qingmo's hand and he asked his wife to wait and wanted to discuss something, and she was dear to her husband. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that as he promised, he had already solved the problems of the Qing family, and whether they could start living as husband and wife, and he wanted it. Qingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou that she is still not ready, and could he give her some time and his wife will think about everything and definitely decide. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that if she was willing to open her heart and accept him, he could guide her and they would both live happily. Shu Wuhou wanted to kiss Qingmo, and he waited for a long time for the moment and it came, and he took the initiative and impressed Qingmo, and he is so happy. But at that moment, an explosion thundered in the street and Qingmo and her husband Shu Wuhou froze in shock and were unable to kiss. Qingmo asked her husband what happened, and Shu Wuhou doesn't know what kind of creature is rumbling in the street, and he missed such a moment to kiss Qing. At this time, people in the city of Lingang were screaming in the streets, and everyone did not know what was happening and why the whole earth was shaking, and whether the enemies had attacked. People asked why the moon turned red, and it's very strange, and who can explain all the information to them so that people understand the reason. Qingmo noticed the blood moon, and this is a bad sign, and Shu Wuhou wondered if this means that the immortal wolf has escaped and this is a disaster. People pointed their fingers and asked their friends to look at the moon, and they were all in danger and had to find a secluded place and hide from the enemy there. People said there was someone on the moon, and there was an immortal wolf standing there, and he broke out of the afterlife and overcame the seal of the head of the Dao sect. The immortal wolf began to use the technique, and he guarantees people that they will regret that they locked him in the seal, and he lived with the goal of revenge. And at that very moment, the immortal wolf broke something and became even stronger. And none of the mortal people could stop him, and his power was on another level. The man shouted and told his friends that the moon had split. But his colleagues didn't think so, and it wasn't the moon that had split, but some kind of seal. And that was strange. People are very afraid and very nervous, and the demon is freed, and he does not look friendly. And it looks like the people of Lingan are doomed to die. The immortal wolf is 100% confident in himself, and people are weak and have no willpower, and the wolf will use a special technique on pathetic people. The people of the city of Lingang fell to the ground, and they do not know how to defend themselves from the immortal wolf, and he will not let them go, and who offended the monster so much. People are suffering and want to understand if there is a way to escape from the monster, and there are so many heroes in their city, but no one has come to help, and it's terrible. A resident of the city of Lingan noticed an immortal wolf, and no one thought that the monster was so terrible, and its aura was terrifying, and they were paralyzed. The immortal wolf looked down on the city of Lingang from the sky, and the tough opponent, the head of the Dao sect, had long been dead, and no one but him could defeat the monster. The immortal wolf said that 6,000 years had passed and he had finally broken the seal imposed by the head of the Dao sect, and the wolf had waited for so long. The immortal wolf told the people of Lingan that they could now stretch their legs, and that he hadn't trained for a long time, and that the people would become the wolf's sparring partners. People are panicking and don't know how to get out of this dangerous and risky situation. And the residents of the city of Lingang don't know what to do. People were running in different directions, and the people there wanted to save only their own lives. But they didn't care about others, and at that moment there was no time for other residents. People in a panic have forgotten a child on the street, and he is crying. But no one pays attention to the baby anymore, and the young man is doomed if no one saves him. Shu Wuhou realized that the immortal wolf was a serious problem, and it seemed like he didn't have enough strength and power to defeat his opponent, and he was trapped. But when the immortal wolf did not expect this, someone told him to get out of the city, and the evil monster is arrogant and they will punish the beast. The immortal wolf turned around and wanted to know who had the nerve to humiliate him, and he would kill the violators, and this would be a lesson for others. People are wondering who came, and they hope people came to save them, and they will be able to stop the demon, otherwise the monster will destroy everything in Lingen. And then a holy book began to appear from the sky, and people were confident that the immortal wolf would not hide anywhere, and the fighters would send the monster to hell. The immortal wolf noticed the people on the sacred book, and what they had planned, and do fools really believe that they can defeat the powerful wolf. The sage told the monster to commit atrocities in Lingen, on the land of all their ancestors is too brazen, and the monster does not think rationally, and he is a corpse. The sage is serious, and he and his fighters will protect the peaceful citizens of Lingen from the immortal and the wolf, and no one will destroy their city of Lingen. The sage told his comrades that they would seal the immortal wolf, and it would not be able to harm the territory of Lingang City, and this was the main task. The sage directed the sealing technique towards the immortal wolf and wants to lock the monster away forever, so that it can spend another 6,000 years. But the immortal wolf is not nervous and stands still, and he realized that all the fighters underestimated his power, and he is capable of destroying all countries. The immortal wolf easily defended himself against the sage's seal technique, and does not know why such weak opponents came to fight, and he is not happy with them. The immortal wolf wasn't even afraid of the Dao sect leader. But the bookworms from the Jixia Academy hope to lock him up, and they are idiots and piss him off. The immortal wolf became even more angry and told the fighters from the Jixia Academy that they had insulted him and he would take revenge on them for disrespecting his opponent. The sage from the Jixia Academy told the monster that he would not succeed and that the wolf was not a legendary beast but a vile animal, and no one respected him. The sage from the Jixia Academy stood before the immortal wolf and wanted to close the beast's mouth once and for all, and he used various techniques. The sage from the Jixia Academy directed many attacks towards the monster and told the fighters that they would send the immortal wolf to hell, where it belongs. But the immortal wolf pulls the strings and controls the energy, and is calm because nothing threatens his life. And the fighters of the Jixia Academy are weaklings. The immortal wolf cut in half. All the techniques of the fighters of the Jixia Academy and their techniques are not a threat, and why the monster should be afraid. The fighters of the Jixia Academy are ready for an incredible battle, and have taken out their horses, and the monster will face an organized army and they will defeat the wolf. All the sages of the Jixia Academy went on the attack, and together the fighters suppressed the demon, and the immortal wolf was mistaken in not considering them all as opponents. The fighter from the Jixia Academy told his friends that together they were strong and surrounded the monster and were obliged to immediately deliver a powerful blow to the wolf's weak spot. The fighters of the Jixia Academy are determined to destroy evil, and the immortal wolf will not harm a single civilian as long as all the fighters are alive. The immortal wolf called all the fighters of the Jixia Academy insects, and do they really hope to kill him and let them not dream, and he is better than them? The immortal wolf asked the fighters of the Jixia Academy if they had anything other than numbers, and their attacks and techniques were useless against the monster. The immortal wolf is ready to fight back against the fighters of the Jixia Academy, and he immediately uses the blood moon technique, and he himself is the moon and will show his strength. The immortal wolf told the fighters that as long as the moon remains in the sky, he will not be defeated, and the sages of the Jixia Academy will waste their strength and energy in vain. The immortal wolf began to create many clones, and they will all swallow up the city of Lingang in a couple of minutes, and will already defeat the impudent fighters of the academy. The immortal wolf has become huge, and people cannot defeat him, and he will never tire of repeating this so that people finally understand their mistakes. All the wolves listened to their master's orders, and there were a lot of them, and they were in excellent physical shape, and they were much more powerful than ordinary fighters. The fighters of the Jixia Academy are in complete shock, and it seems that the immortal wolf did not show his full strength and did not consider them serious enemies, and he is frightening. The immortal wolf smiled at the fighters of the Jixia Academy, and he was in a great mood at night, and he owned the moon, and no one was equal to him in strength. And at that very moment, the immortal wolf ordered all the wolf fighters to attack and destroy the Jixia Academy, and it was in vain that they stood in their way. The fighters of the Jixia Academy want to destroy the demons and not take a step back, and they will exterminate all the monsters and free the city of Lingang from the oppression of the enemy. Qingmo asked Shu Wuhou why the immortal wolf attacked Lingang, and if it broke the seal, all the residents of Lingang would be in danger. Shu Wuhou asks Qingmo not to be nervous, and that the Jixia Academy will definitely win, and he believes in them, and the immortal wolf will go into the darkness forever. Shu Wuhou is a fan of the Jixia Academy, and the immortal wolf probably remembered him. And if he defeats the fighters, the monster will punish him for the beatings. But the fighters of the Jixia Academy cannot defeat the immortal wolf and do not know how to find the enemy's weak point. And it seems the wolf is invincible in battle. Shu Wuhou is in complete shock and what is happening and why the elite fighters of the Jixia Academy can't do anything against the monster, and he believed in them. Yufeng told his brother Shu Wuhou that he doesn't know how to evaluate strength, and that Jixia is no match for the monster, and that the whole world could be in serious trouble. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng that he came on time and maybe he knows the weak point of the immortal wolf, but Yufeng does not know it. Yufeng said the body of an immortal wolf is connected to the moon, and from it the wolf draws its boundless strength, and as long as the moon is in the sky, the wolf is invincible. Shu Wuhou learned all the important information about the immortal wolf and whether he draws power from the moon, and it seems he immediately came up with a plan. Shu Wuhou told Ching that he would advertise the water song there, and she should comprehend it. And her path of Tao is connected with the moon, and her wife is unique. Ching was surprised, and how did Shu Wuhou know the water song, and he was not around then, and could it really be that her husband Shu wrote this poem? Ching started reading the poem, and she trusts her husband Shu 100%, and he will find a way out of any situation, and she is no longer afraid. The immortal wolf told the sage that he could not defeat him, and that he would die today, and that the pathetic old man wanted to defeat him in vain, and that this was a clear mistake. The sage of the Jixia Academy is in great pain, and has received many injuries from the opponent's attacks, and the immortal wolf is a vile enemy and is not easy to deal with. The sage remembers Confucius said one must strive for goodness, and Mencius said one can die for the sake of justice, and he will not forget their words. The fighters of the Jixia Academy told the master that they are ready to die in battle for the sake of justice, and no enemy will break their will, and they are strong. The immortal wolf directed his technique towards the fighters of the Jixia Academy, and then they will die, and no one will help them, and they have chosen everything. But the fighters of the Jixia Academy do not want to retreat, and decided to stand there to the end. And the immortal wolf will only pass through corpses into the city of Lingang. The sage from the Jixia Academy looks at the immortal wolf technique, and the sect leader Dao was very strong if he could deal with the enemy himself. The sage from the Jixia Academy has set up a protective barrier, and it will definitely not allow the immortal wolf to harm their brave Jixia fighters. The sage from the Jixia Academy is serious, and the immortal wolf will not break through their defense and can do anything, and attacks are useless. The sages of the Jixia Academy use the Dao will skill, and the opponent did not take them seriously, and this is his main mistake, and the wolf is overestimated. The immortal wolf was surprised by the technique of the sages of the Jixia Academy, and he thought that it would be much easier to defeat the old men. But the fighters are stubborn. People ask their friends what's going on, and they don't understand anything, and it seems only the sages of the Jixia Academy and the enemy know what's going on there. People are curious to know where another moon came from, and whether it's all an anomaly, and whether the immortal wolf is manipulating people and pissing everyone off. Yufeng is in complete shock, and where are the two moons in the sky at the same time? And he doesn't believe it, and could Ching really create such a thing, and she amazes. Yufeng turned around and noticed Ching standing behind him, struggling with all her might against the immortal monster and wanting to punish him there. Yufeng realized that Ching had a powerful Dao will, and he underestimated Ching and always thought that she was weak, but she clearly had hidden potential. The immortal wolf does not know what is going on, and from whom the will of the Tao comes, and who influences the moon, and who dared to weaken his powers, and he does not understand. The sage from the Jixia Academy realized this was their chance, and they had to quickly use other techniques to catch the opponent off guard with an attack. Many techniques have appeared before the fighters of the Jixia Academy, and the sage is not discouraged and is motivated to perform a feat, and they will defeat the vile monster. The sage from the Jixia Academy channeled all his powerful energy into the wolf, and the monster was trapped and would not escape, and he would learn a lesson for life. The fighters of the Jixia Academy began to bind the monster with techniques, and it will not be able to get out of a difficult situation and is doomed to die in Lingang. The immortal wolf screamed and couldn't move from the spot, and the fighters of the Jixia Academy caught him by surprise and immediately tied his hands and feet. The immortal wolf told the fighters of the Jixia Academy that he had spent 6,000 years in prison and was begging to be released, and that he had earned his freedom. The sage from the Jixia Academy told the immortal wolf to return to the void, and that it was in vain that he wanted to harm peaceful people and would not forgive him. The sage from the Jixia Academy told the monster that their Kyushu was not a place where villains like the wolf could break in, and no one was welcome there. The immortal wolf finds the sage of the Jixia Academy funny, and will start crying because no one likes the villain in Lingang City. The immortal wolf asked the sage of the Jixia Academy if the bastard really thought he could completely suppress him, and how stupid and blind the enemy was. The immortal wolf told the fighters of the Jixia Academy that they were all hypocrites, and he would kill them all, and he had already escaped once and would do it again soon. The fighters of the Jixia Academy locked the immortal wolf in a seal, and the enemy told them that when he returns they will know the sharpness of his teeth, and the wolf is angry. The fighters of the Jixia Academy have completely sealed the monster, and it will not escape from the seal unless someone specifically wants to save the wolf. The sage of the Jixia Academy told his colleagues that it seemed the problem had been solved, at least for a while, and the wolf had received what he deserved for all his sins. But suddenly at that moment the sage began to cough up blood, and his friends were horrified and asked Master Jiju what was happening to him and whether he was in pain. The colleagues surrounded Master Jiju and asked if he was okay, and if they were ready to help the master and let him tell them what the problem was and that this was important. A few minutes later, Luot and Giling came there and told the fighters from the Jixia Academy to step aside, and they wanted to know the health of the leader. Luot asked Master Jiju about the immortal wolf, and they recently heard how he fought with a monster and let him tell all the details. Master Jiju told Luot that he did all he could and the rest would be decided by fate, but most of the credit definitely belongs to that lady. Master Jiju said that this lady's will is incredible and she was not afraid of the monster, and the Jixia Academy needs talent like that lady. Master Jiju asks Luot and Giling to bring that lady to him, and he wants to discuss important information with her. And her gift is unique and miraculous. But suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of Luot and Giling and ordered both of them to stand still and not move. Otherwise, the fighters would have serious problems there. A stranger with a dragon spirit informed outsiders that they were not allowed to enter the ancestral lands and that they were obliged to explain their actions. Giling and Luot asked Master Jiju who this person was that was irritating the fighters. But the master told the fighters to watch their language and not be rude there. Master Jiju bowed and hoped his efforts in protecting Lingang City were worthy of accepting a disciple into their Jixia Academy. The leader stands in front of the fighters of the Jixia Academy and wants to express his opinion. And Jiju really fought bravely with the monster and he respects the fighter. Master Jiju hopes the head will agree to accept a talented student into their Jixia Academy, and he will teach her all the basics. The leader told Master Jiju to take the student to the Jixia Academy, and the master thanks the leader and the student will not let him down and he is confident. But the dragon told Master Jiju and the other fighters to leave Lingang before dawn. Otherwise they would die and he would not change his mind, and that is a fact. Qingtingmo calmed down and she was able to save the people of Lingang. And Yufeng was shocked by her, and having heard the Song of Water for the first time, Ching embarked on the path of Tao. Yufeng realized that Qingtingmo had grasped the will of her path for the second time, and it was too fast, and the husband and wife were a dangerous couple, and they motivated them. Shu Wuhou congratulated Qingtingmo, and she defeated the immortal wolf, and the wife told her husband that it was all thanks to his plan, and the credit goes to her husband. Qingtingmo and Shu Wuhou begin to love each other, and no one can stop them from kissing each other, and the son-in-law has long dreamed of a kiss. But suddenly, Yufeng stood between the husband and wife and told Shu Wuhou not to do such things, and that they had to take care of people's feelings. But at that very moment, Yufeng noticed something strange, and why he completely forgot about it, and hoped that brother Shu Wuhou would help in this situation. Yufeng looked up and realized that this was his problem and why he hadn't taken this fact into account, and why his brother shouldn't have interfered with Shu Wuhou and Qingtingmo. Yufeng is terrified, and why are they there? And they should not notice him, and he is not an idiot to fall into their net and will protect himself from the enemies in the house. Yufeng immediately quickly ran to Shu Wuhou's brother's estate and asked his friend to give up his room to him for a while, and he wanted to rest there. And at that very moment, the fighters of Jixia and Luot and Giling came to the courtyard of the Shu Wuhou estate and wanted to convey Master Jiju's message to his friend. Giling told Qingtingmo that the teacher of the Jixia Academy, having noticed her special talent, decided to take her as a student and let her prepare to go there. Qingtingmo was completely shocked and asked the fighters of the Jixia Academy if she didn't believe it, and if teacher Jiju really wanted her to become a student. Giling told Qingtingmo that the Jixia Academy is a sacred place, the land of literature, and she was lucky to be chosen, and they know about Qingmo's marriage. Giling pointed his finger at Shu Wuhou and said to Qingtingmo that if she doesn't like this guy, Jixia Academy will get rid of him. And that's true. Shu Wuhou told Giling that it seemed like Jixia Academy not only wanted to take his wife but also to divorce them. And Ji had heard of Wuzhou's reputation. Giling told Shu Wuhou that he also expresses himself delicately, and that he and Qingtingmo are people from different worlds, and let him accept his fate, and that he is not a coward. But when Giling did not expect this, Shu Wuhou slapped the face of the scoundrel from Jixia Academy with all his might and let him not irritate his son-in-law. Shu Wuhou told Giling that he was annoying him and that he should shut his mouth, otherwise he wouldn't live to old age, and why he decided to destroy someone else's family. Shu Wuhou told Giling to get out of there, otherwise there would be problems and he would not forgive him for his mean words, and has claims against the Jixia Academy. The fighters of the Jixia Academy asked Uncle Giling what happened to him, and they did not think that the son-in-law of the Ching family was capable of beating up their Master Ji. Luot called Shu Wuhou and Giling fools, and they deserve each other, and why can't the issue be resolved peacefully and both need to use force? The fighters from Jixia Academy asked Uncle Giling if Uncle Giling was okay, and how Shu Wuhou dared to attack a teacher from Jixia Academy. Shu Wuhou doesn't care about the Jixia Academy, and they want to separate him from Qingmo for no reason. And it seems like they are delusional and all obvious idiots. Yufong is in complete shock, and his brother Shu Wuhou and the fighter from the Jixia Academy beat him in the face. It's so exciting and no one can compare to his brother. Qingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou that this might anger the Jixia Academy. And it is a respected organization and there is no need to anger them, and it is a mistake. But Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that he doesn't care about the Jixia Academy and he's not afraid of the vile masters and guarantees his son-in-law will punish everyone. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that her husband would do anything for her and was ready to go against the Jixia Academy, and no one would interfere with their business. Qingmo is amazed by her husband's character, and Shu Wuhou loves her so much, and he is ready to punish the impudent masters from the Jixia Academy, and her husband is the best. Giling asked the villain Shu Wuhou how he dared to attack him, and didn't he know that the Jixia Academy would take revenge for his vile actions? Giling was serious and told the scoundrel Shu Wuhou that he would kill him and no one would help him, and there was no need to hit the master hard in the face. But at that moment, Master Qingxili appeared at Shu Wuhou's estate and asked the people from the Jixia Academy, "It seems like someone wants to kill the son-in-law." Mr. Qingxili asked the fighters from the Jixia Academy if they had forgotten to ask the head of their family for permission to kill Shu Wuhou's son-in-law. Mr. Qingxili stands in front of the fighters of the Jixia Academy, and he is not afraid of anyone and is ready to protect his son-in-law Shu Wuhou and let anyone touch him. Giling told Shu Wuhou and Mr. Qingxili that they are scoundrels and he will remember everything, but Luot asks Giling not to be nervous and not to threaten. Luot told Giling that teacher Jiju's assignment is a priority and let him handle the matter himself. And Giling agrees with his friend and Luot is right. A fighter from Jixia Academy said, "Good evening" to Mr. Qingxili, and his name is Luot, and he is a fighter from Jixia Academy, and he wants to discuss something. Teacher Jiju noticed Qingmo's enormous talent and would not allow the talent to go to waste, and ordered Qingmo to be taken away. Mr. Qingxili told Luot that he doesn't see any problem with Qingmo joining Jixia Academy and vice versa. He is so happy. However, Mr. Qingxili told Luot that Shu Wuhou and Qingmo's divorce is absolutely unacceptable and the son-in-law is delighted with his father-in-law and is the best in the world. Luot said that in the future, Qingmo will be at the top of Kyushu Prefecture, and Shu Wuhou is an ordinary hooligan, and they are like a phoenix and a farmer. Luot asked Mr. Qingxili if he was 100% sure of his statement, and he was obliged to ask Mr. Ching the question again. Shu Wuhou asked Luot. It seems he wants to say that they are of different levels and wants to prove that the Jixia Academy is clearly superior to all others. Luot told Shu Wuhou that he was absolutely right and advised him to quickly abandon Lady Qingmo, and that it would be better for her and his wife. Shu Wuhou asked Luot what would happen if the Jixia Academy was soon trampled under his dirty feet and what Luot would respond to his threats. Luot asked Shu Wuhou what he meant, and he did not understand the thoughts and logic of the stupid son-in-law of the Ching family. And such a husband is not worthy of Qingmo. Shu Wuhou has come close to Luot and wants to challenge Jixia, and their academy has lost its boundaries and has already begun to threaten all people. Shu Wuhou told Luot that he would cripple anyone who dared to interfere with anything, and that the Jixia Academy should stop threatening and frightening his son-in-law. Giling laughs, and a weakling, like Shu Wuhou, challenges Jixia, and the son-in-law has no qualifications to fight the academy and is an idiot. Shu Wuhou lit up with a bright flame and asked the fighters of the Jixia Academy if they really thought that he was not qualified and that they did not know him. Shu Wuhou asked the fighters of the Jixia Academy what they would say now, and that he was worthy of fighting with any organization and that they shouldn't teach Wuhou how to live. Luot is very interesting, and if Shu Wuhou wants to feel the gap between them, he will satisfy his desire and show his full potential. Luot gave orders to Jiming, Jimo, and Jifei to punish Shu Wuhou, and he does not believe in the strength of the Jixia Academy, and he considers them weak fighters. Shu Wuhou asked Mr. Qingxili if he could borrow his sword, and he would teach the insolent man from Jixia Academy a lesson, and they were threatening their family. The fighters of the Jixia Academy asked Shu Wuhou which of them he wanted to fight, and whether any of them were much stronger than Shu Wuhou. Shu Wuhou took a fighting stance and said to the idiots from the Jixia Academy, "They are talking so much, why don't they all attack together?" Shu Wuhou swung his sword and taught the impudent people a lesson, and who the Jixia Academy considers itself to be, and he wants to express all his complaints to the head of the academy. Jiming began to use the technique, and the scoundrel Shu Wuhou challenged him, but he does not know what kind of threat the fighters of the Jixia Academy posed to his son-in-law. Jimo told Shu Wuhou that he was too arrogant and impudent and showed himself in front of the Ching family to look like a hero in the eyes of Chingmo. Yufong said Shu Wuhou is looking for death and they will send him to hell, and even the immortal wolf did not stop them. And Shu Wuhou is nobody and he is weak. Shu Wuhou directed his technique directly at the techniques of 3 opponents, and he is not nervous and is 100% sure that he will not lose to idiots. And at that very moment there was a roar and an explosion in the territory. And the 3 fighters of the Jixia Academy had trained for so many years and learned many techniques. Jimo, Jiming, and Jifei are delighted, and the academy has all the 3rd-level techniques, and Shu Wuhou's attacks are primitive and he will not surprise the 3. Shu Wuhou asked the 3 fighters, who told them that this was his 3rd-level technique, and it seems they all jumped to conclusions in battle. Shu Wuhou is surprised by the selfishness of the fighters of the Jixia Academy, and they really think that they are cooler than everyone else, and it was high time to beat them all up for their character. 3 fighters from the Jixia Academy are in complete shock, and why Shu Wuhou was not harmed by the dangerous attack and remained unharmed, and what the son-in-law is hiding. Shu Wuhou gripped the sword tightly in his hands, and the opponent ran into trouble and found problems out of nowhere. And Wuhou will not spare stupid fighters. And at that very moment, Shu Wuzhou's hand began to sparkle, and Mr. Qingxili realized that the people from the Jixia Academy were in danger and that they were in vain angering Wuzhou's son-in-law. Mr. Qingxili was surprised, and could it really be the will of the strike? And Shu Wuhou developed a special technique to the 4th level, and the son-in-law surprises the family. Giling realized the threat Shu Wuhou posed and ordered all his friends to retreat quickly, as they were in danger and his son-in-law would use his technique in their battle. But at that moment, Shu Wuhou jumped towards his opponents and said that it was too late to leave and he would send them to hell and defeat the enemies. The fighters of the Jixia Academy realized this was not good, and they will fight to the maximum and put up a barrier and hope it will protect against Shu's attack. Yufong told his friends that they were geniuses, and how could they lose, and Shu Wuhou was not an opponent for them, and his level was not as high as that of the fighters. But there was an explosion, and Luot noticed how 3 fighters from the academy lost consciousness, and in vain, they underestimated Shu Wuhou, and he was so strong. Luot is furious and said to Shu Wuhou that it looks like the impudent fellow really wants to die, and he will fulfill his wish, and it is he who will go to hell and not Luot. Shu Wuhou took out his sword and said to Luot that these 3 were the best in the Jixia Academy, and Luot boasted that the 3 of them would defeat him in a minute. Shu Wuhou asked Luot who knew that these fighters were so fragile, and he would have given in to them if he knew that they were newbies, and his son-in-law was not to blame. Giling called Shu Wuhou a parasite and killed all 3 nephews, and what he was thinking and how he wants to atone for his guilt, and will not forgive him. Giling was furious and told Shu Wuhou that he was a corpse, and that he would take his life and avenge his family and the Jixia Academy, and let Shu take the fight. But Luot was distracted by Giling, and wants to ask Shu Wuhou something, and he is dissatisfied with his behavior, and why the scoundrel imagines himself to be the best. Luot wants to teach Shu Wuhou a lesson, and asks the impudent man if he understands what he did and why he doesn't think about his enemies since they have families. Shu Wuhou told Luot that he understood that he had immediately helped the arrogant people remember the taste of the earth, and that they should remember the advice from Master Shu. Luot said that the prestige of the Jixia Academy is unshakable, and the entire hierarchy between people cannot be destroyed, and let Wuhou listen to his order. Luot ordered his colleague Giling to finish off Shu Wuhou, and he definitely has enough skills and experience to punish the vile Shu, and he deserved it. Giling told his friend Luot that he would gladly beat Shu Wuhou and take revenge, and that he shouldn't think that he can defeat everyone from the academy. And at that very second, Giling threw many swords at Shu Wuhou, and his enemy is not that strong, and his reflexes and reaction are not at the level of their colleagues. Shu Wuhou looks at the opponent's sword flying at him, and why his son-in-law didn't know about the Jixia Academy before, and Jixia created their own hierarchy. Qingmo asks Shu Wuzhou's husband to be careful, and Mr. Qingxili is also very worried about his son-in-law, and let his son-in-law dodge the swords. Shu Wuhou stands there without straining himself and realized how easily he managed to fool the 2 idiots there, and Luot and Giling believed the genius's tricks. According to Dentention, people of that level cannot use their full strength in battle in their city of Lingong, and he remembered her words well. And then lightning started to thunder in the sky, and the weather changed dramatically there at the very moment when Giling and Luot used full force. Lightning struck in the middle and prevented Giling and Luot from attacking Shu Wuhou. And it was not in vain that the son-in-law forced the idiots to attack and provoked. Giling was shocked and realized that a dragon had come there and that he wanted from them, and Shu Wuhou had a plan, and that's why he fought with them and wasted time there. The dragon said that outsiders are not allowed to attack the residents of Lingong, and why Giling and Luot broke the rule, and he will punish them. Luot told the dragon that Shu Wuhou was the first to provoke Jixia, and kill their disciples, and they have the right to seek a place and ask the boss. Mr. Ching said this is nonsense, and Luot and Giling wanted to forcefully separate his daughter and son-in-law, Shu Wuhou, and the son-in-law won in a fair fight. Luot said Shu Wuhou is to blame because the lives of Jixia's students are much more valuable than Shu Wuzhou's life, and what he was thinking when he injured 3. Luot said, and therefore in the name of the Jixia Academy, he asked their dragon for permission to carry out the punishment, and the 3 students were so kind there. The dragon told people that great talents should not die in vain, and why people forgot the main rule and he is unhappy. Giling asked if Shu Wuhou was a great talent, and that his 3 disciples were talents, and the dragon's brains must have dried up. But at that very moment the dragon got angry, and used the technique on Giling, and why does the teacher of the Jixia Academy insult the dragon, and he is so impudent? Giling was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and he was wrong, and will not insult the great dragon anymore, and the teacher was so stupid. The dragon is preparing to strike again at Giling, and Ji realized that this dragon's power can destroy all his organs, and he is a powerful boss. The dragon asked the impudent Giling if he really wanted to teach him and would not forgive him for insulting and attacking the residents of Lingang, and this was shocking. Giling fell on his knees and begged the dragon to forgive him, and he would never dare to insult the dragon, and said the words without thinking about anything. The dragon told Giling not to hope for mercy next time, and he remembered all the insults and would remember if he repeated it all. Giling was horrified and told the dragon that he understood him 100% and had no right to argue, and received his full punishment and learned his lessons. Giling told Shu Wuhou that he would never forgive him for the death of his 3 nephews and that they were dear to him. But Wuhou took their lives. Giling advises Shu Wuhou to hide in Lingang City forever, otherwise he will track down and attack the bastard, and then no one will help him from the attacks. Shu Wuhou was surprised and asked the scoundrel Giling. It seems he is still threatening him and has not drawn any conclusions after so many battles, and he is so stupid. Giling told Shu Wuhou that he was not threatening him, but simply warning him, and that he could not harm him in Lingang, but he would attack him in other places. Giling told Shu Wuhou that if he wants to live, he should spend the rest of his life without leaving the walls of Lingang City, and Shu is protected. Qingmo told Giling that his students were weak and how could he blame Shu Wuhou for this, and she did not want to go to Jixia Academy. Giling told Qingmo that it was not up to her to decide, and they could not do anything in Lingang. But it was already possible to suppress the Ching family outside of Lingang. Giling told Qingmo that it would be too late to regret his stupidity, and they would send them to the next world and would not meet the 3 of them because they would go to hell. Shu Wuhou told Qingmo that it was useless to argue with someone like Giling, and he would always insist that he was absolutely right about it. Shu Wuhou asked Giling if he really wanted to avenge the 3 of them, and there was no need to postpone it, and he allowed him to take revenge and no longer argued. Shu Wuhou looked scary and said to Giling that today one of them will die, and he himself chose this fate and let him not complain and not show mercy. Giling is delighted that Shu Wuhou himself spoke about revenge, and he wanted it so much, and the dragon will not interfere with them because Shu Wuhou is not against it. Giling told the dragon that Shu Wuhou himself had issued a challenge, and he would fight him, but would limit his strength. And the dragon gave the go-ahead for the 2 to fight. Giling deliberately angered Shu Wuhou, so that he would challenge him and he would tear him apart in battle and avenge the 3 of them, and they all provide motivation. But when none of the opponents expected this, Mr. Qingxili and the head of the fight against Giling and Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law stood between the 2 fighters. Mr. Qingxili asks Shu Wuhou not to overestimate his skills, and Giling is an experienced master, while his son-in-law has not yet reached the level of Master Jixia. Qingmo asks her husband, Shu Wuhou, not to fight with Giling, and in the worst case, she can just go with them to the Jixia Academy, and this is a fact. Shu Wuhou is amazed by Qingmo's care, and she is ready to protect him from enemies and even go to the Jixia Academy, and he is obliged to save her from everyone. Shu Wuhou asks Mr. Qingxili and Qingmo to calm down, and it was not without reason that he challenged Giling to a fight, and it means that his son-in-law is confident in his skills. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Qingxili and Qingmo that their son-in-law loved life and would not get into a fight he was not prepared for, and Wuju was a strategist. But Qingmo is very worried about her husband Shu Wuhou and does not want him to suffer in the fight with the master from the Jixia Academy, and this is terrible. But suddenly Shu Wuhou kissed Qingmo on the forehead, and he loves her, and will never betray the Ching family, and is ready to do anything for his family and friends. Qingmo did not notice how during this time, her husband Shu Wuhou changed a lot, and her father Qingxili began to respect his son-in-law, and she loves her husband. Shu Wuhou asks Qingmo to trust EUP, and her husband will definitely not receive any injuries in the battle and guarantees her, and is obliged to keep his word. Luot told Shu Wuhou that he was too arrogant and that he only used a weak technique in the battle and caught them off guard and hid their strength from them. Luot told Shu Wuhou that such an incident could not be repeated, and that he had studied the opponent's movements and techniques in detail and knew Shu Wuhou. Giling asks his colleague Luot not to be nervous and he will defeat Wuhou, and he guarantees his life for this, and he is motivated to break the jaw of their enemy. Shu Wuhou asked Giling if he wanted to fight. Let him start, or was he just so strong in words? But Giling was ready to fulfill their enemy's wish. The dragon told Giling that he would limit his power to another stage, and the fight with Shu Wuhou would be equal, and Giling would defend the honor of the Jisha Academy. The dragon told both fighters that they can start the fight and wish them good luck in the fight, and may the strongest win, and everyone is interested in which of them is cooler. Giling told Shu Wuhou that he would allow him to attack first, and then send Wuhou to the next world, and the impudent man would experience all the pain from the sword. Shu Wuhou told Giling that he would limit himself to one attack and did not expect such a gift from the opponent. And again, the enemy underestimated his son-in-law. Shu Wuhou threw his sword to the ground and wants to prove to Giling that he has special tricks up his sleeve and can defeat Ji's enemy without a sword. Shu Wuhou told Giling that if he doesn't finish him off with her, Ji can do whatever he wants with him, and he doesn't mind, and will definitely keep his word. Giling said to Shu Wuhou, "It seems like he really lost his mind and threw down his sword, and is his attack really meant to beg for mercy from the enemy?" Shu Wuhou asked Giling. It seems he wants the opponent to beg him for mercy, and the master doesn't know Shu's character well, and he was mistaken. Shu Wuhou raised his finger and told Giling that he wasn't worth it, and that he shouldn't overestimate his skills or he'd embarrass himself in front of his friend. At this moment, Shu Wuhou used a special technique and sent furious beams towards Giling, wanting to destroy the enemy with one blow. Chingchi asked her father what kind of technique Shu Wuhou used there, and why she had never seen the technique. But Ching's father doesn't know the answer. Mr. Ching Seely realized that this was the very will of the sword that filled their house, and that Shu Wuhou really did what Mr. Seely thought. Luot has a strange feeling and he senses a threat from Shu Wuhou, and he cannot play with his opponent, otherwise he will take the life of the fighter of the Jisha Academy. Luot asks Giling not to be rash and Shu Wuhou to take the path of Dao and master the will of the sword and let Ji defend himself to the utmost. Giling started to use the defensive technique shield block barrier, and he is not worried, and any enemy is not able to break his best defense. Giling asks the spirits to protect him, and Shu Wuhou will definitely not break through his defense, and even incredibly strong enemies did not break through his defense. Shu Wuhou told Giling that it seemed like he wanted to kill him with a sword and was very angry and kept yelling that he wanted to fight him, and their moment had come. Shu Wuhou told Giling that today he would show his opponent what a real sword is, and he was sure that Ji had never seen such a strong enemy. At that moment, Shu Wuhou waved his hand and applied sword technique and did not want to drag out the fight. And Giling was doomed to failure and decided everything himself. Shu Wuhou's huge sword follows a black trajectory towards the enemy, and Giling stands there in a protective barrier, and will he be able to withstand the blow from the sword? Shu Wuhou's sword almost reached its target, but Giling knows that Shu Wuhou is a simple swindler, and he wants to confuse him. But the idiot Shu has no talent. But Shu Wuhou's huge sword instantly shattered the enemy's protective barrier, and Giling threw all his efforts into making his barrier strong enough for attacks. Giling is in complete shock, and why the protective barrier broke, and the opponent's sword has enormous power, and he doesn't know how to save himself there. And at that very second, a huge sword crashed into Giling and he screamed there in pain, and where did that scoundrel Shu Wuhou get so much strength from? Because he was weak. Giling is outraged and doesn't know how he could lose to the loser Shu Wuhou, and this fighter is hiding some secrets and he will find out what his secret is. Shu Wuhou realized that this blow would be enough, or he would destroy the whole of Lingang, and the residents would complain that his son-in-law had ruined Lingang's infrastructure. Mr. Jiju thought what an incredible place Lingan is, and the birthplace of geniuses and talents. And now two have appeared in the city and they are powerful. Master Jiju thought what a failure, and if the master had another chance he would prefer to choose him, but now it cannot be changed. Giling lost consciousness from a furious blow from his opponent's sword, and his defense failed. And it seems that the fighter Shu Wuhou has many trump cards in the fight. Shu Wuhou stepped on Jiling's head, and he won't respect the bastard, and he wanted to harm Chingmo's wife and threatened the Ching family, and he is stupid. Shu Wuhou realized the fight was over and Giling wouldn't get up, and why he was so confident and insulted him, calling him a coward and a disgrace to the family. Shu Wuhou said that Giling would die, and that he was not to blame for the outcome, and that he had warned them before the fight began, and that they should not hold a grudge against him for being a master. Luot doesn't understand how this is possible, and how Giling lost to Wuhou, and he thought no ordinary person is capable of fighting back against Giling. Chingmo is shocked, and this incredible sight. And Shu Wuhou found Jiling's weak spot and shattered the master's vaunted defense. Mr. Ching Seely understood everything, and it was Shu Wuhou who filled all their weapons with the will of the sword. which allowed them to resolve the difficult situation, and it was so sweet. Mr. Ching Xili cried a little and apologized to brother Shu, and Shu Wuhou secretly protected the Ching family while he criticized his brother-in-law Shu. Shu Wuhou told Luot that he brought 4 people with him, and now they are all dead, and only he from the Jixia Academy remains and wants to understand everything. Shu Wuhou told Luot that Qingqingmo wouldn't have to go anywhere if he sent Luot after the other 3 friends, and that's a fact. Luot is surprised in how after so many battles and Shu Wuhou still has so much strength and energy left, and his will is amazing and his character is unshakable. But at that moment, Shu Wuhou suddenly froze in place and understood the matter badly, and he miscalculated his strength and, in vain, challenged Luot to a fight. Shu Wuhou fell to his knees and why his body doesn't obey. And the master knows the answer, and so many fights give a negative result for Shu. Shu Wuhou realized that the last attack had exhausted both his energy and all the energy collected in the Samsara bowl, and he was carried away by attacking the enemy. Luot expected this result, and Shu Wuhou reached the limit, and everyone knows that at this stage the body stops obeying the owner for a while. But Shu Wuhou firmly decided that he had to hold on for Qingqingmo, and he could not lose, and his wife would never go to that Jixia Academy. But Qingqingmo asks her husband Shu Wuhou to stop fighting, and she doesn't want her husband to risk his life for her, and he proved everything to everyone. Qingqingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou that she doesn't want to see Shu suffer because of her, and that she isn't worth it, and that he doesn't have to suffer like that. Shu Wuhou realized that his wife Qingqingmo was impressing her husband more and more with each passing minute, and she was still willing to risk everything for Shu's husband. Shu Wuhou stroked Qingqingmo's face and said that she was wrong and that she was worth fighting for, and that her husband really appreciated his wife's care. Shu Wuhou told Qingqingmo that her husband would protect her even if he was destined to lose his life. And the main thing was that Qingqingmo was safe. But when Shu Wuhou did not expect this, Qingqingmo kissed her husband and she cannot stand it, and her husband Shu did so much for happiness. Qingqingmo said a huge thank you to her husband Shu Wuhou for his courage, and that he is a role model and no one considers her husband a loser anymore. But suddenly, at this moment, Qingqingmo slapped her husband's face with all her might, and she does everything for the good of Shu Wuhou and let him not argue with her. Shu Wuhou was confused and asked Qingqingmo why she hit him, and Shu began to lose consciousness and what technique Qingmo used. Qingqingmo asks for forgiveness from her husband Shu Wuhou, but he will die if he continues to fight. And his wife was only thinking about her husband's health, and this is true. Qingqingmo told her husband Shu Wuhou that until now he had always protected her, and she would never forget his exploits and how many times he had saved her. But Qingqingmo told her beloved husband Shu Wuhou that this time she would not stand aside, and it was her turn to protect her husband from everyone. Qingqingmo started walking towards the fighters of the Jixia Academy and asked her father to take care of Shu Wuhou for her sake. But her father asked her not to rush. Qingqingmo asks her father for forgiveness for her behavior, but she no longer has a choice, and Qingmo decided to save her family and their lives are important. Mr. Ching Xili asks his daughter Qingqingmo to stand, and why she decided to go to the Jixia Academy without telling her father, and it seems she is defending. Mr. Ching Xili doesn't want his beloved daughter Qingqingmo to go to the Jixia Academy, and he must find a way to bring her back, and this is so important. Qingqingmo told Luot that she would go with him and asked him not to harm her relatives there, and that she would go to the Jixia Academy, and decided for herself, and this is a fact. But Qingqingmo asked Luot to never touch her father and husband again. Otherwise, she will not leave it like this, and will take revenge on the Jixia Academy for its sins. Luot gave his word to Qingqingmo, and he will not harm her father and husband, and both are safe, and will immediately warn the other fighters from the Jixia Academy. Luot told Qingqingmo that soon she herself will understand that she made the right decision, and will not regret that she went to the Jixia Academy, and they will teach her. Luot's pendant began to glow, and he wants to return to the Jixia Academy as soon as possible, and Master Ji Zhou will be pleased, and he has completed the leader's task. Luot opened the portal, and he and Qingqingmo must quickly enter it, and hope her husband Shu Wuhou will not object and interfere with their plan. Qingqingmo told Luot that she wants to go to the Jixia Academy as soon as possible, and that she has no choice, and that she wants to punish the vile Jixia masters. Mr. Ching Xili is crying, and he is guilty before his daughter Qingqingmo, and her father was weak and could not save her from the Jixia Academy, and this is a collapse. But Shu Wuhou stood up and asked Luot to pay attention to himself, and he wanted to say something and why he thought he had broken the will of Shu's son-in-law. Luot told Shu Wuhou that Qingqingmo herself decided to leave with him, and he did not understand what her husband wanted to do, and they settled all the issues. Shu Wuhou is serious and asks Luot to remember the words, and he will come to Jixia Academy and take his wife Qingmo and Luot's skull. Luot told Shu Wuhou that the gap between them was as big as the earth and the sky, and he would never be able to surpass it, and he should accept it. Luotu told Shu Wuhou that the anger of a loser and a country bumpkin like him no longer matters and no one cares about his opinion, and he doesn't joke around there. Luotu entered the portal mocking Shu Wuhou, and he takes him seriously, and this opponent does not pose any threat and let him not interfere. Shu Wuhou gritted his teeth and he was irritated by Luotu's behavior and what he allows himself to do and who the Jixia Academy is counting on and hates them. Shu Wuhou yelled at Luotu, and he will never forget his actions and will take revenge for Qingmo, and the head of the Jixia Academy will regret everything. The portal closed and Mr. Qingxili and Shu Wuhou are despondent, and they did not protect Qingmo from the enemies and why they were so weak at this time. Mr. Qingxili asks Shu Wuhou not to worry so much, and Qingmo is not dead. So they still have a chance to meet Qingmo. But Shu Wuhou asks his father-in-law Qingxili not to reassure him, and he is clearly to blame for everything and was unable to take Qingmo from the vile enemies in battle. Shu Wuhou swears by blood that he will force the Jixia Academy to return Qingmo to them with honors, and his son-in-law will punish every member of the academy. Shu Wuhou said, "May the heavens punish him if he doesn't keep his oath." Qingmo didn't deserve such treatment from Jixia. Yufeng said that the heavens truly listened to Brother Wuzhou's oath, and his instincts tell him that serious problems await the Jixia Academy. Shu Wuhou turned around and noticed Yufeng and told his friend to come to him, and Yufeng was horrified and why his brother was calling him to him, and it looked like he would beat him. Yufeng was surprised, and why did Brother Shu Wuhou call him by his name? Because he has a nickname, and he is a ladies' man and wants to be called that. But Shu Wuhou doesn't want to wait, and approaching Yufeng, he kicked the stone with all his might. Yufeng doesn't argue with his brother and sees how determined he is to take revenge. Shu Wuhou asked his brother Yufeng who this Luotu was, and if his friend knew any important information, let him tell him, and then Feng would help his brother. Yufeng will tell everything about Luotu and noticed how the dragon is still standing next to him, and why the battle flag has not left and who he is waiting for, and strangely, Yufeng realized that the dragon had noticed him, and he really didn't want to do anything and couldn't stay in the city otherwise he would be in danger. Shu Wuhou told Yufeng to answer the questions quickly, and Yufeng asks his brother not to be nervous, and he will tell him all the information about the academy. Among the 36,000 prefectures of their world, there is a scroll of 100, on which the names of the 100 greatest geniuses of all the prefectures are already written. But there are also 9 people called the 9 Madmen, and they are outside the list, and the bookworm Luotu is one of them. Shu Wuhou understood everything and learned that the 10 madmen are considered an incomparable elite, and therefore they can do whatever they want. Shu Wuhou said this explains Luotu's arrogance, and he did not want to accept the fact that he was a coward and a scoundrel and argued with everyone. Yufeng said Luotu is too strong, and maybe Brother Shu Wuhou will personally give up on revenge, and they can't catch up with Luotu, and these are the facts. Shu Wuhou asks Yufeng not to think about it, and in a year, Luotu will become stronger. And thanks to the cup of Samsara, he trains incredibly. Yufeng realized, and it seems that Brother Shu Wuhou has decided everything, and he will not be able to dissuade him from revenge, and Luotu is clearly doomed to failure. Yufeng told his brother Shu Wuhou that the dragon was still there and he could not stay in Lingang, and would rather go look for ladies elsewhere. Yufeng said Dentention also left Lingang due to the emergence of the Jixia Academy. But before leaving, she asked me to convey Shu Wuzhou's words. Yufeng told Brother Shu Wuhou that Dentention said that if Brother Shu decides to leave Lingang, the best choice for him is the Dao sect. And it's cool there. Shu Wuhou thought about the Dao sect, and it means that it is somehow connected with the fact that he received the ring of the former head of the Dao sect and wants to know everything. Mr. Qingxili asked Shu Wuhou what his plans were, and that his father-in-law would help his son-in-law in everything and not let him hide his intentions from Qingmo's father. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Qingxili that he wants to leave Lingang, and there is nothing holding him in the city and he is obliged to return Qingmo, and this is the goal. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Qingxili that he wanted to become stronger and that no enemy would dare to attack the Qing family, and that he would protect them all. Mr. Qingxili understood the intentions of Shu Wuzhou's son-in-law, and he clearly made the right decision, and if he becomes strong, no one will defeat his son-in-law. Mr. Qingxili asks his son-in-law Shu Wuhou to go since he has to, and his father-in-law knows that staying in Lingang City will hinder Shu Wuzhou's growth. Shu Wuhou said to Mr. Qingxili, "Then this is probably a farewell, and let him not miss his son-in-law, and he will soon return as a different person." Shu Wuhou began to leave Lingang City in this home place, but he will not be able to develop special techniques and skills in comfortable conditions. The dragon approached Mr. Qingxili and asked who Shu Wuzhou's father was, and that his son-in-law had great potential and would definitely become a legend in the future. Mr. Qingxili told the dragon that elder brother Shu had returned to Lingang a couple of years before his death, and entrusted brother Shu Wuhou to him. The dragon told Mr. Qingxili how shameless it was for brother Shu Wuhou to return to Lingang, and what he was thinking at that moment was unclear. Mr. Chingchi is in no mood and does not want to communicate with anyone, and really misses his daughter Chingmo and has not come to terms with the fact that Chingmo is gone. Mr. Chingchi told the dragon that if he is no longer needed, he will go and he has many important things to do, and he must solve them quickly, and he is not lying. The dragon said that in the province of Yun, where Lingan is located, there is no longer a leader and all the clans are fighting for position, and he can give Sealy a chance. The dragon told Mr. Chingchi that if he could capture the province of Yun, he would become the head of the city and let the Mr. think about his answer there. Mr. Chingchi asked the dragon if he could become a governor in the future, and that it was tempting and he had to think carefully about everything. The dragon told Mr. Chingchi that was all he wanted to say, and the entire decision was up to Chingchi and that Mr. Zili would make an excellent governor. Mr. Chingchi knows that if he becomes the governor of Ching, Chingmo will already be the ruler's daughter, and no one will dare to attack and threaten her. Mr. Ching is serious and he will do it, and besides, if his son-in-law Shu Wuhou is defeated, he will be able to save his son-in-law's life. Shu Wuhou says goodbye to the city of Lingang, and his childhood was spent there, and he has many bright and positive memories and will never forget. Shu Wuhou decided that the next time he returned, he would return to Lingang City as a king, and all the enemies would beg for mercy from the boss. But suddenly someone blocked Shu Wuhou's path and asked him if he really wanted to leave Lingang without warning his acquaintances in the city. Shu Wuhou understood that Lin Chingchi was in front of him and why she came for him, and he has a complicated relationship with his sister Lin, and she always harms her son-in-law. Shu Wuhou asked Ling Chingchi what she was doing there, and he definitely didn't invite her, and always expects meanness and remembers all of Ling Chingchi's actions. But when Shu Wuhou did not expect this, Lin Chingchi hugged her son-in-law and she came to see him off, and wasn't he touched? And why was he so afraid? Shu Wuhou lightly nudged Ling Chingchi and asked Sister Qi that she seemed to have forgotten what he warned her about and would not regret it, and that was true. But at that very moment, Lin Chingchi suddenly grabbed Shu Wuhou's hand, and she has a brilliant plan, and her son-in-law will not be able to hide from all her intrigues. Lin Qingqi told her son-in-law Shu Wuhou that she had nothing under her dress and he just needed to know this information and let him decide on a feat. Lin Qingqi told Shu Wuhou that she came especially for him and didn't understand whether her son-in-law didn't miss her, and she cared about Shu so much. But Shu Wuhou did not touch Ling Qingqi's body, and he promised Qingmo that he would not communicate with other ladies and was already learning from his mistakes. Shu Wuhou asks Lin Qingqi to forget about it, and he is too lazy to pay attention to her and let Qi find another lover. Ling Qingqi is perplexed by Shu Wuhou's actions and why her son-in-law no longer wants to flirt with her, because he always dreamed of it, and she remembers everything. Lin Qingqi called Shu Wuhou, and he asked Qi what else she needed, and he would not change his decision, and answered her questions and requests there. But at that moment, Lin Qingqi kissed Shu Wuhou, and she dreams of such a guy. And Shu has changed a lot, and he has become stronger. And it's cool. Shu Wuhou was surprised, and how dared Ling Qingqi bite him? And he doesn't like it, and he will express all the claims to Ling Qingqi, and she infuriates him. Shu Wuhou continued on his way, and doesn't want to waste time on Lin Qingqi, and he will never be with her. And why shouldn't she leave him alone? Ling Qingqi is happy, and she found the perfect moment to kiss Shu Wuhou. And why doesn't he want it? Because they are right for each other. Lin Qingqi wants Shu Wuhou to never forget her, and she knows that Wuhou has a wife, Qingmo, but she can't control herself. Shu Wuhou was walking along a forest path at that time, and it was his first time leaving Lingang City, and he will long remember his friends and relatives from Lingang. Before leaving Lingang, Dentention told him through Yufong that the best choice for him was the Dao sect, and he would immediately learn the techniques. But Shu Wuhou didn't understand why Dentention didn't tell him the very important information, and he would ask Tension personally when he found her. Shu Wuhou is in complete shock, and is the Dao sect really that far away? And he keeps walking, and there are still 5,000 miles to the Dao sect, and he has lost motivation. Shu Wuhou sat down near the tree and needed to take a break, and he did not sleep. And how could he sleep after yesterday's events and thought only about Qingmo? Shu Wuhou misses his old life with trains and planes, and he wouldn't walk. And it's a shame there are no innovative technologies in his world. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou tensed up and felt the presence of strangers, and he would find out who was watching him. And it seemed that all the enemies did not want to retreat. And then someone landed with a roar next to Shu Wuhou, and he was ready to attack and defend, and knew that outside of Lingang, it was very dangerous for his son-in-law. The enemies had a sinister grin, and finally, Shu Wuhou went outside the city of Lingang, and they were on guard, and in vain he offended their friends and colleagues. The two opponents told Shu Wuhou that they had been waiting for a long time for Wuhou to make a mistake and leave Lingang City and send him to heaven. Shu Wuhou wondered if these were people from the Emperor's Creed and why they came for him. And it looks like he harmed their comrades, and this is important. The fighter told Shu Wuhou that in Lingang he was under the protection of a dragon, but there no one would protect him, and he would repay for attacking their creed. Shu Wuhou is delighted with his opponents and learned that they are both at level 3, and he will receive a lot of energy if he defeats the enemies, and he is happy. Shu Wuhou told the enemies, "Everything is fine, and he will not fight, and there is information about sudden changes in Lingang, and they can catch him right away." The fighter said something wrong, and why is Shu Wuhou deviating from their script? And the friend is confused, and maybe Shu Wuhou is not an evil fighter at all. Wuju knows the Dao sect is on the way to the Emperor's Creed base, and he can't miss the chance to ride the beast for free with the enemy. The fighter told his elder brother something that was clearly wrong, and Shu Wuhou was definitely planning something, and they needed to be prepared, and Shu might deceive them. The fighters told Shu Wuhou that these were pills that would seal many meridians, and that he should take one pill to prove his honesty. Shu Wuhou asked the good fighters from the Emperor's Creed why they only asked to take one pill, and they are generous, and he appreciates it all. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou suddenly threw all the pills into his mouth and told his two colleagues that he was ready to accept everything so that they would understand that he was a friend. The fighters are in complete shock, and Shu Wuhou has gone crazy, and even the master will definitely lose all his strength if he takes so many pills. And what is Shu thinking about? Shu Wuhou burped and said thank you to his two colleagues for the treat, and he would repay their generosity, and he was lucky to meet good friends. Shu Wuhou asked his brothers if they could go, and the fighters asked Shu Wuhou to climb onto the beast, but they were ready to cripple the enemy if necessary. Shu Wuhou told his brothers that he was a good man, and thought that these two were idiots, and that thanks to the medical scroll, the yin and yang pills were not scary to him. Shu Wuhou climbed onto the beast and left with two fighters, and they couldn't think logically and didn't realize that he was separating the two of them. Shu Wuhou is delighted, and the beast is very fast. And finally, the son-in-law can travel in comfort, and thanks to the two kind travelers. After a while, the two fighters want to rest, and they are in no hurry and have already caught the opponent there, and Shu Wuhou will not escape anywhere, and he is clearly doomed. One of the Emperor's Creed fighters told his older brother that they were already halfway there and could take a rest and would continue on in a couple of minutes. The fighter stands next to his friend and said Shu Wuhou was obedient there, and when they reach the Emperor's base, he will vouch for Shu Wuhou. Shu Wuhou thanks his elder brothers and asks where the Dao is, and the fighters say the Dao sect is 300 miles away from their Emperor's Creed. The Emperor's Creed warrior was surprised and asked Shu Wuhou why he was asking about the Dao sect, and they were very interested to know his thoughts. Shu Wuhou began to get up from his seat, and the Emperor's Creed fighters did not understand anything and why Shu Wuhou did not answer questions, and this is strange. Shu Wuhou told the two elder brothers that he was just thinking about how to kill them better, and that the two idiots were no match for the master and he would teach them a lesson. The fighters are shocked, and how does Shu Wuhou still have spiritual energy? And this is impossible because Shu took pills that suppress the meridians. Shu Wuhou asked his elder brothers if they were telling his brother about cheap pills made from the poisonous frost spirit grass and brown stone. Shu Wuhou told two colleagues that such primitive drugs don't work on a master like him and that the idiots will remember this forever. The Emperor's Creed fighters asked Shu Wuhou if he had been playing with them all this time, but they didn't care that Wuhou was a master of medicine. The Emperor's Creed fighters took out their knives, and Shu Wuhou is at the first level of the Qi stage, while he and his brother are at the third level, and he won't defeat them both. Shu Wuhou told his two best friends that recently, a bunch of idiots from Jixia Academy were saying almost word for word, and it was so funny. And then Shu Wuhou said that the fighters from the Jixia Academy were already feeding the worms, and now the opponents would join them, and he would not spare them. The Emperor's Creed fighter is at a loss as to where Shu Wuhou got such strength and how he can defeat many powerful masters and how Shu is so dangerous. The Emperor's Creed fighter started screaming and his arm hurt from Shu Wuhou's grip and asked his elder brother to help him get the insolent guy for everything. Two fighters from the Emperor's Creed told the bastard Shu Wuhou that the enemy had asked for it and would feel all the fury and know the power of the Emperor's Creed. But at that very moment, two fighters from the Emperor's Creed froze in place, and Shu Wuhou does not hear their threats, and it seems they have obvious problems there. Shu Wuhou waved his hand once and immediately sent two fighters from the Emperor's Creed to the next world, and they themselves are to blame and did not want to harm. Shu Wuhou put on his hood and said that these two fighters from the Creed are obvious idiots, and you can never trust your opponent and he will immediately betray you. After some time, Shu Wuhou came to Schwan City and wants to do something, and then immediately returned to the main mission and he will save Qingmo. Traders are walking around the city of Schwan, and they like the atmosphere in the city, and everyone is busy with their business and no one bothers anyone, and this is great. Shu Wuhou has wonderful news for the people of Schwan City, and this cannot be missed, otherwise they will regret it for the rest of their lives and is guaranteed. Shu Wuhou said that people can buy a tiger for just 1,000 taels, and that a tiger can travel thousands of miles a day without getting tired. Shu Wuhou remembered those two from the Emperor's Creed Nishkbrod. And he took their tiger, and for it you can get thousands of taels, and the tiger pleases. People say the tiger is good, but they are hot-tempered and not so easy to ride. And thousands of taels for a tiger is an incredible amount. And Wuzhou is delirious. People went to the literary festival of Kunnian, and Shu Wuhou asks everyone to wait, and he is ready to give the tiger for 500 taels and does not argue. Shu Wuhou begs the people of Schwan City not to leave, but suddenly someone told Shu Wuhou he would buy a tiger, and everything suited him. What a wonderful voice Shu Wuhou hears. And he is glad to see Mr. And the tiger will not disappoint him and will take him anywhere, and he will give a guarantee. A resident of Schwan City named Xuan Wei is interested in buying a tiger, and Shu Wuhou is so persistent in selling and says that his tiger is unique. Xuan Wei smiled and he was in a great mood and didn't even want to argue with Shu Wuhou, and first looked at what kind of tiger he brought to Xuan. Mr. Xuanwei has gold teeth, and many of Mr. Xuanwei's items are also made of gold. And he is an authority in Xuan City, and all people know Mr. Shu Wuhou was delighted and thought that such people are called fat sheep, and he will earn a lot of money and Mr. Xuanwei should give gold. Xuanwei asked Shu Wuhou if this was his tiger, and Shu said to the mister that his eye was wound and the tiger was of a beautiful breed, and the tiger ran and did not get tired. Shu Wuhou told Mr. Xuanwei that in honor of the store opening, he was willing to give them a 50% discount and sell it for 5,000. But Xuanwei asks Shu Wuhou not to rush, and he is rich but not stupid, and besides, no one except him in Xuan City will buy a tiger, and these are facts. Xuanwei told Shu Wuhou that he would give 50 taels for the tiger, and he wants to know if Master Shu agrees, and let him give an answer, and he is waiting. Shu Wuhou was furious, and asked Mr. Xuanwei if he was joking with him, and if the tiger's key level was 8 and 50 taels were so little. Xuanwei told Shu Wuhou that no matter how good the goods are, they are useless unless they are sold. So 50 taels is a good price. Shu Wuhou asked Xuanwei if he was saying that he would not sell the tiger, and Xuan said that Shu had bad breath and was a worthless guru. Shu Wuhou is angry, and the fat man Xuanwei has beaten him, and he has nothing to respond to his provocations, and he does not have enough intelligence, and Shu is in a stupor. And then Shu Wuhou turned around and noticed a cafe where they cook roast duck, and he has a plan, and Xuanwei will regret everything, and he is so angry with him. Shu Wuhou told the scoundrel Xuanwei to wait, and today he will become his younger brother, and Xuan is calm and he is ready to wait for the loser. Xuanwei asked Shu Wuhou that he wouldn't fry a tiger, and that he wasn't as stupid as he thought, and wouldn't know what Shu had come up with. And at that moment, Xuanwei froze in place from shock. And Shu Wuhou is not smart, and you can expect anything from him, and he is so worried about the tiger. After some time, Shu Wuhou began to invite the residents of Xuan City, and only with him they can taste tiger meat kebabs and this delicious meat. People have never tried tiger meat kebabs, and 10 taels for a dish is not that much, and this is a kebab from a demonic beast. People were buying Shu Wuhou's kebabs in droves, and he was asking everyone not to be nervous and there would be enough kebabs for everyone, and they were making a mess there. Shu Wuhou asks people not to push, and Xuanwei looks at Wuhou and asks if people really want to eat this meat, and he clearly doesn't understand the logic. Xuanwei is completely shocked, and did Shu Wuhou really roast a demonic tiger? And is he a genius, and Xuan wouldn't have thought of this? A few minutes later, Shu Wuhou told Xuanwei that he had earned 300 taels for the tiger, and convinced his colleague that Wuhou was a trading genius. Xuanwei thought that with his family's subjugation technique, he could force the tiger to obey. And who knew that such a fate awaited the tiger? Xuanwei thought Shu Wuhou was an idiot, and he took the life of a powerful and very intelligent creature. But Shu was delighted, and he earned 300 taels. Shu Wuhou ordered Xuanwei to call him elder brother, but Wei is the mayor of Xuan City, and showed the middle finger to the impudent Shu. Xuanwei said a popular Confucian scholar from the Jixia Academy is holding a literary training, and he will go there. And this is important. But at that very moment, Shu Wuhou grabbed Mr. Xuanwei by the shoulder and told Mr. Xuanwei to stand, and that he wanted to say a few important words to the scoundrel. Shu Wuhou asked Xuanwei if he was saying that a scholar from the Jixia Academy was holding a literary meeting, and let him answer him. Xuanwei asked Shu Wuhou what he wanted to do with him, and immediately warned him that the local mayor and guards were protecting him there. Shu Wuhou asks his younger brother Xuanwei not to be nervous, and Wei thought, how dare this scoundrel ruffle his hair, and Shu gets angry. Shu Wuhou told Xuanwei that he only wanted to go to the meeting and punch the famous scholar in the face with all his might, and let him take him there. Shu Wuhou can't wait to punish the master from the Jixia Academy, and he is serious and will not forgive the bastards for all their vile actions. Xuanwei asked Shu Wuhou if he really came to their city to cause trouble for everyone, but Shu told Brother Wei that he is kindness itself. At this time, Guru Kunyan sits at the venue of the literary meeting and checks all the poems of people and evaluates the quality of the poems. Kongnian took out one scroll and said that this is a good poem, and the author has potential, and the guru wants to help people discover all their talents. The young poets are delighted, and Mr. Kong Nian commented on their poem, and he is a well-known scholar and they imitate their master. Shu Wuhou arrived at this place and asked Kong Nian if this was the same scholar from the Jixia Academy, and if he had imagined the image differently. Shu Wuhou asked his brother Schwan how strong the scholar is, and he wants to know the limit of the scholar Kong Nian's strength, and all the people praise him. Xuanwei said, "Not everyone at the Jixia Academy develops strength, and the scientist Kong Nian is smart but not a fighter. And Shu Wuhou is happy, and this makes life easier." And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou immediately began to walk through the crowd of people, and Xuanwei was horrified and asked Shu what he was thinking, and was he delirious there? Shu Wuhou stood right in front of the scholar Kong Nian and asked him questions and heard the answers from the scholar. And he was so interested to know Kong's opinion. Scholar Kong Nian noticed Shu Wuhou and was surprised at what this man wanted from him and why he was pushing people and was strange. Shu Wuhou said his name is Vashpa Pasha from the Emperor's Creed, and he heard some Kong Nian from the Jixia Academy is conducting his training. People are angry with Shu Wuhou's behavior, and he came to Master Kun but behaved rudely, and gave a false name and insulted the scholar, and he is a disgrace. Scholar Kong Nian asked Shu Wuhou if he really called him father, and he is an interesting person but he has no time for jokes and asks him to leave. Shu Wuhou asked the scholar Kong Nian, "It seems he is asking him to leave and he wants to anger the member of the Jixia Academy and take revenge and will achieve everything." And at that moment, Shu Wuhou jumped towards the scientist Kong Nian, and he will not leave just like that. After all, he has come all this way and will evaluate the scientist himself. Shu Wuhou jumped on the desk of the scholar Kong Nian and scattered all the poems and asked if he was qualified enough to send him away there. The scrolls with poems fell to the ground, and the scholar Kun Nian is not used to it and does not know why the stranger grabbed him and deliberately provoked him. Scholar Kong Nian silently looks at Shu Wuhou and wants to understand him, and it is not without reason that he is making him nervous. And it seems that the stranger has a clear mission. Shu Wuhou asked the scholar Kong Nian if there was nothing left to boast about at the Jixia Academy other than empty titles, and Kong would not accept his challenge. Scholar Kong Nian was angry at Shu Wuhou's actions, and he slammed his palm on the table and asked what kind of nonsense this was, and who let the bastard into the conference. Scholar Kong Nian asked the scoundrel Shu Wuhou how he dared to insult the Jixia Academy so brazenly, and didn't he know what kind of masters were there? Shu Wuhou said Jixia Academy is one of the largest prefectures in Kyushu, and a small fry. How dare he insult Jixia Academy? But Shu Wuhou told the scholar Kong Nian that he had a strange feeling, and he wanted to express his opinion to the scholar and hear his verdict immediately. Scientist Kun Nian asked Shu Wuhou what he felt and let him not play with him, because Kun was ready to answer the questions of their impudent guest. And then suddenly, Shu Wuhou said he had a feeling that the Jixia Academy was a gathering of scum, and that the Jixia suppressed others with cruelty. Shu Wuhou told the scholar Kong Nian that even an ignoramus could easily crush a great scholar like Kong Nian, and he guaranteed. People are angry at Shu Wuhou's words and let them kick out the bastard. The scholar Kong Nian knows history very well, and he will break the brat in a couple of minutes. People say Shu Wuhou becoming famous for criticizing the greats is not even a bad idea, and he envies Shu Wuhou, but Kong Nian does not deserve it. Xuanwei doesn't understand what brother Shu Wuhou is doing and who he is, and he doesn't know this impudent fellow, and let people not involve him in this matter. Scholar Kong Nian told Shu Wuhou that he could forgive the attacks on him and attribute it to the insolence of young people and forgive their sins. But the scholar Kun Nian said that since Shu Wuhou insulted the Jixia Academy, he will have to explain himself for this, otherwise there will be obvious problems. Shu Wuhou invites the scholar Kong Nian to hold a poetry competition, and if he wins, he can ask him about anything and he will not lie to his friend. Shu Wuhou told scholar Kong Nian that if he lost, he would bow to him at every meeting and asked if scholar Kong accepted the challenge. Scientist Kong Nian shouted loudly, and he accepts Shu Wuhou's challenge. And today he will show the fighter that the scientist's strength is absolute and that he was wrong to underestimate him. Shu Wuhou and the scientist Kun Nian came face to face, and Shu knows that with poems from the 5,000-year history of China, he will surprise Kun Nian. Kong Nian is 100% confident in himself, and his poetic talent is the third in the Jixia Academy. And Shu Wuhou made a big mistake in challenging him there. Shu Wuhou said that in order to be fair, could the mayor Xuanwei suggest a topic, and he and the scientist Kong Nian don't want to wait. Shu Wuhou asks his brother, Xuanwei, not to worry, and no matter what topic he chooses, victory will be his, and he is absolutely confident in his skills. People want to see Shu Wuhou be humiliated by the scholar Kong Nian, and the idiot actually thinks he is smarter than Kong Nian, and it looks like he has gone crazy. Xuanwei is not well versed in literature, and he is most familiar with the topic of wine, and he knows bamboo wine, apricot wine, and much more. Xuanwei noticed on the table of the scientist Kong Nian, the true 9 spirits for which they chipped in. And the 100-year-old wine helps them in their development. And then Xuanwei had a brilliant idea, and since Shu Wuhou personally asked him about it, let the theme of the poetry be wine, and it's funny. Shu Wuhou thought about the wine that can even help in development, and it seems like this is a good joke and Xuanwei deceived him, and this is a guess. Shu Wuhou decided how to get to the wine himself, and Xuanwei told him important information and his friend would be convinced of his words so soon. Scholar Kong Nian suggests Shu Wuhou to start composing poems, even though the question affects the reputation of the Jixia Academy, and he will teach Shu Wuhou. Scholar Kong Nian told Shu Wuhou that he would give him time to think, but at that very moment, Shu Wuhou told the scholar that he didn't want to hear all that nonsense. And at that very second, Shu Wuhou suddenly began to drink wine from the glassware, and he wanted to show a real poem about wine and thank the scholar for everything. The patience of the scientist Kong Nian is running out, and he is completely shocked by Shu Wuhou's actions and asks the bastard how he dared to drink their 100-year-old wine. The scholar Kong Nian tried only a cup of fine wine, but Wuhou took it and drank the whole bottle without any problem. And the scholar was very upset about the wine. People are confused about what Shu Wuhou is doing, whether he is composing a poem or has simply found a way to drink, and whether this is the impudent man's entire plan. Shu Wuhou drank the wine to the brim and wanted to impress the scholar Kong Nian and the public and heat up the atmosphere to the limit and understand the people's reaction. Shu Wuhou threw away an empty bottle of wine, and the people and the scholar Kong Nian were absolutely right, and it was not a bad wine, and the master appreciated the taste. Shu Wuhou realized that his spiritual energy and strength had really increased as expected. The wine was excellent, and thanks to the scientist Kong Nian, Scholar Kong Nian told Shu Wuhou it was time to read the poem, and if the opponent had not written anything, he should admit defeat in the dispute. Shu Wuhou smiled and asked the scientist Kong Nian if he was really advising him to give up. And Shu, on the contrary, advised the scientist to stand firm there. Shu Wuhou told the scholar Kong Nian, otherwise, when he reads his poem there, Kong will collapse from shock and Shu will not be responsible for his injuries. Scholar Kong Nian is surprised by Shu Wuhou's audacity, and he hasn't seen such impudent insects for a long time, and he will avenge the Jixia Academy in a dispute. People want to cover Shu Wuhou's mouth with a sock and why he is so toxic and how scientist Kong Nian has harmed him so much that he is no longer lagging behind. Scholar Kong Nian asked Shu Wuhou if he could read the poem, and if he didn't have the poem, let him admit he was a loser, and that's so important. Shu Wuhou decided to start with a simple poem, and in vain did the scholar Kong Nian not trust his skills in composing poems, and he would catch the bastard off guard. Shu Wuhou told the people a poem about fine grape wine and a cup of white jasper, and they want to drink it, but the sounds of the lute call them to battle. People froze in place and said Shu Wuhou's poem was not bad, and they did not think that he was good at writing, but Shu convinced all the people. People are delighted with Shu Wuhou, and he composed one of the poems that will remain for centuries for future generations, and they are new fans of Shu. People say this is a great poem, and the best poem in their literary collection, and in just 4 lines, the essence of the warriors is reflected, and this is shocking. Xuanwei is happy, and no matter how uncultured he is, even he can understand the greatness of the poem, and brother Shu Wuhou is the true genius of the generation. But the scholar Kong Nian admitted that Shu Wuhou's poem was good, but he thought he couldn't lose and disgrace Jixia. Shu Wuhou told the scholar Kong Nian if he had anything to say, let him say it to his face and not keep him waiting. Otherwise, people would not understand the scholar's behavior. Scholar Kong Nian told Shu Wuhou that his poem speaks of the feelings and sufferings of soldiers in war, and therefore he does not believe that Shu wrote it. Scholar Kong Nian said Shu Wuhou had never been in wars, and because of this he thinks this is plagiarism, and Shu Wuhou is blatantly lying to everyone there. Shu Wuhou looks at the scientist Kong Nian and thinks he is pathetic, and the scientist does not want to accept his fate and has come up with excuses and is clearly talking nonsense. People are furious, and they understand why Shu Wuhou wrote the poem so quickly and he stole it. And at first people were amazed, but he let them down. Xuanwei understood that Shu Wuhou's brother would be in trouble, and he didn't think that his brother was capable of stealing a poem, and that it was so uncultured. Shu Wuhou asked people if this was not his poem. Why had no one heard of this poem before, and why were they criticizing him for no reason? Shu Wuhou told the people that they were all well-read and talented people from the land of literature, but they still couldn't distinguish the original from plagiarism. People are shocked by Shu Wuhou's words, and it seems he is offended by the claims. But there are grounds for this, and it is not for nothing that the scientist Kong Nian doubts the poet. Scholar Kong Nian told Shu Wuhou that his words are not without meaning, but the world is big, and even Master Jiju has not read all the books. And this is true. Shu Wuhou smiled and said the show is starting. But the scientist Kong Nian was perplexed and asked Shu Wuhou what he was laughing at and that it was strange. Zhu Wuzhou told the scholar Kong Nian. In that case, he must immediately continue the poem and then people will understand what a masterpiece Shu wrote. Scientist Kun Nian was surprised and asked what he wanted to continue. And Wu Zhu was a treacherous person and they had to be careful and he could harm them. Shu Wuzhou wants to recite poems and if the scholar Kong Nian can't calm down, he will read other poems and prove the truth. Shu Wuzhou will make the scholar Kong Nian eat his words. And it was in vain that he challenged Master Shu Wuzhou, who is so popular in Lingang. Scholar Kong Nian is completely shocked by Shu Wuzhou's threats, and he is so serious, and Shu's aura frightens him, and it seems he is smart and literate in poetry. Shu Wuzhou said, the poem that the genius wants to show is also on the topic of wine, and let them clean their ears and start listening to him, and he will give them advice. Shu Wuzhou said that the wine from Xinfeng is excellent, and there are 10,000 jugs there and there are no better daredevils from Xianyang, and a tale of warriors and war. People are delighted with Shu Wuzhou's poem, and they are ready to argue that even the scholar Kong Nian could not have composed such an incredible poem. Scholar Kong Nian thought Shu Wuzhou is a scoundrel, and where did he come from? And he produces poems one after another, as if it is nothing and he is so smart. Shu Wuzhou asked the scholar Kong Nian what he would say about his poem, and it seems he had not heard it before, or Kong Nian would accuse him of plagiarism again. Scholar Kong Nian told Shu Wuzhou that even if he didn't steal the poem, he was prepared in advance. Otherwise, why did his friend Xuan Wei choose the topic of wine? The residents of Schwan City said that the words of the scientist Kong Nian make sense, and that Shu Wuzhou probably prepared in advance and caught the genius off guard. But people started arguing. So what if Shu Wuzhou was prepared in advance and whether people could come up with such brilliant poems, even in a month? Shu Wuzhou told scholar Kong Nian that he is truly a great scholar from the Jixia Academy, and he will always find an excuse to evade enemies. But Shu Wuzhou said the thicker the skin on the face, the more pleasant it is to slap the scholar Kong Nian for all his reproaches and mistrust of the genius Shu. Scholar Kong Nian is irritated by Shu Wuzhou's words, and he humiliated him in front of a crowd of people and seems to think that no one will punish him for all his actions. Scholar Kong Nian wanted to attack the scoundrel, but Shu Wuzhou asked him not to freak out, and he composed a couple more poems and wanted to surprise them. Shu Wuzhou told the people to listen to him, and he would tell them a poem and impress everyone, and they would forget about the simple poems of the scholar Kong Nian in a minute. Shu Wuzhou recited a poem about the wonderful strong aroma of Lanling wine, and the Jasper cup was once again full of amber, bringing everyone together. Shu Wuzhou said in Weiqing, the morning rain had dampened the gray dust, and the bare willows outside the window were adorned with spring foliage, and he proposed to dry them out. Among the flowers, Shu Wuzhou enjoys wine, and he is there alone and has no one to drink with. And raising his glass, he will invite the moon and his shadow, so that there will be 3 of them there. People are completely shocked, and Shu Wuzhou composed 3 poems so quickly, and he has a special talent, and all the poems are incredible, and Shu will become a legend. Shu Wuzhou asked the scholar Kong Nian whether he would say that he had also composed the 3 poems in advance, and he was interested in knowing the scholar Kong's opinion. Scholar Kong Nian pointed his finger and said, Shu Wuzhou is only good at writing poems about wine, and he is an underage alcoholic and knows the secret. Scholar Kong Nian thought he was representing the Jixia Academy there, and no matter what happened, he couldn't lose to Shu Wuzhou and disgrace everyone. People are discussing the request of the scholar Kong Nian and Shu Wuzhou to compose a poem about sadness, and he made life difficult for the unique Shu Wuzhou. Shu Wuzhou asked the scholar Kong Nian if he was asking him to write a poem about sadness and joy and thought he could stump him. Shu Wuzhou asks his colleagues to serve him wine, and he composed a poem to their taste, and the scholar Kong Nian will not be able to catch him off guard, and these are the facts. Wenwei had already brought another jug of 9-spirit wine to the great poet, and did not expect that brother Wuzhou was so talented and unique. Shu Wuzhou drank the wine and thought that even if everyone underestimated him, he would teach a lesson to the scholar Kong Nian and the entire Jixia Academy, and was in the mood. Shu Wuzhou threw the jug on the ground and smashed it to pieces, and Kong Nian is no opponent to him in writing poems, and he will show the scholar a masterclass. Shu Wuzhou told the old man Kong Nian to listen to him carefully and give him useful advice, and the scholar Kong Nian could remember all his advice. Shu Wuzhou told people a poem about how the milestone and clouds turn yellow and the white sun sets and the wind carries away the flying geese and carries away the thunder. People froze in place from shock, and Shu Wuzhou was able to compose a poem in an instant, and he has enormous potential and no one is clearly equal to Master Shu. Scientist Kong Nian is nervous and sweating, and Shu Wuzhou continues to read poems to everyone, and people are obliged to understand the thoughts of a genius. And this is so important. Everyone is perplexed, and where does Shu Wuzhou get such incredible imagination? And he amazed everyone. And is there a weak side to Shu Wuzhou's genius? People are shocked and why the sheets with their poems flew up and they don't understand anything there. And it seems that Shu Wuhou is to blame for everything and his aura is strong. Shu Wuhou pulled all the sheets of other people's poems onto himself, and he will show their friends the true path and let them not believe the scholar Kong Nian. People said that Shu Wuhou's poem was so great that the world itself immediately responded, and only the great ancients could have caused such a phenomenon. Scientist Kong Nian was surprised by the phenomenon and asked how this was possible. And Shu Wuhou had a hidden gift and he ran into a powerful opponent. The scholar Kong Nian realized that Shu Wuhou's poem not only accurately reflected the theme, but also evoked a response from the earth and heaven, and his knowledge faded there. Shu Wuhou is serious and told the scholar Kong Nian that he has lost and it is time to keep his promise and acknowledge him as his teacher. Scholar Kong Nian can't believe that Shu Wuhou defeated the scholar in a debate. And how could he know that Shu already has incredible knowledge? Shu Wuhou asked the scholar Kong Nian whether he really wanted to go back on the promise he made in front of everyone, since Kong was a great scholar. People asked if the great scientist really wanted to renounce his words, and if he renounced, they would not call Kong Nian a scientist. Scholar Kong Nian is at a dead end, and Shu Wuhou lured him into a trap, and he could not overcome him in knowledge, and Shu Wuhou already has talent and charisma. And at that very moment, suddenly, the scholar Kun Nian fell face down on the floor, and Kun was forced to bow before Shu Wuhou and acknowledge him as his teacher. The scholar Kong Nian told Shu Wuhou that generations change and better ones come to replace him, and he admits defeat, and Shu Wuhou is a genius of poems. Shu Wuhou is pleased, and he humiliated the scholar Kong Nian and immediately damaged the reputation of the Jixia Academy. And they are all scammers, and he realized this immediately. But Shu Wuhou asks the scholar Kong Nian not to worry and will not take anyone from the Jixia Academy as a student, and the student will become a disgrace to Shu. Scholar Kong Nian acknowledged his limited talent, but this has nothing to do with the Jixia Academy, and Kong asks teacher Shu Wuhou not to leave. Shu Wuhou told scholar Kong Nian that he must admit that teacher Shu is never wrong and that the Jixia Academy is harming many people. Shu Wuhou said that sooner or later he would prove that the Jixia Academy was a bunch of scum, and that they were wrongly called the Holy Land of Literature and the Tao. Scholar Kong Nian is crying, and why Master Shu Wuhou is leaving, and is obliged to take him as a student, and Kong wants to learn a lot from Master Wuhou. Xuanwei followed his brother Shu Wuhou and asked him to wait. And people thought that Kong Nian would become a legend today, but the scholar became an idiot. People decided they couldn't miss such a chance and were obliged to ask Shu Wuhou about it, and the genius would help find hidden talents in people. People called the great teacher Shu Wuhou and asked him to listen to them, and they will not take much of his time and want to ask the master a couple of questions. People run after Shu Wuhou and ask him to improve their poetry, but no one will clearly reveal their talent and potential except the genius Shu Wuhou. And he is a guru. Shu Wuhou runs from the crowd of people and they will tear him apart, and did not think that in Schwan City he will find so many fans and everyone wants to learn from him. At this time, the Dao sect patriarch Mo Daoxian was watching Shu Wuhou, and Yufeng and Dentention recommended their friend to him, and he would surprise everyone. Mo Daoxian told his colleagues that this was interesting and that Shu Wuhou had so many talents and that he would quickly learn the special techniques and gifts of the Dao. Yufeng told Mo Daoxian that brother Shu Wuhou was so talented, but he didn't believe him. And he saw how brother Shu helped the lady from the Ching family. Mo Daoxian is 100% sure that all poetry will help attract the attention of heaven and earth, and Shu Wuhou's poetic gift is really cool. Dentention stands nearby and said that Shu Wuhou is good not only in poetry, but he is also a master of medicine, and Shu has martial arts. Dentention asked Patriarch Mo Daoxian if he could take Shu Wuhou into their sect, and she was absolutely sure he would not regret it. Mo Daoxian told the witch Dentention that she was showing too much enthusiasm and recommended Shu Wuhou, and it seemed that Shu surprised Dai. Dentention asked Dao Xian if she could have hidden intentions, and besides, Shu recognized the ring of the great sect leader. Patriarch Mo Daoxian asked Dentention to forget about it, but she convinced him, and he will give Shu Wuhou a chance to show himself in all his glory there. Mo Daoxian said that perhaps Shu Wuhou will turn out to be the genius who appears once in 100 years, and the Dao sect has been waiting for a long time for a unique genius. Head Mo Daoxian left there and hopes Shu Wuhou will not let him down, and he spent so much time on him, and he will find out the information. Yufeng said that Dentention insisted that Shu Wuhou join the Dao sect as soon as possible, and it seems that Tension has already planned something. Dentention told Yufeng that he thinks too much, and that she just thinks that Shu Wuhou is very suitable for them, and that it's in vain that he doesn't believe his friend. But Dentention told Yufeng that she had another personal reason and Shu Wuhou could accomplish this, and he had the skills to do so. Dentention wants to know what will happen if Kyushu, who has been sleeping for a long time, suddenly comes back to life, and Mo Daoxian does not know about this plan of hers. Dentention is serious and she really wants to know this, and it was not in vain that she found Shu Wuhou, and he is a gift of fate and she will not let her friend go. At this time, Shu Wuhou was walking far outside the city and he was going towards his goal, and no one would stop him until he quickly saved Mo. Xuanwei was very tired and asked his brother Shu Wuhou where he was in a hurry, and he had prepared a banquet there and why he couldn't stay with him. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei that he needed to get into the Dao sect and that he didn't want to waste time on trifles and was boldly going towards his goal. Shu Wuhou thought that the people from the Jixia Academy were probably not so careless, and he made Xuan lose face and reputation. Xuanwei was surprised to learn that Shu Wuhou was going to the Dao sect and that his friend had forgotten there, because in Xuan City everyone loved him and he could have stayed there. Xuanwei is tense, and the Dao sect is located near Xuan and has considerable influence, and therefore many respect and fear them. Xuanwei told Shu Wuhou that he had also long wanted to join the Dao sect, and maybe brother Wuhou knew some way and could help his friend. Shu Wuhou knows one way, but brother Xuanwei must pay thousands of taels and guarantee that his brother will become a disciple of the Dao sect. Shu Wuhou told Xuanwei that they made a deal and became brothers, and he was ready to give a discount for his brother. And the main thing was Xuanwei's mood. Shu Wuhou asks his brother Xuanwei not to worry and that he and Mo Daoxian are best friends, so everything will work out and his brother will be accepted into the Dao sect. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei that he only needs to say a few words to Mo Daoxian, and his brother will immediately become a disciple of the Dao sect, and it is not in vain that he promises. But Mo Daoxian appeared there and asked Shu Wuhou when they both became friends and why he didn't know about Shu's best friend. Shu Wuhou and Xuanwei turned around, and the master realized they had problems, and that he had in vain guaranteed everything to his brother, and Mo Daoxian himself came to find out everything. Shu Wuhou and Xuanwei continue to look at Mo Daoxian, and they hope he won't punish Shu Wuhou too much for his vile lies there. Patriarch Mo Daoxian is serious, and he doesn't like it when someone lies and says his name, and Shu brazenly deceived his friend Xuanwei in an instant. Shu Wuhou was surprised and wondered if this was Mo Daoxian, and he didn't even know what he looked like and wanted to get money from their brother Xuanwei. Mo Daoxian told Shu Wuhou that he was the man who killed 4 people from Jixia Academy in Lingang, and he mentioned his name and deceived his friends. Shu Wuhou felt a powerful aura, and it seemed like the boss was really the head of the Dao sect, and Xuanwei asked his brother why he said that he knew Xian. Shu Wuhou realized he had screwed up completely and was caught cheating, and it looks like he has only one choice left, and he knows how to convince the head of Mo. Shu Wuhou said, Mo Daoxian came on time and the Dao sect is always working and they have big expenses and he wants to give some money. Mo Daoxian said, it seems that Shu Wuhou knows how to conduct business, and he knows how to persuade anyone, and he appreciates this quality of Shu Wuhou. Shu Wuhou was very sad, and he lost so much money, but he had to give it to Mr. Mo Daoxian so that he would forgive Wuhou for their impudence. Shu Wuhou said, Mo Daoxian works 24/7 times for the good of the sect, and Mr. Xian is happy with Shu and a great future awaits him. Xuanwei is completely shocked by what is happening before his eyes and why Xian is talking so politely to Shu Wuhou after all his impudent behavior. Mo Daoxian said that Dentention wants the sect to accept her friend Shu Wuhou as a disciple, and for Shu to help in the fight against the Jixia Academy. Shu Wuhou asked Mr. Mo Daoxian if he decides who will be valuable in their Dao sect and whether it's about his level of talent or technique. Mr. Mo Daoxian told Shu Wuhou that they already have enough of all this without him, and this is another value, and he will explain all the information to his friend. And at this moment, Mr. Mo Daoxian suddenly said that it is valuable to arrange troubles, and Shu Wuhou is so perfect for this role. Mr. Mo Daoxian asked Shu Wuhou what else could reflect a person's value other than this quality, and he values this in their students. Mr. Mo Daoxian laughed evilly, and Shu Wuhou and Xuanwei both did not understand why Mr. Mo Daoxian's character had changed so abruptly, and he was cunning. Shu Wuhou and Xuanwei wondered if causing trouble was a value, and they would argue, but were afraid of Mr. Mo Dao's wrath. Mo Daoxian told Shu Wuhou that the Emperor's creed was just recruiting disciples and let him take part in the mission, and the outcome would determine everything. But Shu Wuhou doesn't quite agree with Mo Daoxian and wanted to revive, but Mr. said what he wants to say, and Shu is horrified by his friend's anger. Mr. Mo Daoxian told Shu Wuhou that since he agreed, he would send him there, and Shu was surprised when he managed to agree to this task. Mr. Mo Daoxian asked Shu Wuhou to bend over, and Shu is excited and asked Mr. what he wants to do. And today, Mo Dao is strange. Mr. Mo Daoxian asks Shu Wuhou to stay in this position and is already thinking about everything. But Shu Wuhou does not understand Mo Dao's logic. Shu Wuhou told Patriarch Mo Daoxian that they were serious people and he wanted to discuss everything with him and find a compromise on an important issue. Mr. Mo Daoxian told Shu Wuhou that of course they are serious people, and he never denied this fact. But let Shu Wuhou stand still. Mr. Mo Daoxian wants to use a devious technique, and he told Shu Wuhou that he wants to send him to the Emperor's Creed base as soon as possible. And at that moment, Mr. Mo Daoxian used a technique, and his fingers ended up in Shu Wuhou's butt, and this is his teleportation technique. Shu Wuhou froze in shock and never expected this technique from Mr. Mo Daoxian, and he caught him off guard and meanly humiliated his friend. Mr. Mo Daoxian told Shu Wuhou, "This is the technique of 10,000 years of pain and launching thousands of miles, and no need to say thank you to Mr. Mo Daoxian said Shu Wuhou had a good flight, and he would be there in half an hour. And Xuanwei thought about poor brother Wuhou. Mr. Mo Daoxian asked Xuanwei if he heard that he also wanted to join the Dao sect, but Xuan immediately refused. Mr. Mo Daoxian said he worked so hard for the benefit of the Dao sect, and his ancestors must be happy in heaven and pleased with their deeds. Mr. Mo Daoxian laughs, and he almost fell in love with himself, and a passerby was surprised where this idiot came from, and he is strange. At this time, people gather on the basis of the Emperor's Creed, and they want to go through the tests and surprise the commission and are absolutely ready. There are a lot of people standing at the entrance to the Emperor's Creed base, and at least 10,000 people have gathered, and it's interesting who will pass the selection and tests. People say that for the honor of their ancestors, they are obliged to be members of the Academy of the Emperor's Creed, and in the Academy they will perform miracles and feats. People noticed two lights in the sky and were perplexed as to what it was, and it looked like a meteorite was flying. But no one expected a meteor. And at that very moment, Shu Wuhou and Xuanwei fell to the ground from the sky, and their new friend Mr. Mo Daoxian used a humiliating technique there. Shu Wuhou and Xuanwei lie with their heads on the ground and think that the leader Mo Daoxian is a rare creature. And look at the results of the disciples in other sects. Shu Wuhou asks Xuanwei not to be nervous, and it turns out he has problems with the Emperor's Creed, and he will correct the situation in the academy. All the students are waiting for the teacher to appear, who will explain all the rules and why they are waiting so long for the master from the Emperor's Creed with others. And at that very moment, the teacher of the Emperor's Creed appeared on the scene, and he explained all the rules to them so that they could pass all the tests of the Creed. The Emperor's Creed teacher ordered all people to be silent, and now the test will begin there, and let them ask questions if people are interested. The Emperor's Creed teacher told people there was only one rule in their trials, and they must remember and never forget this nuance. The Emperor's Creed teacher said that in 2 hours their people should climb their mountain themselves, and they will immediately become disciples of the Emperor's Creed. Xuanwei is delighted, and what a simple test, but Shu Wuhou is already asking his brother to rack his brains, and probably there will be a setup waiting for them on the way. The Emperor's Creed teacher told the people the test would begin now, and that they should take the task seriously and wish them good luck. The Emperor's Creed master disappeared and told the people that he would wait for them at the gate and let them show courage, and they would reach their goal, and they were strong. People don't know how the teacher moves quickly and where the fog comes from and how to climb a mountain if you can't see anything, and there might be traps there. One of the fighters jumped to the side, and this is an excellent chance to already join the Emperor's Creed, but they doubt and let them remain there. A brave fighter asks losers to keep slowing down, saying they are cowardly idiots and have no bright future. But he will show them a masterclass. The fighter told all the people to watch him reach the heavens in one fell swoop. But they were cowards, and such people would never achieve anything in life. But at that very moment, the fighter froze in place from shock, and he did not understand anything, and it seems he underestimated the treachery of the Emperor's Creed, and this is a mistake. The fighter didn't understand how it happened that he returned to his starting place, and people realized that the idiot there was the fighter himself, and he realized it. All the people started to go in different directions but returned to the same place, and one of the fighters realized that the fog really was not simple, and these are facts. Xuanwei asked his brother Shu Wuhou if he knew a way to leave this territory, and Shu Wuhou told his brother, "The way is simple, and will explain." Shu Wuhou told brother Xuanwei that the fog may appear completely formless, but they need to apply energy and blood to solve it. Shu Wuhou began to use the blood and energy technique and told his brother Xuanwei that they could easily get rid of the fog, and Shu would show everything. The fog began to clear, and Xuanwei said his brother Shu Wuhou is incredible and has a sharp mind, and let them go up without worries. Shu Wuhou told Xuanwei, "It's not that easy, and you need a QI stage and a lot of energy to get rid of the fog and reach the final together. People don't know why the fog disappeared. But who cares? It's their chance. They'll be the first to reach the top." And they told the idiots to step aside. But at that moment the fog returned, and people were in shock, and they couldn't cover so many meters so quickly, and they didn't know how to pass the test. People are perplexed why the fog returned so quickly, and the illusion does not give them peace. And many think they should return home, and there is no need for them to suffer. Shu Wuhou thought he would rise up himself, but others had no chance. And he wanted to come up with a plan, but the genius thought differently, and he was better than everyone else. Shu Wuhou has made his decision, and he will do so. And other people no longer have any idea what awaits them and why they came to the selection. He does not understand. Shu Wuhou asks his brother Schwan to come over for a minute, and he wants to tell him something, and he trusts only him, and it's not for nothing that they are brothers in mind. Xuanwei asked his brother Shu Wuhou what happened, and he was ready to immediately help him with the problem, and together no one could defeat them, and they were powerful. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei about his plan, but Wei asked his friend if he was serious, and it seemed like this wasn't the best idea from a unique person. Shu Wuhou told brother Xuanwei that everyone had tried so hard to pass this test and it would be cruel and he couldn't bear to see him fail there. Shu Wuhou told brother Xuanwei to listen to him, and it is for the common good and he wants to help other people and not be selfish in the matter. Xuanwei agrees with brother Shu Wuhou, and he knows better what to do and will find a way in any serious situation and solve all problems. People keep trying to get through the fog, but it's all in vain, and they have lost motivation and don't want to continue the challenge, and it's so difficult. Xuanwei pointed his finger and asked people what kind of traces these were. And there, some master left them using the technique of strength and energy in the matter. All the people went in the direction of the tracks, and this is brilliant, and they knew that their son will always find the way, and they will not exactly remember the good master. All people have passed through Xuanwei, and we must hurry before all traces disappear and some master accidentally left them and helped others a lot. Xuanwei called people a bunch of idiots and they trampled him. But he thinks the Emperor's creed will not understand anything, and this is the work of his brother. Xuanwei decided he had to hurry up, or he would be late, and completely forgot about himself helping other people, and his brother Shu Wuhou was probably waiting for him. Shu Wuhou at this time continues to climb the mountain, and he never doubted his skills and immediately overtook all other people. Shu Wuhou leaves footprints with energy, and hopes people will understand how to follow the footprints and not get lost in the mountains. Shu Wuhou is happy, and now it is much easier for other people to get out of the fog, and he left many traces with energy and he wishes everyone good luck. Shu Wuhou smiled, and he is a master at causing trouble, and Mr. Mo Daoxian will be happy because he is doing everything according to the sect leader's plan. Let the Emperor's creed tremble in horror, and he is already coming and will not spare anyone who harmed his wife Ching Qingmo and the Ching family recently. At this time, Patriarch Mo Daoxian came to the mountain gate of the Emperor's creed and wants to find out how they are doing and understand Shu Wuhou there. People are outraged, and Mr. Mo Daoxian says the taste of their dishes will not satisfy anyone, and everything is terrible, and why people have not learned to cook dishes. Mr. Mo Daoxian told the people that these spiritual fruits were tasteless, and why didn't they bring him the most delicious ones, and he taught them a lot. Mr. Mo Daoxian said he visited not long ago, and could it be that the Emperor's creed had fallen so low and did not believe in their potential? The people are furious, and Mr. Mo Daoxian insults them while eating their food. And if he wasn't the head of the Dao sect, he would hit them and teach them manners. And then the head of the Emperor's creed approached Mr. Mo Daoxian, and he asked Mr. Mo Daoxian what brought the head to their territory. Mr. Mo Daoxian told the head of the Emperor's creed that he wanted to look at the quality of their new recruits, and he was interested in knowing their strength. Mr. Mo Daoxian said that if someone unworthy finds a loophole to get into the organization, it will tarnish the reputation of their leaders. The head of the Emperor's creed asks Mo Daoxian not to worry, and knows that about 30 people are participating in the test and they are watching them. The Emperor's creed boss told Mo Daoxian that Mr. Liu is his right hand, and when entrusting a matter to him, the boss never worries about anything. Mr. Mo Daoxian looks at the head of the Emperor's creed and he is confident in his affairs, and it seems that everything is under control and at peace in his territory. Mr. Mo Daoxian smiled and said to the head of the Emperor's creed, "They will hope," and Shu Wuhou thought it would be better not to disappoint the boss. Mr. Mo Daoxian and the heads of the Emperor's creed stand silently, and no one says anything, and they are waiting for something and want to understand the situation as soon as possible. But suddenly at that very second, Mr. Mo Daoxian and the head of the credo were shocked, and they heard the voices of people, and it seemed like the people had reached their goal. All the participants passed the test, and they thought it would be more difficult. But the Emperor's credo gave them an easy task and they didn't even get tired there. The head of the credo told a colleague that all the people looked great and they weren't even sweating. And the boss's friend noticed that all the people were full of strength and energy. But the head of the credo asked a colleague what kind of good person all people praise and what it means. But the friend asked the head to look there quickly. 5 minutes later, all the people came to the finish line and some master helped them a lot, and specially left footprints and they easily reached the finish line together. The head of the credo told a colleague that about 3,000 people had already reached the finish line, and the quality of the newcomers was already much better than last year. The head of credo told his colleague there are no problems and other people of credo will become external students, and there are many tasks for them, and he trusts everyone. An hour before the finish line, a lot of people arrived and many couldn't believe their luck and how they got there so easily and without any problems. The head of the credo asked a colleague if it seemed like too many people had passed the test and something was wrong, and 10,000 people came. The head of the Emperor's Creed is completely shocked by the test participants, and he no longer hoped that they would accept many talented fighters this year. The head of the Emperor's Creed is happy, and the heavens have blessed their creed, and they are on the path to prosperity, and the people will lead them to greatness, and these are the facts. But after 2 hours, the territory of the Emperor's Credo was immediately filled with people, and they asked others not to push, and they all came first. A colleague asked the head of Credo what was going on and how so many people passed the test, and the head asked who turned the recruitment into a circus there. The leaders of the Emperor's Creed spent about 4 hours trying to restore order there, and finally they succeeded, and people are standing at the mountain gates. Xuanwei is worried, and several thousand people have passed the test and surrounded the heads of the Creed, and it seems they are furious, and they have disturbed the peace. Xuanwei told his brother Shu Wuhou that it seemed they had already gone too far, and the Emperor's Creed would finish them off when it found out who was to blame. Shu Wuhou asks his brother Xuanwei not to be nervous, and everything will be fine, and he will not abandon his brother and will accept the punishment together, even if they punish him. Shu Wuhou pointed his finger and asked his brother Xuanwei to look there, and they have a protector, and so he asked his brother not to worry about everything. Mr. Mo Daoxian walked next to them, and Shu Wuhou told Xuanwei that if anything goes wrong, Mo will take the blame, and he is not joking. Xuanwei told his brother Shu Wuhou that, in his opinion, Mo Daoxian clearly does not look like a reliable comrade, and he would not trust Xian with anything. Shu Wuhou asks his brother Xuanwei not to judge a book by its cover, and Mo Daoxian is a great companion, and he trusts him, and Mo will protect everyone. The head of the credo thought there were so many people there, and what was Liu Wendao doing? And he wasn't keeping an eye on the people, and that's why they reached the courtyard without any problems. Mo Daoxian understood from the face of the head of the credo that he was despondent, and as the head of the Tao sect, the stronghold of Taoism in the world, he was obliged to console his colleague as soon as possible. Mo Daoxian told the head of the creed that it was not for nothing that they were renowned as a huge sect throughout the province, and that so many masters had come to them and were envious of them. Mr. Mo Dao can realize that Shu Wuhou is really good at arranging problems, and Shu is just like himself in his youth, and this is pleasing and funny. The head of the credo asked Liu Wendao what kind of nonsense this was, and he entrusted him with holding the selection ceremony, but he turned it into a farce. And what happened there? The head of the credo told Liu Wendao that he doesn't need the idiot's excuses and let him tell them what to do with 30,000 people, and that's terrible. Mr. Mo Daoxian told the head of credo that the way out of this situation is very simple, and let him listen, and he will answer all their friends' questions. Mr. Mo Daoxian asks the head of the creed to simply accept all people as disciples, and the Emperor's Creed is a large sect, and the creed will feed everyone. The head of the credo is so angry, and Mr. Mo Daoxian carelessly tells them about it, and the credo does not have enough resources to support 30,000. The head of the credo asks his colleagues to stop arguing, and he will sort everything out there and let them not interfere and see how such issues should be resolved. The boss told the people that he is the head of the Emperor's Creed and that there was a mistake during their selection as disciples, and he wants to tell them important news. The head of the Emperor's Creed told the people that the result of the creed test was annulled and a new test would be held soon, and he decided, all the people are in complete shock and they have come a long way. But why did their leader say that the test results will be immediately annulled? People can't believe their ears, and they took risks, and it was so difficult for them to go through this whole path, and they don't want to start all over again, and it's exhausting. People were angry and asked the head of the credo why their boss wanted to start a new test again, and all their previous efforts were in vain. Xuanwei told his brother Shu Wuhou that the Emperor's Creed already wanted to carry out the task again, and it seemed that all their efforts were useless. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei that it would not be so easy to cancel the credo, and they did not take into account one fact and let his brother watch and learn. Shu Wuhou shouted that the Emperor's Creed was dishonest, and they all tried their best to pass the test and were tired of the matter. Shu Wuhou told another person that if the credo cancels the results, he will have no chance with his level, and he will not marry a lady from the family. Shu Wuhou shouted from the crowd. They are all people of great talent, but the boss of the Emperor's Creed decided to mock him, and the people will not tolerate this. Shu Wuhou shouted to the head of the Emperor's Creed that the people there would fight to the end and let the creed make the right decision, and this is important. People agree with Shu Wuhou 100%. And if they have problems in the mission, it is the fault and mistakes of the credo, and let them decide for themselves. People say the Emperor's Creed goes too far and ask all their friends and relatives to tell all the information about the creed. The head of the Emperor's Creed is in complete shock and does not understand how all the people dared to express complaints and revolt, and how to resolve their issue. Shu Wuhou is happy and everything is going according to plan, and the louder people shout the Emperor's Creed at the leaders the better, and he manipulates the crowd like a boss. Shu Wuhou is very interested to know how the head of the Emperor's Creed will deal with the whole problem there and let him answer the questions of the whole crowd. But when none of the people expected this, the head of the Emperor's Creed told all people that they are clowns and idiots and he hates them for their character. The head of the Emperor's Creed is serious and asked all the stupid people if they knew where they were and what they were counting on. It is unclear. People are furious at the words of the head of the Emperor's Creed, and what right does he have to call them clowns and idiots? And they will take revenge on the impudent man for his words. The assistant asks the head of the Emperor's Creed not to be nervous, and all people are not worth it, and in vain he insults and humiliates the crowd, and this is all nonsense. The assistant told the head of Credo that if they don't calm the crowd, it will definitely damage Credo's reputation, and it will be difficult to recruit students in the future. The head of the Emperor's Credo understood that the assistant was absolutely right, and he clearly should not enter into conflict with the stupid crowd and waste his nerves on them. The head of the Emperor's Creed told the assistant that this time he restrained himself and gave instructions, and the assistant understood the boss's order and would immediately carry out everything. People are waiting for an answer from the Emperor's Creed, and they are obliged to fight back, and the Creed thinks that they are allowed to do anything and can always change the rules. Zuangping asked his brother Shu Wuhou what he thought about the Emperor's Creed, whether he would agree to their condition or refuse and expel all the disciples. Shu Wuhou asked his brother Xuanwei not to worry, and the Credo will certainly agree, and Xuan realized that his brother has incredible self-confidence. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei that the power of public opinion was clearly invincible, and even the Emperor's Creed would not be able to suppress the violent rebellion. Xuanwei was surprised by the words of his brother Shu Wuhou, but he hoped he knew what games he was playing. Otherwise, the Emperor's Creed would avenge them for all their sins. The head's assistant told the people that although their resources are limited, the head cannot stand it when talent is left outside the gates. The assistant to the head of the Credo told the people after the discussion. They decided to accept them all into the Emperor's Credo, and the people are strong and talented. People smiled, and they were delighted that the Emperor's Credo appreciated their potential and talents. And from that day on, they are students of the Credo and the dream of many. Xuanwei is happy and told his brother Shu Wuhou that he is some kind of psychic and he is impressed by his gift. But Shu told his friend that this is nonsense, and he is not a sage. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei that the Emperor's pathetic creed would not be able to understand the genius's intentions, and Schwan said Shu was absolutely right. But the assistant to the head of the Credo told the people that their inner disciples will be people with a special level of ki, and others will become external people. People are completely shocked by the conditions of the assistant to the head of the Credo, and many people have great talent, but they started developing later, and this hinders them. People tell brothers to be an internal disciple much better, and they are obliged to fight for their rights and protest against the head of the creed. Xuanwei asked his brother Shu Wuhou why he did not loudly encourage his colleagues to protest this time, and they were relying on their leader in the matter. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei that sometimes you have to step aside, and the Emperor's Creed is not idiots and will not accept so many people, and he knows. But at that very moment, people noticed a solid silhouette who told them to stop arguing, otherwise he would kick out all the people and was not joking there. People stepped aside in an instant, and this man has strong pressure and he reacts to other people without words, and he immediately felt his gift. Shu Wuhou stands silently and waits for his opponent to come closer to him, and he will explain the rules to him and make him explain everything. Shu Wuhou realized that the aura of the head of the Emperor's Creed is a little scary, and Shu is very strong and she has things to do. But besides the boss of the Emperor's Creed, the head of the Emperor's Creed turned all people aside and why they do not obey his orders, and he will clearly explain to everyone the whole essence. The head of the Emperor's Creed said that only those who have reached a special stage of ki will become internal disciples, while others will become external disciples. And what is the problem? The head of the Emperor's Creed told people he no longer wants to repeat the words and let them remember them forever, and those who are against them can leave their creed. People have come to know the terrifying aura and lust for murder from the head of the creed, and he is truly one of the main figures in Kyushu, and many cannot compare to him. People said that because of the pressure from the head of the Credo, he cannot move. And being an external student is already great, and the disputes must be stopped. Xuanwei understood everything exactly as brother Shu Wuhou said, and Wei feels the pressure, even standing so far away, and the head of the Credo is putting pressure on them. Wenwei told his brother Shu Wuhou that he had no words to express how impressed he was, and from that day on, he was his older brother and trusted his brother. Shu Wuhou said Xuanwei's friend can consider himself his younger brother, but for now, the elder brother asks Wei to step aside and it is important. Shu Wuhou told his brother Xuanwei that the main show was about to begin, and he had to be prepared, and his elder brother would teach a lesson to the whole creed at once. The head of the Emperor's Creed told the people to be silent, and he wants to say something and let them listen to the head, otherwise they will miss important information. The head of the credo wants to ask all the students who already have a special stage of Q to come forward, and he wants to select them separately and let everyone not argue. The head of the credo knows that only a person who has reached a special stage of Qi can manipulate the course of the test, and he will answer for all the vile deeds. All the students with a special stage of Qi began to emerge from the crowd, and they do not understand what the head of the creed wants from them, and he did not explain anything to everyone. People with a special stage of Qi stood before the head of the credo and want to quickly find out what is going on. But the head knows that someone has deliberately set everything up. The head of the credo ordered people to come out one by one and show their strength, and he would select the best of them who would become the main disciple of their credo. The head of the credo is serious and wants to understand how the villain will hide from him, and no one can compare with the head of the credo, and the boss will punish the parasite. The head of the Emperor's Creed decided 100% that he would catch the bastard and punish him mercilessly, and all the other people would learn a lesson by looking at the enemy. Shu Wuhou is surprised by the energy of the head of the credo, and it is not for nothing that many are afraid of the head. And he is dangerous, and now he understands, and he must be more careful with the credo. Shu Wuhou is surprised by the bloodlust of the head of the creed, and it seems he wants to figure him out, and if so, he will give him what he wants, and he is not hiding. Shu Wuhou wanted to tell the head of the creed that he had a special stage of Qi, but suddenly another fighter got ahead of him and wanted to go on stage first. The fighter said his name is Chu Xiao, and he is at the second level of the Qi stage, and he is so glad that the head of the Emperor's Creed paid attention to the fighters. Chu Xiao told the head of the credo that an incomparable martial artist communicates with him and is ready to answer any questions the boss has. And this is important. Chu Xiao told the head of the credo that he is sometimes called Nagipabobe, and their boss is obliged to remember him, and he is ready to carry out any tasks. But when no one expected it, Shu Wuhou kicked Chu Xiao in the face. And who is this clown, and where did he come from and interfere with his plan? Shu Wuhou stepped on Chu Xiao's face, and it seems like the idiot doesn't know where he ended up, and with such a character no one in the credo will respect him. Shu Wuhou pushed Chu Xiao's face away, and wanted to discuss important matters with the head of the Emperor's Creed and let him answer for his threats. Shu Wuhou jumped and stood in front of the head of the creed and will settle the issue there with him once and for all. And he is tired of playing a role and hiding from the creed there. Shu Wuhou told the head of the credo, "There is no need to waste time and look at idiots, and even all of them together will not be able to surpass him, and these are the facts." Shu Wuhou asked the head of the credo if the boss could just call Wuhou the main disciple, and what he would say to the proposal from a Nubian genius, the head of the Emperor's Creed. Everything became clear, and the scoundrel himself came out to him, and he did not expect that the impudent man would dare to approach him, and what he had planned. The head of the credo realized that all these troubles were brought on by this dog Shu Wuhou, and he brazenly violated all the rules and made a mess out of the task and angered the bosses. Mo Daoxian realized that Shu Wuhou really has a talent for causing trouble, and the head of the credo is at the limit of rage, and it's so cool. People are angry, and who is this impudent student, and he dared to offer himself as a main student and called everyone else idiots, and who is this impudent person? And then, when no one expected it, one of the fighters from the crowd told them to disperse and that he wanted to go and show a masterclass to all the weaklings. People are confused and who this man is, and he is so healthy, and often works out and seems to be much stronger than other fighters, and they are afraid of each other? The fighter told Shu Wuhou that his friend was absolutely confident that he could become the main disciple. His skills were unusual, and Shu Gandan wanted to fight. Another fighter told Shu Wuhou that he also wants to fight him, and immediately proved that they should not be underestimated and that they can punish anyone. The lady said she won't stand aside and also wants to fight Shu Wuhou, and this idiot thinks he is much stronger than the other fighters. Shigandan, considering Shu Wuhou's arrogance, believes that he will definitely not refuse to go into a 1-on-3 fight and show off his full power. Shigandan told Shu Wuhou that he would even allow Shu Wuhou to make the first strike in the fight and give him a head start, otherwise the opponent would lose without a chance. But suddenly, at that very second, Shu Wuhou dealt a powerful blow to Shu Gandan's face, and in a fight you have to fight and not talk and let him remember the blow. Shu Wuhou hit his opponent Shu Gandan right on the nose, and why the enemy challenged him to sparring and was unable to repel the first attack, and the enemy is weak. Shu Wuhou glanced at his colleague Shu Gandan, and the lady was shocked by Shu Wuzhou's energy and strength, and their opponent knocked down Shu Gandan in battle with one blow. Shu Wuhou glanced at the second opponent, and the fighter was also horrified and never thought that Shu Wuhou had such power, and he knocked out Shu Gandan immediately. And at that very second, Shu Wuhou dealt a double blow to both enemies, and he didn't even strain himself in the fight with them, and it was easy for Shu to beat up 3 of them. All 3 of Shu Wuzhou's opponents lost consciousness, and the 3 of them definitely won't be able to continue the fight. But Shu Wuhou wanted to show off his techniques. People looking at Shu Wuhou decided that he was very strong and knocked out 3, not the weakest opponents, without breaking a sweat. and how much power is in Shu's hands. Shu Wuhou asks other students to listen to him, and he will say one important thing, and hopes his colleagues will understand him and not argue with him. Shu Wuhou asks the people why they don't attack him together, and asks them not to waste his time and that he had many important things to do besides this. People froze in place, and does Shu Wuhou really want to fight one against all? And we need to teach the bastard a lesson so that Shu will know the rage of the students. The people are furious, and Shu Wuhou overestimates his skills, and he doesn't even bother to look at them and doesn't respect anyone in the crowd of people. People started running towards Shu Wuhou, and death is better than shame, and they attack the impudent Shu Wuhou and let him remember the blows forever. People want to wipe out their opponents, and Shu Wuhou thinks he is an invincible warrior and can stand against a crowd of fighters, and he was wrong. But Shu Wuhou doesn't worry and stands silently in place, and why should he be so afraid of people who are thousands of times weaker than him? And this is true. Shu Wuhou is serious, and it will be a glorious battle, and he hasn't fought with the crowd for a long time, and he will practice his fighting skills, and he will remember. Shu Wuhou started to hit people in the face, and he wants to put on a show, and all the opponents are the main actors, and the turmoil in the credo is guaranteed with Wuhou. Shu Wuhou landed a precise blow to his opponent's throat. And why are they all so weak and no one could even injure him, and they are pathetic weaklings? Shu Wuhou continued to humiliate other people and beat anyone, and no one can compare with him in strength and power and let them know their place in the creed. One of the people got close to Shu Wuhou, but Wuhou punched his opponent in the stomach and pierced him through and wants to teach them manners. Shu Wuhou is serious and stands close to his opponent, and they should not fight like beginners when Master Shu is standing next to them. Mr. Mo Daoxian decided that Shu Wuhou is a talented fighter and knows how to not only cause trouble but also his fighting skills amaze Misters. But Mr. Mo Daoxian glanced at the head of the Emperor's Creed, and with them, Shu Wuhou might have problems and skills at a different level. The head of the Emperor's Creed is furious, and the idiot Shu Wuhou is the one they need, and he will destroy him for all his actions and threats against the Creed. Shu Wuhou was so carried away by the fight that he forgot that he needed to cause trouble there, and that he needed to train his memory so as not to forget important things. Shu Wuhou noticed that the fight could not be called chaos, and he wanted to quickly punish the Emperor's Creed, and they threatened his son-in-law and the Ching family before. And at that moment, Shu Wuhou grabbed one of his opponents by the scruff of the neck, and in vain he wanted to beat him, and now he will not forget the fight with the master. Shu Wuhou grabbed his opponent tightly and swung and wants to play bowling, and his opponents are funny and it's fun to spend time with them. Shu Wuhou wants to add heat and stir up the atmosphere and make all the Emperor's Creed bosses there lose their temper and throw the opponent into the enemies. The opponent screams and the other enemies are shocked. And why did Shu Wuhou throw a man at them, and Shu is very cruel and dangerous to fight and threaten him? There was a crash, and the opponent crashed into all the people, and Shu Wuhou does not want to fight boringly. And so he came up with games and his friends helped him. People didn't understand why the audience was also suffering and what kind of test it was, and they wanted to quickly return home and forget about the Emperor's Credo. One of the people is furious because another person touched his butt, and he will not tolerate such behavior and will punish the scoundrel for all this. A man asked a scoundrel how he dared to touch his butt, and another man asked an idiot how he could harm him in a fight. And at that moment, suddenly people started beating each other and saying they are losers and can't beat Shu Wuhou, and why are they criticizing others? And after a couple of minutes, complete chaos began. And the heads of the credo do not know how to resolve the critical situation, and people there are fighting among themselves. The leaders of the Emperor's Creed didn't understand how it came to this, and the selection process has definitely failed, and they want to destroy the one who caused the mess there. After a while, people stopped fighting and lost consciousness. They had no strength or energy left, and they all wanted to punish their vile colleagues.